Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work at a 24-Hour Diner, and rule number 4 keeps me alive. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first sign something was wrong was the sugar dispenser. It rattled across table 12 all by itself, just a quick dry scrape over laminate, and tipped onto its side hard enough to spit white crystals into the half-finished ring of coffee beneath it. I looked up from the register. Nobody was near it. The man in booth 9 was asleep with his forehead against the window. The trucker at the counter was working through a plate of eggs with the slow concentration of somebody driving on fumes. The jukebox in the corner was lit, but dead, stuck on the same red glow it had worn since March. The old refrigerator behind the pie case kicked on with a tired metallic groan, and for 1 second I told myself that was all it was. Vibration, cheap furniture, a top-heavy dispenser, perfectly normal. Then I noticed the napkin holder beside it had shifted too, just an inch maybe, enough to sit crooked against the ketchup bottle. I stayed where I was, one hand still on the open drawer, staring at table 12 like it might explain itself. Earthquake, Hector asked. He didn't look up from the flat top when he said it. He was pressing a burger with his spatula, steam lifting into his face, apron dark with old grease and dishwater. There was always some joke ready in him, even at 3 in the morning. I didn't feel anything. Then haunted sugar. Very funny. It is, actually. I shut the drawer with my hip and walked around the counter. My shoes stuck for half a second on the strip of soda that never really came clean no matter how much bleach we used. The diner smelled like burned coffee, fryer oil, lemon disinfectant, and rain tracked in from the highway. Under all of it was the old smell of the place itself, damp wood and hot wiring, and something sweet from the pie fridge, like fruit going tired. I picked up the sugar dispenser. The glass was warm from the room, not from anybody's hand. The napkin holder had left a faint drag mark in the condensation ring on the table. See, I said. Hector glanced over now, one eyebrow up. Maybe your ghost wanted decaf. I rolled my eyes, but I was still looking at the table. Outside, a semi passed on Route 30, its engine deep and steady through the wet dark. Headlights smeared across the diner windows and were gone. We sat just off the highway in western Pennsylvania, near enough to Breezewood that we got a mix of truckers, college kids cutting through too late, and locals who couldn't sleep without coffee and fluorescent light. The sign out front said MARAS 24-Hour Diner, though Mara had been dead 8 years and her son lived in Florida, and only came north when the fryer hood needed replacing or the county threatened him with fines. At night, the place felt less like a business and more like a shelter people found by accident. My name is Lena Markham. I was 26 that fall, and night shift at Mara's was not supposed to be permanent. Nothing about my life in Bedford County was supposed to be permanent. I had told myself that when I moved back from Pittsburgh after my mother's second surgery. I told myself that when I started taking over more of her bills. I told myself that every Friday morning when I counted my tips in the car and promised I was still leaving, just not this month. I was good at staying longer than I meant to. That was probably my worst habit. Not laziness, not fear exactly. Endurance. I could stay in almost anything once I got used to its shape. Hector Ruiz, 48, was the cook on nights, broad-shouldered and permanently tired-looking, with a mustache that made every joke sound drier than it was. He'd grown up in Ohio, done 20 years in kitchens all over Pennsylvania and West Virginia, and landed at Mara's after a back injury made the bigger restaurant jobs impossible. He moved like a man saving his good motions for when he really needed them. Hector talked a lot, but only about half of it was true, and he had the useful quality of not panicking first. At the counter, Roy Baines, 59, male, a long-haul trucker from Ohio who stopped in twice a month and tipped like he felt guilty about something, lifted his coffee mug and said, "If the building starts floating, I'm not paying." "You never pay enough to cover floating," Hector called back. Roy smiled without showing teeth. Near the window, asleep in booth 9, was Evan Pike, 33, male local, who came in 3 nights a week after whatever construction or roofing job he could get and drank coffee until his hands stopped shaking. He wasn't dangerous, just worn out. His hood was up, his mouth slightly open, one big hand curled around an empty mug like he'd fallen asleep mid-thought. I reset the sugar, straightened the napkin holder, and told myself to move on. That's how night shift worked. Things got weird because you were tired, and because the world from midnight to dawn had too much empty space in it. Ice machine clunks sounded like footsteps. Wind worried the dumpster lid until it sounded like knocking. A customer stared too long, and suddenly he was the sort of man they'd make a podcast about. Then the sun came up, and everything flattened out again. Stainless steel, receipts, syrup stuck to your wrist. You learned what to ignore. I topped off Roy's coffee and wiped the counter. My reflection ghosted in the pie case glass, dark ponytail coming loose, eyeliner mostly surrendered, name tag hanging crooked. Lena. I'd stopped wearing makeup carefully on nights, but habit still made me check whether I looked too exhausted to be kind. "Your mom doing okay?" Roy asked. "About the same. That can mean anything." "It does." He nodded like that was fair. Roy never pushed past the first answer. That was one of the reasons I liked him. The bell over the door gave a limp little jingle as a gust of wet air hit it. I turned automatically, already reaching for menus, but it was only the wind pulling at the bad seal. Beyond the glass, the parking lot shone black under the lamps. Rain ticked through the puddles. The 2 gas pumps next door at the closed station reflected white and green in the dark, like they were underwater. Calm again. I took the stack of clean mugs from the dishwasher rack and started loading them under the counter. Hector hummed under his breath to an old ranchera song leaking tinny from his phone speaker near the grill. The hood vents roared. Somewhere in the back, the ice maker cracked and dropped a fresh load. Then the pay phone rang. Every muscle in my shoulders locked at once. It sat in the narrow hall beside the restrooms, mounted under a faded flyer for a missing tabby cat that had definitely died years ago. The thing barely worked. Half the time, there was no dial tone. Nobody used it except drunk teenagers, and once, last winter, a woman whose car had gone off the road and who cried so quietly while waiting for the tow that I pretended not to hear her. It rang again, loud, sharp, wrong enough to cut through the kitchen noise. Roy looked over his shoulder. Jesus, that's still connected to anything, I guess. You gonna get that? Hector asked. I work here, don't I? You say that like a tragedy. I headed toward the hall, drying my palm on my apron. Fluorescent light back there flickered half a beat slower than the front ones, giving the walls a stale, underwater look. The pay phone kept ringing. Not constant, deliberate. Enough time between bursts to make waiting through them feel like a decision. I picked up the receiver. Static breathed in my ear. Hello, Mara's Diner. Nothing. I could hear the line was live. Not dead, not disconnected. Just that rushing empty noise, with a faint clicking under it, like somebody tapping a nail against metal far away. Hello, still nothing. Then a man's voice, low and roughened by distance, said, Who's on tonight? I frowned. This is Lena, who's calling, the line hissed. I thought he might have hung up, but then he said, Lena and Hector. Every hair on my arms lifted. There was no reason that alone should have mattered. Plenty of locals knew our names. Regulars saw the schedule on the whiteboard near the pie case. People talked. The diner was small town enough that nothing stayed private long. But something in the way he said it, checking, not asking, made my grip tighten on the receiver. Who is this? I said again. You alone out front? I didn't answer that. Behind me, the kitchen vents hummed and clattered. Someone laughed Hector, probably at something Roy said. It sounded very far away. Sir, if you need to place an order, listen carefully. His voice changed. Not louder, flatter. And I felt stupid at once for being unsettled, because this was obviously some local guy screwing around. Or maybe somebody drunk, somebody bored, somebody who liked the idea of a woman stuck working nights with nowhere to go. That happened. Not often, but enough that every waitress I knew had stories. Men who mistook late hours for permission. Still, I said, I'm hanging up. Check the parking lot first. I did hang up. Hard. The clack of the receiver against the cradle felt too small for the amount of adrenaline suddenly in me. I stood there a second, staring at the phone, listening to my own breathing. Then I laughed once under my breath, not because anything was funny, but because embarrassment rushed in fast behind fear. Great, a creep with a phone, welcome to Earth. When I came back out front, Hector took one look at my face and said, What? Probably a prank. Probably isn't a story. Guy asked who was on shift. Asked if I was alone out front. Roy swiveled a little on his stool, recognized the voice. No, want me to take a look outside? Hector asked. I hated that he offered, because it made me want it. I'm sure it's nothing. That wasn't the question. For a second, I considered lying. Saying no, no big deal, all good. That was another bad habit of mine, minimizing anything until it became inconvenient for everyone involved. My private fear, if I was honest, wasn't that something terrible would happen. It was that I would overreact first, that I'd make myself ridiculous, that I'd become one of those women people described with a little smile and the word dramatic. So I said, maybe just check if there's someone messing around. Roy slid off his stool before Hector could answer. I'll go. You're eating, Hector said. I have legs. You also have blood pressure medication. And you have a spatula. We all carry our crosses. Before either of us could stop him, Roy was moving toward the door, tugging on his rain cap. I followed fast enough to catch the handle before he stepped out. Don't go wandering around the building, I said. He gave me a look. Honey, I raised 2 daughters. I know what a creep sounds like. The door opened with a wet suck of cold air. Outside, the parking lot lamps buzzed. Rain came down finer now, more mist than drops, silvering the edges of Roy's jacket as he crossed toward the pumps. His boots splashed through shallow water. From inside, with the glass between us, everything looked flattened and slightly unreal, like security footage. Hector came up beside me, spatula still in hand. "You call the cops?" he asked. "For a phone call, for a threat." "He didn't threaten me. He told you to check the parking lot," which could still just mean he's an idiot. Hector leaned one forearm against the window frame, watching Roy circle the far end of the lot. "Lena, you know the rules." Of course I knew the rules. They were taped inside the cabinet, under the register in Mara's old handwriting, and copied again in cleaner print after the original got stained with coffee. Mostly common sense night shift stuff. Keep the back door deadbolted. Don't take trash out alone after midnight. Count the till with the blinds half closed. If someone makes you uneasy, trust that before you trust politeness. Rule 4 was the one everybody repeated like a joke until they needed it. If a customer or caller makes you check outside, do not go outside to check. Instead, lock the front door, wake the cook, and call state police if the person remains on the property more than 2 minutes. Mara had written it after some incident years before I got there. Different versions floated around. A jealous husband, a robbery set up, a girl from the old waitstaff followed into the alley. Nobody told it the same way, and I'd never asked for the real one because I preferred it as diner folklore, something practical wrapped in a story. Now, with Roy in the rain and a stranger's voice still hanging in my ear, Rule 4 didn't feel folkloric at all. "You think we should lock up?" I asked. "For one call, no." Hector nodded toward the lot. "But if Roy sees somebody, yes." Roy reached the edge of the property and stopped. Even through the wet glass, I could see his posture change. Not dramatic, just a slight pause. Then he turned his head toward the side of the building, the narrow strip of darkness between the diner wall and the dumpster enclosure. "What is it?" I said, too quiet for him to hear. Roy took 2 steps that way. Hector straightened. "Nope." He shoved the spatula into my hand and went for the door, but before he got there, the bell above it jingled. Roy was already backing up, not running. Backing up fast, one hand raised toward us through the glass, not waving exactly warning. And from the side of the building, just at the edge of the light, a figure moved. Only a shoulder at first, dark jacket, hood up, then stillness again, as if the person had stepped back the moment they realized they'd been seen. Hector locked the door before Roy even reached it. The click sounded tiny. Important, but tiny. Roy hit the glass with the flat of his hand once, breathing hard, and I lunged forward to let him in. But Hector caught my wrist. "No," he said. He was looking past me, not at me, into the rain-dark edge of the lot. Rule 4. And that was where the choice finally settled in front of us, plain and ugly. Open the door for Roy now, and risk whoever was outside being faster than fear, or keep it locked for a few more seconds, while a man we knew stood in the rain on the wrong side of the glass. Roy's breath fogged the glass. That's the first thing I noticed after Hector grabbed my wrist. The fog from his mouth smeared across the door window in uneven bursts as he tried to speak through it. His palm stayed flat against the glass, fingers splayed, rain sliding off the back of his knuckles. He looked smaller out there, not physically. Roy was a thick-built man who'd hauled freight for 30 years. But the moment the door locked between us, the space outside turned him into something vulnerable in a way the inside never allowed. "Let him in," I said. "Wait," Hector replied. "He's right there. 2 seconds." Roy turned his head again toward the side of the building. His shoulders tensed the way people tense when they're trying not to look like they're scared. Then he shook his head at us through the glass. Not violently, just once. No, my stomach twisted. "What does that mean?" I whispered. Hector leaned closer to the door window, squinting through the rain-dark edge of the lot. The parking lights hummed overhead, their orange glow leaving a wedge of shadow where the diner wall met the dumpster enclosure. That shadow wasn't empty anymore. A person stood in it, not fully visible, just a silhouette where the hood caught a strip of light, motionless, watching the diner. Roy backed up another step. "Okay," Hector muttered. "That's not good." "Open the door," I said again. "Not yet." "Hector, if he rushes the door when we open it, he's inside before we can react." "Roy's 70 feet away." 50. That's not the point. Roy banged on the glass once, louder this time. The sound cracked through the diner like a dropped plate. Evan stirred in his booth but didn't wake. The figure in the shadows shifted slightly, just enough to prove it wasn't a trick of light. A real person, hooded, hands in pockets, waiting. "Do you see a weapon?" Hector asked. "No." "That doesn't mean he doesn't have one." Roy knocked again. "Please open the damn door," I said. Hector hesitated another second, then reached for the deadbolt. "Fine, fast. The second he's inside, we lock again." The lock snapped open. I pulled the door wide. Cold rain air rushed in with Roy as he slipped through, shoulders hunched, breath coming quick and wet. Hector slammed the door shut behind him and locked it again. Roy bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing hard. "There's a guy back there," he said. "We noticed," Hector replied. Roy wiped rain off his forehead with the sleeve of his jacket. He didn't move until I got close, just stood there. Then he stepped deeper into the shadow. "Did he say anything?" I asked. "No. Did you see his face?" Roy shook his head. "Hood up, maybe 20s. Maybe older, hard to tell." "Did he come toward you?" "No, just watched." I glanced through the window again. The figure was still there. Same spot. Same stillness. "You think he's drunk?" Roy asked. "Maybe," Hector said. "Or high. Or casing the place," I said quietly. Roy looked at me. "You get that call again?" "No, he asked about the parking lot," Hector said. Roy rubbed the back of his neck slowly. "Well, that's comforting." We stood there watching the shadow. Nothing happened. The rain softened to a fine mist tapping against the windows. A semi roared past on the highway, somewhere beyond the trees. The jukebox hummed quietly in its corner like a dying insect. 5 seconds. 10. Gear shifted again. 1 step, not toward the diner, sideways, closer to the dumpster. "Okay," Hector said. "That's weird." Roy straightened. "Maybe he's waiting for someone. At 3 in the morning, it's a highway diner. That's still weird." I felt the uneasy tug of my own flaw again, the urge to smooth things out, to downplay the problem until it behaved. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe this was nothing. But the voice on the phone sat in my memory like a weight. "Check the parking lot first." "How long has he been there?" I asked Roy. "Hard to say. I only noticed him when I got near the pumps." "Did he hide?" "No, just stood there." "That's creepier," Roy nodded. From the kitchen, the timer on the fryer beeped sharply. Hector sighed. "Burgers." "You're cooking right now," I said. "People still need to eat." He walked back to the grill, though he kept glancing toward the windows. Roy slid onto the stool again, dripping rainwater onto the floor. "You should probably call the police," he said. I hesitated. "Do we have a reason?" You have a man lurking behind your building after a threatening phone call. That's suspicious, not illegal. Suspicious is enough for cops at 3 in the morning. Maybe he was right, but another thought crept in. If I called the police over nothing, the story would spread through Bedford County by noon. Lena at Mara's panicked over a guy standing in the rain. I hated that I cared about that. Still, Rule 4 existed for a reason. I stepped behind the counter and grabbed the diner phone. The line hummed in my ear. While it rang, I watched the figure outside, still there, still waiting. Then the lights went out, not flickering, not dimming, everything gone. The diner dropped instantly into a thick, breath-holding dark, broken only by the pale orange glow of the parking lamps outside. Hector swore loudly from the kitchen. What the hell? The fryer died with a long, fading whine. The refrigerator compressor clicked off. The vents fell silent. Even the jukebox light went dark. The phone line in my hand went dead. Roy looked toward the windows. Did the whole block lose power? I moved toward the door. Outside, the parking lamps were still on. The gas station across the road was still glowing faintly. Only the diner had gone dark. Hector came around the counter, holding his phone flashlight. "Breaker," he said. "Maybe. Where is it?" "Back hallway." He pointed the light toward the windows again. The figure outside had moved, closer now, halfway across the parking lot, walking slowly toward the diner. Roy stood up. Okay, that's not good timing. The man didn't hurry, just kept walking, hands still in pockets, head slightly lowered. Rain slicked across the hood of his jacket as he approached the building. Hector grabbed the heavy flashlight from under the counter. "Lena, stay back." The man reached the edge of the parking lot light. For the first time, we could see his face. Young, mid-20s maybe, pale. Wet hair stuck to his forehead. He stopped 3 feet from the glass door. Then he knocked, 3 calm taps. I felt every nerve in my shoulders tighten. "Open up," he said. His voice carried through the glass easily. "Please," Roy muttered. "Do we know him?" "No," I said. Hector didn't move. The man tried the handle. It didn't budge. "Look," he said through the glass. "My car broke down up the road. My phone's dead. I just need to use yours." Roy leaned slightly toward me. "That's reasonable." "Except he was hiding behind the building," Hector said. "And the power died when he walked up," I added. The man knocked again. "Hello." His tone changed slightly, more urgent. "Please open the door. It's freezing out here." Hector raised the flashlight, shining it directly at the man's face. The man squinted but didn't step back. "Where's your car?" Hector asked through the glass. "Down the road." "How far?" "Quarter mile." "Why were you behind the building?" The man blinked. "What?" "You were standing by the dumpster." "I was." Roy looked at me. "He was." The man shook his head. "I just walked up." Hector didn't unlock the door. Rain ran down the glass between us. The man's expression hardened slightly. "Look," he said. "I don't know what you think you saw, but I just need a phone." Behind me, a low thud sounded from the back hallway. All 3 of us turned. Another thud. Metal, like a door hitting something. Hector's flashlight beam drifted toward the hallway entrance. "That's the back door," he said slowly. My stomach dropped. The back door was supposed to be deadbolted. Roy whispered, "Did someone come in earlier?" "No." Another bang. Harder this time, something rattling the handle. From the glass door, the young man spoke again. Quiet, almost conversational. "You might want to open up." Hector didn't look at him. "Why?" he said. The man nodded toward the hallway. "Because if I were you," he said, "I'd be more worried about whoever's trying to get in the back." The handle on the back door slammed again. hard enough that the metal echoed through the dark diner. And suddenly, we had a much worse problem than the man standing outside. The back door slammed again, metal on metal, hard enough that the vibration ran through the tile floor under my shoes. Everyone in the diner froze. The hallway to the back ran straight from the counter past the restrooms, about 20 feet of narrow space ending in the heavy steel service door. I knew every inch of it: scuffed baseboards, the old soda syrup boxes stacked against the wall, the breaker panel mounted halfway down. In the dark, it looked longer than usual. "Someone's definitely there," Roy said quietly. The young man outside the front door stayed where he was, rain dripping from his hood. He wasn't banging anymore, just watching us through the glass. The situation suddenly felt like a chess problem where every move lost something. Hector lowered the flashlight slightly, but kept it aimed toward the door. "If you're really stranded," he said to the man outside, "go wait under the gas station awning across the road." The man shook his head. "They're closed. You can still stand there. I need a phone." Another crash from the back door, louder. The handle rattled violently. Roy flinched. "Okay," he said. "That guy back there isn't just knocking." Hector looked at me. "Breaker box is in the hallway." "I know. If the power's just tripped, we need it back. And if the guy back there is trying to break in, we'll find out quick." My throat felt dry. "I'll go," I said. "No," Hector replied instantly. "I go. I know where everything is." "So do I." Another slam hit the back door. This one carried a metallic scrape like something heavy hitting it. Roy muttered, "That door's not flimsy, right?" "Steel," Hector said. "Good. Mounted in wood frame from 1989. Roy sighed. "Less good." The man outside leaned closer to the glass. "You really should open up," he said again. Nobody answered. Hector handed Roy the flashlight. "Cover the door," Roy blinked. "With what?" "With light." Then Hector grabbed the thick wooden mop handle from beside the counter and started toward the hallway. I followed before he could stop me. "Lena, you need someone who knows where the breaker is." He hesitated. The back door slammed again. "Fine," he said, "but stay behind me." We moved down the hallway. The air back there felt colder without the kitchen heat. Rain tapped faintly on the roof above the storage room. The emergency exit sign above the back door glowed a dim red, the only steady light in the hall. Halfway down, Hector stopped. The breaker panel hung open. Not blown, not tripped. Open. My stomach tightened. "You left it like that?" Hector asked. "No." He stepped closer, shining the phone light over the switches. None of them had flipped. "Then the power didn't trip," he said. Another bang hit the door 3 feet away. The entire frame shuddered. "Hey," Hector shouted. "Police are on the way," silence answered. Then a voice from outside the door, muffled through metal. "Let me in." My pulse spiked. That voice was different from the man outside. Older, rougher. Hector leaned close to the door. "Who is that? Let me in." "What do you want?" "Open the door." The handle rattled again. Harder, I backed up a step. "2 of them," I whispered. "Looks like." The door vibrated under another blow. Then suddenly, a crash from the dining room, glass shattering. Hector spun. "What the hell?" We ran back toward the front. Roy stood near the door holding the flashlight. The young man outside was gone, but the front window beside booth 9 had exploded inward. Rain blew through the jagged hole. Evan Pike had woken up and was halfway out of his booth, staring at the broken glass like he'd surfaced from underwater. "What happened?" he slurred. Roy looked shaken. "He threw something." "What?" Roy pointed. "A chunk of asphalt sat on the diner floor, surrounded by shattered glass. I rushed toward the window. Outside, the parking lot looked empty. No sign of the hooded man. "He ran," I said, "after he broke the window, yeah." "Why? Maybe to scare us. Or to get us away from the door," Hector said. Roy turned toward the hallway, right as another crash hit the back door. "Louder now." "Okay," Roy said. "Now I'm convinced." Evan staggered upright. "What's going on?" I grabbed his shoulder. "Stay low. Someone's trying to get in." That sobered him immediately. Through the window, back door. He looked at the shattered glass. "Why break that then?" "Distraction," Hector said. Roy suddenly snapped the flashlight beam toward the broken window. "Hold up." "What?" "Look." In the parking lot, headlights appeared, 2 of them. A dark sedan rolling slowly into the diner lot with its lights off until the last second. The beams flicked on, sweeping across the windows. The car stopped near the pumps. My stomach dropped. "Do you see the driver?" I asked. "No." The engine stayed running. Another bang from the back door. The situation felt like it was folding in on itself from 2 directions. "Okay," Hector said, voice tight now. "Attempt number 1, we leave through the front and get to Roy's truck." Roy shook his head instantly. "That guy out there might still be around. And now there's a car." "Exactly." Hector rubbed his forehead. "Fine. Attempt 1, abandoned." The back door rattled again. Wood splintered slightly around the frame. Roy whispered, "That door's going to fail eventually." "We need the power," I said. "Why?" Hector asked. "Lights, phone line, cameras," Roy blinked. "You have cameras, too." "Where?" "1 over the register. 1 facing the parking lot." "Are they recording?" "They were, exactly." Hector looked down the hallway again. "Attempt 2, he said. "We secure the back door from inside." "How?" Roy asked. "Kitchen fridge." The walk-in refrigerator sat directly beside the hallway entrance in the kitchen. A heavy metal unit on wheels. "Too big," I said. "Not if we angle it." Roy nodded slowly. "That might work." We moved fast. Adrenaline replaced hesitation. Hector and Roy shoved the refrigerator while I cleared boxes out of the hallway. The metal unit groaned across the tile. Halfway down the hall, another slam hit the door. The frame cracked audibly. "Push," Hector yelled. We rammed the refrigerator sideways against the door. It wedged hard against the frame. Everyone stepped back, breathing heavily. For a moment, silence. Then the person outside shoved again. The door barely moved. Roy exhaled. "That'll hold." For a few seconds it did. Then, from the dining room, the sedan's headlights switched off. Total darkness filled the parking lot again, and footsteps approached the broken window. Someone outside. "Slow. Careful," Hector whispered. "They're coordinating." The footsteps stopped near the shattered glass. Then a hand appeared through the broken frame, reaching in, feeling for the lock. Roy grabbed a metal coffee pot. Back, the hand withdrew instantly. Footsteps ran back toward the car, but the engine stayed running. My nerves felt like they were stretched thin enough to snap. "We're trapped," Evan muttered. Nobody argued. The back door slammed again. The refrigerator shuddered, not broken, but not invincible either. Roy suddenly looked at Hector. "What if they cut the power?" Hector frowned. "What do you mean?" The breaker wasn't tripped. It was open. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Someone had opened it, from inside the diner, or right outside that hallway, which meant whoever was at the back door might have already been inside once. The realization hung in the air. Then the pay phone in the hallway rang. Loud, shrill, impossible. Every head turned. The power was still out, but the phone kept ringing. Once, twice, 3 times. I slowly stepped toward the hallway. Hector grabbed my arm. No, but if it's the police, they wouldn't call that phone. The ringing stopped. Silence filled the diner again. And then from the hallway, a soft scraping sound behind the refrigerator, like someone dragging metal along the outside wall. Roy whispered, "There's more than one." The refrigerator suddenly lurched, not forward, sideways, just a few inches. Someone outside was prying the door frame apart. Hector stared at the shifting metal. "They're getting in." The door bent inward slightly. Wood splintered. Another shove. The refrigerator moved again. And that was the moment we all understood the same thing at once. We could not hold the building. The trap had already closed. The refrigerator moved again. Only an inch, maybe less, but enough for the metal corner to scrape over tile with a sound that made my teeth ache. Hector backed up first, not out of cowardice, out of calculation. Looked once at the bent back door, once at the broken front window, and then at the line of us, standing useless in the middle of the diner, me in my apron, Roy with a coffee pot in his hand, Evan barefoot on one side because he'd lost a shoe climbing out of the booth. "We split wrong, we die stupid," he said. His voice was low and flat. No joke in it now. Another shove hit the back door. The wood around the lock gave with a splintering crack. Roy tightened his grip on the coffee pot. "That's encouraging." "Listen," Hector said, already moving toward the kitchen pass-through. "Lena, under the register." I knew what he meant before I got there. The rule sheet was taped inside the cabinet. I dropped to my knees, banged my shoulder against the drawer, yanked the door open. The paper hung there under the tilt tray, corners curled, Mara's old block letters ghosting through from the original copy beneath the newer typed one. "Keep the back door deadbolted. Do not take trash out alone after midnight. If a customer or caller makes you check outside, do not go outside to check." And under that, the part I hadn't needed until now. Instead, lock the front door, wake the cook, and call state police if the person remains on the property more than 2 minutes. If power or phone fails, use panic switch beneath counter. Alarm sounds at station and gas property next door. For half a second, I just stared at it. Then I swore. "What?" Hector snapped. "There's a panic switch." "Where?" "Under the counter." "You're telling me this now. I forgot." That came out louder than I meant it to, sharp with shame, which was the truth. I had worked there 2 years and never needed it. It was a piece of diner folklore filed in the same mental drawer as old coffee promotions and how to reset the jukebox. I forgot because forgetting was what I did with inconvenient danger. I let practical things turn into stories until they stopped feeling real. The back door slammed again. "Find it," Hector barked. I shoved my arm up under the counter, feeling dust, gum stuck hard as stone, a loose cable, the underside of wood worn greasy by decades of hands. Nothing. I moved farther left, fingertips dragging over screws and old tape. Then I felt a small rubber-covered toggle screwed into the frame. I flipped it. Nothing happened. My heart punched once hard against my ribs. "Did it work?" Roy asked. "I don't know." The diner stayed dark. No siren. No lights. No magical proof that help was on the way. Just the rain outside and the violent shaking of the back door. "It could be silent," Hector said, but he didn't sound convinced. A hand came through the crack at the back door. Not all the way. Just fingers first, pale in the red wash of the exit sign, feeling blindly past splintered wood toward the refrigerator edge. Evan made a strangled sound in his throat. That snapped us out of staring. Hector, I said. I see it. He grabbed the mop handle and brought it down on the reaching hand as hard as he could. The man outside yelled a real human sound this time, stunned and furious, and the hand vanished. Roy sucked in a breath. Good. Not good, Hector said. Temporary. He was right. The refrigerator held, but only because the door frame was still mostly intact. Another minute, 2 minutes, maybe less, and it would give. From the front of the diner came the engine noise of the sedan, revving once. Then headlights flashed on and filled the windows. The whole dining room lit up in white stripes and shadow. The broken glass at booth 9 glinted. Steam still leaking from the grill shone pale and ghostly in the beams. Outside, rain slanted silver through the light. The sedan lurched forward, straight at the front of the building. Move, Roy shouted. We hit the floor a second before the car clipped the curb stop and slammed nose first into the brick base below the broken window. Not a full speed crash. Not enough to come through. Enough to shake the wall, crack more glass, and knock the pie case crooked so one whole lemon meringue slid off its stand and hit the floor face down. The sound was huge in the little diner. Metal, brick, shattering glass, Roy swearing, Evan scrambling under a table. Then stillness. The engine coughed and died. I lifted my head. The sedan sat half-cocked against the building, hood dented, steam feathering out from under it. Driver's door flew open. A woman got out. That startled me more than it should have. Not because women couldn't do violent things, just because every shape my fear had made so far was male. She was maybe 30, bundled in a dark raincoat, hair plastered to her face. She limped as she came around the front of the car, but she moved fast anyway, ducking low beneath the window line. Hector, I whispered. There's another one. Yeah, Roy peered over the counter. 3 at least. Maybe 4, I said, thinking of the voice on the back door. The young man at the front, the driver. Maybe someone else still out there. The woman crouched below the broken window, out of sight. A second later, something clattered across the floor inside. Evan yelped. I turned. Not a bomb. Not anything cinematic. A tire iron thrown through the broken window, skidding under table 10 and spinning to a stop. Misdirection broke just as fast as it formed. For one awful second, it had looked like something worse. Then it was only metal, still bad, still useful to them or us. Why did she throw us a weapon? Roy said. She didn't, Hector replied. She lost it, which meant the car was probably stolen or failing or both, and they were improvising too. Another heave hit the back door. The refrigerator jumped. Okay, Hector said. Point of this isn't robbery. No kidding, Roy said. They want in, but they're not rushing blind. They're hurting us. Where? Hector looked at the front of the diner, at the broken window, the jammed car, the one clear exit narrowed into a funnel. Out. And suddenly I understood. Not to kill us inside, to get us outside, separated in the dark, where they could control the angles. Rule 4. The rule hadn't just been about one creep in a parking lot. It was about the tactic. Make someone check outside. Make the inside feel less safe than the open lot. Then the danger gets a door held open for it. The pay phone. The figure at the dumpster. The broken window. The pounding at the back. Every move had been pressure, not attack, until we chose wrong. That understanding came with a cold clarity that almost felt like relief. They're trying to force us to run, I said. Yes, Hector said, so we don't. A hard slam from the back. The lock plate tore halfway free. Evan crawled out from under the table, pale and sweating. We can't just stand here. He was right too. Not running wasn't the same as waiting to be cornered. My eyes went to the sedan shoved against the front wall. Steam hissed from its crumpled hood. One headlight still burned crooked into the rain. Then farther beyond it, at the edge of the lot, Roy's semi sat under the far lamp. Big, high cab, locked probably, but real cover. And beyond that, Route 30. Traffic, sparse at this hour, but not none. A plan began assembling itself from the geography. Not good, just possible. "Roy," I said. "Your truck, air horn remote." His head turned to me. "In the cab. Can you set it off from outside? If I get in, yes. Would it wake the dead?" "It'd wake Ohio." Hector followed my line of thought. Big noise, attention from highway. And from the station next door, if the panic switch still works there. Roy nodded once. "But I have to reach it." The woman outside rose just enough for her head to appear at the broken window. She looked in, saw all four of us still there, and ducked back down. Her mouth moved as if she was shouting to someone on the other side of the car. But I couldn't hear words through the rain and the ringing in my own ears. The back door crashed again. Would split. "We don't have much time," Hector said. "No," I said. "We have seconds." He looked at the kitchen line, at the narrowness of the place. Mara S. was basically a rectangle, front windows and booths on one side, counter and grill on the other, restrooms and back hall straight behind. The back door went, and the front stayed blocked. We'd be trapped in the center with no room to maneuver. Unless we made room. Hector saw it too. "The grease," he said. In the kitchen, by the fryer sink, there was always a stack of blue detergent jugs and a floor bucket with too much soapy water because night cleaning started after 2. Tile already slick in spots. If someone came through the back hall at speed, "It's not a movie," Roy said, reading our faces. "No," Hector said, "it's a floor." Good enough. We moved fast. No more debate. Hector and I grabbed the bucket and sloshed a thick trail of gray soapy water across the hallway tiles in front of the refrigerator and out into the kitchen threshold. Roy snatched steak knives from the roll-up cutlery station, not for fighting exactly, just because empty hands felt obscene now. I grabbed the tire iron from under table 10. Heavy, cold, more awkward than I expected. Evan stood there shaking. "Evan," I said, and I kept my voice steady because somebody had to. "When the back goes, you run low to the side wall and get to the hostess stand. Stay out of the middle, you understand?" He swallowed and nodded too fast. "You sure he can do that?" Roy asked quietly. "No," I said. Neither of us said what we were both thinking. I wasn't sure I could either. The next blow opened the back door by 3 inches. The refrigerator screeched sideways. A wedge of wet black night showed through the gap. Then a shoulder shoved in. A male voice grunted with effort. Hector backed up, mop handle raised like a bat. "Now," he said. The door gave. Not all at once, in tearing stages, wood popping, metal screaming, the refrigerator sliding just enough. Then the top hinge ripped free from the frame, and the whole thing kicked inward at an angle, dumping rainwater, cold air, and one heavyset man directly into the soapy hall. He hit the tile and went down hard. His legs shot out. His shoulders slammed the floor. Crowbar in his hand clanged away beneath the sink shelving. He yelled a short, raw burst of pain. Behind him, another figure tried to come through and slipped immediately on the same slick tile, crashing into the first man and into the half-open door. The red exit light flashed over both of them in jerks of shadow and wet fabric. Not supernatural, not elegant, just physics and panic. "Move," Hector shouted. Roy ran first toward the front. I grabbed Evan by the hoodie and shoved him after Roy. Hector swung the mop handle down on the second intruder's forearm as the man reached up from the floor. There was a crack, not bone maybe, wood against joint, and the man recoiled, swearing. The first intruder, the older voice, was already pushing up despite the fall. Big, thick coat, blood on his forehead from where he'd hit the tile. Human as hell, human enough to keep coming. I swung the tire iron. I had never hit anyone in my life. It connected with his shoulder, not his head, because at the last second, my body rebelled against how much damage I might do. Even so, the impact jolted clear through my wrists. He roared and grabbed at the iron. I lost it instantly. Hector rammed the mop handle crosswise into the man's throat and shoved. Not choking, not dramatic. Just enough force to pin him back over the slick floor long enough for me to stumble away. We ran, out into the dining room, past the counter, past the pie case listing sideways. Roy got to the front door and yanked. It opened 3 inches and stuck against the sedan's crumpled front end. Damn it. The woman outside came up from the blind side of the car fast, a box cutter flashing in her hand. Roy slammed the door back on instinct. The blade scraped the glass with a shrill scratch. She's here. Of course she was. Every route narrowed just as we reached it. Behind us came the wet pound of footsteps from the kitchen. The men were up. Point of no return. Not as a phrase, as fact. We could not retake the diner, could not hide in it, could not wait in it. The inside was gone. Window, Hector said. The broken front window beside booth 9 was jagged at the edges, but the lower panel had already blown out. Big enough to climb through if you didn't mind bleeding for it. The woman saw the shift in us and moved that way too. Roy slammed a sugar caddy off the nearest table and hurled it through the remaining edge of glass. It burst outward, spraying cubes and shards. A dumb diner weapon. A perfect one. The woman threw an arm up to shield her face. Go, Roy shouted. Evan scrambled through first and sliced his calf on a tooth of glass. He cried out, but landed upright outside and limped toward the front bumper of Roy's truck. I followed halfway through, apron catching, stomach dragging over broken frame, glass biting the back of my thigh in a clean white hot line. Then hands grabbed my ankle from inside. One of the men from the kitchen. I kicked wildly, heel connecting with something soft, nose maybe, cheek maybe. His grip loosened just enough for Hector to seize my apron strings and yank. The fabric tore. I spilled out onto the wet pavement hard enough to knock the breath out of me. Roy came through behind me slower, his jacket ripping open on the frame. Hector was last. Halfway out, the woman lunged from beside the sedan and slashed at him with the box cutter. He twisted, but not enough. The blade opened his upper arm from shoulder to bicep in one fast, ugly line. He dropped to one knee outside with a sound I never want to hear from another person again. Roy hauled him up under the good arm. Truck, he shouted. We ran for the semi. Not heroically. Limping, slipping, half bent over. Evan leaving little dark drops behind him from his calf. Me with my leg burning and my hands shredded from the window frame. Hector pale and gripping his own arm, blood slicking between his fingers. Roy wheezing from the effort and age and fear. Behind us, the intruders were yelling to each other now. No more careful plan. No more soft voice on a phone. Just angry people whose trap had gone messy. That helped us. Messy people make mistakes. Roy reached the cab first and fumbled the keys twice, before getting the door open. He practically threw Evan up the steps. I shoved from behind. Hector managed the passenger side one-handed, slipping once on the wet step and smearing blood down the chrome. I got in last, hauled up by Roy from inside so hard my shoulder popped. The door slammed. Locks hit. For 1/2 second, there was quiet in the cab except for all of us trying to breathe. Then a fist pounded the driver's side door from outside. The young man, hood down now, rain on his face, furious. Roy jammed the key and turned the ignition. The truck roared awake. At the same moment, Hector leaned across the cab and hit the air horn. It detonated over the parking lot. A monstrous, tearing blast, continuous, mechanical and enraged and impossible to ignore. It filled the cab, the diner, the road, the little dead gas station, the trees beyond them. I saw the young man outside physically flinch, hands flying to his ears. The woman by the sedan backed up hard. One of the men coming out the diner window lost his footing and went down on the wet curb. Roy kept the horn going. Headlights appeared on Route 30, slowing, more than one set. A semi in the eastbound lane flashed its lights. A pickup braked near the turnoff. Again, I said, though Roy was already doing it. The horn blared a second time, long and savage. The intruders broke, not all in the same direction. That was the human part. One ran toward the sedan. The young man bolted across the lot on foot. The woman hesitated, then dove into the passenger side of the car as one of the men limped after her, clutching his shoulder. But the sedan's front end was jammed hard against the brick base it had struck. When the driver cranked it into reverse, the wheels spun and threw up water and smoke. The car moved maybe 6 inches, then coughed dead again. Good, not lucky. Earned, because they had damaged their own escape during the push to damage ours. Sirens came then, faint at first, then real. Not instant rescue, not movie timing. The panic switch might have worked, or passing drivers might have finally called, or both. I still don't know. But the sound was enough. The woman belayed out of the sedan and ran. The older man vanished between the diner and the dumpster. The younger one was already gone into the dark beyond the pumps. Roy kept the truck doors locked until state police lights washed the lot blue and red and impossible to mistake. Only then did my body understand it could stop. It did it badly. My hands started shaking so hard I couldn't unclench them. Evan was crying without noise, staring at the blood running into his sock. Hector sat white-faced against the passenger door, his jaw locked, one hand clamped over the cut in his arm, while blood soaked his sleeve and dripped onto the floor mat. Roy looked straight ahead at the flashing lights and said, very quietly, "I'm too old for this," and then laughed once in a way that wasn't laughter at all. The conflict was over. That part was true. But the diner sat there below us with its broken window and bent back door, and the front wall scarred by the sedan. And I knew before anybody opened the truck door that I would never again hear a pay phone ring without feeling the inside of my chest go small. By the time the ambulance doors closed on Hector, the sky had started turning, that washed out gray that never looks like morning so much as a mistake in the dark. Rain still hung in the air, but lighter now. Not really falling, just drifting. The diner's parking lot was full of vehicles that didn't belong there, state police SUVs, one ambulance, a volunteer fire pickup with mud on the fenders, a tow truck already winching the dead sedan away from the brick base of the building. The diner itself looked smaller than it had at 3 in the morning. Hurt things usually do. I sat on the open tailgate of an EMT truck with a foil blanket over my shoulders and watched a paramedic pick glass out of my left palm with tweezers. "Hold still," she said. "I'm holding still. You're arguing still. That too." She gave me a tired little smile and dropped another tiny bloody shard into a metal tray. My thigh was bandaged under a borrowed pair of EMS sweatpants because they'd cut my uniform tights off at the scene. My apron was gone. The back of my hands looked like I tried to grab a rose bush in the dark. Every few minutes, a new place on my body announced itself. Shoulder, ribs, knee. The sort of inventory pain makes after adrenaline leaves. Across the lot, Roy sat on the bumper of his truck while a younger trooper took his statement from a little black notebook. Roy had refused the blanket and was shivering too hard to make that choice look intentional. Evan was in the ambulance getting his calf stitched. He'd gone pale and quiet after the first 10 minutes, the way some people do when the fear burns off and what's left is simple damage. I kept looking toward the road, not because I expected the intruders to come back. I didn't. Once police had swarmed the property, whatever nerve had driven them, there had curdled into the usual cowardice. 2 had been caught within an hour, they told us later. The woman from the sedan and the older man with the shoulder I'd hit. K9 units picked him up behind a drainage ditch less than half a mile away, wet and cursing and furious enough to make himself easy to find. The younger man ran longer. They found him after daylight near the service road behind a shuttered motel, trying to flag down a ride with blood on his cuffs that wasn't his. The 4th one, the man Hector hit in the hallway, or maybe the one who slipped behind the older guy, depending on how you counted, had gotten farther. He'd made it into the tree line east of the diner before vanishing. They would catch him too, one trooper said, with the easy confidence of a man trying to sound useful. Maybe they did, maybe not. At 5 in the morning, facts arrived in the wrong order. What I kept looking for was simpler than that. I kept looking at the diner's side wall, at the narrow strip between the building and the dumpster enclosure, at the place where the whole night had first become real. A state trooper in a campaign hat came over holding a styrofoam cup of coffee from somewhere else. Not ours. Mara's machines were off and staying off. "Elena Markham," I nodded. "I'm Trooper Gaines. We need to go over your statement one more time after they finish cleaning that hand." He said it politely, but there was that careful neutral tone police use when they're trying not to feed emotion in either direction. Not soothing, not cold, just procedural. Did the panic switch work? I asked him. He looked at me over the rim of his cup. "We got a signal at the old gas property alarm box next door, yes. Also had calls from passing motorists about a horn and a possible vehicle assault." Why? I shook my head. No reason. That wasn't true, exactly. It mattered to me more than it should have. I wanted to know whether I had finally done the right practical thing in time, or whether luck and Roy's truck had saved us after my delay almost got us cornered. But Trooper Gaines was writing down facts, not absolution. The paramedic taped the last dressing over my palm and said, "You need stitches in 2 places, but not many. Hospital or urgent care. I'm fine." She looked at me flatly. "You people always say that. I'm not you people. You are exactly you people." She stood, and called over another EMT for supplies. Decision made without me. That was how the morning went. People making reasonable decisions at my body and around me because I had run out of useful ones 3 hours ago. They took me to the hospital in Everett for stitches and a tetanus booster, mostly because once they cleaned the cut on the back of my thigh, it turned out to be deeper than anybody liked. Not life-threatening, just the sort of injury that reminds you how close the body runs to failure all the time. Skin is not much, really. A zipper, a wrapper. In the room beside mine, I could hear Hector answering questions between bouts of pain medication and irritation. He'd needed 12 stitches and a pressure dressing, plus x-rays, because when Roy helped him into the truck, he'd twisted badly enough to crack a rib. He kept trying to leave against advice until a nurse with the sort of voice that had ended wars told him he would sit down or she would get security to sit him down. Roy refused transport altogether. Of course he did. They wrapped his wrist where he'd slammed it against the truck door and told him to see somebody if the swelling got worse. He said he'd had worse from chains and load straps, and once from a horse in 1998, and no one could prove otherwise. Evan got 6 stitches in his calf and a ride home from his brother at 8:30 in the morning. Before he left, he stood awkwardly in my doorway holding his discharge papers like they'd been given to the wrong person. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He nodded at my bandaged hands. "You okay?" "Sort of, yeah." He looked embarrassed then, in the way men sometimes do when gratitude feels too personal. "I was asleep," he said. "When it started, I keep thinking if I'd been awake earlier maybe, it wouldn't have changed anything." "You don't know that." "I do, actually." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Still," then, after a pause, "you got me out." I didn't know what to say to that, because the truth was messier. I had gotten him out eventually. I had also lost time to denial, to politeness, to the old private fear that I would make myself ridiculous by reacting too soon. People like clean heroics because they edit out the hesitation. Real survival has a lot more shame in it, so I said, "We all got out." He nodded like that was enough, though it was. My mother cried when she got to the hospital. Not loudly. That would have been easier. She cried in the contained, furious way some women do, after surviving enough other things that they resent being made to add one more. She sat on the edge of the bed, held my jaw in her cool hand, looked at the stitches in my palm, and said, "I told you nights were wrong there. Great timing. I'm not being dramatic." "No," I said. "That's usually my department." She stared at me for half a second. Then she understood exactly what I meant, because mothers usually do when the insult is aimed inward. Her mouth softened. "You're alive," she said. It wasn't comforting. It was administrative. A fact entered into the record. By noon, the first local reporter called my phone. Then a second. Then someone from Altoona. I turned the ringer off and shoved it into the hospital drawer. Roy apparently told one of them to go to hell in language creative enough that the trooper standing nearby had to hide a smile. Hector didn't answer anyone. Smartest of us. State police interviewed us separately again that afternoon. The facts, once assembled, turned out grim and ordinary in the way the worst things often are. The sedan had been stolen out of Chambersburg 2 days earlier. The 4 intruders knew each other. Petty thefts, 1 aggravated assault, 1 meth possession, 1 recent release from county jail. No mastermind, no elegant targeting. They had spent part of the evening at a trailer outside Bedford getting high and talking themselves into the kind of confidence bad men borrow from one another. A rural diner on a rainy night looked vulnerable. The rule about calling from outside and drawing staff into the lot wasn't genius. It was recycled. Somebody had done something similar before, somewhere else. They had cut power at the service disconnect and waited to see who reacted. Were they trying to rob us? I asked Trooper Gaines. He stood in the doorway with his little notebook closed now, more human than official for once. At least at first. At first, he didn't answer right away. When a group like that loses control of the plan, he said carefully, intent gets messy. That stayed with me longer than I wanted. Intent gets messy. Meaning robbery can become assault by inches. Meaning men don't always know what they are until the door opens. Meaning Rule 4 existed because somebody once understood that the most dangerous part of certain people is not what they came intending to do, but what they'll permit themselves once the first line is crossed. 3 days later, I went back to Mara's with a state police escort to collect my things. The sun was out. Bright, ugly, too cheerful. Yellow tape still crossed the side lot. The front window was boarded over with plywood. The back door hung replaced, but unpainted, a fresh steel slab in a raw wood frame. The diner smelled wrong without coffee, wrong without food, just damp insulation, bleach, wet brick, and that faint electrical tang buildings get after damage. I stood inside the front entrance and had to stop myself from stepping around the same patch of floor where Roy's wet boots had been, as if the shape of that night still mattered to gravity. Hector was already there, one arm in a sling he hated. Owner sent a cleanup crew yesterday, he said. You came back fast. He shrugged with his good shoulder. Didn't want my knives disappearing. That was so like him, it almost made me laugh. Almost. Roy came too, because apparently none of us could make reasonable choices about closure. He brought donuts from a chain place and set them on the counter with solemn disrespect. Tastes like insulation, Hector said after one bite. Then stop eating. We moved through the diner slowly, each of us pretending to look for practical things. My charger from the employee drawer, Hector's jacket, Roy's cap he'd lost near the register. But what we were really doing was measuring, seeing if the building still belonged to the same world. Evan did not come back. I didn't blame him. At the register, I opened the cabinet beneath the till. The rule sheet was still there, though one corner had torn loose, where typed copy had shifted, exposing more of Mara's original handwriting underneath. Brown ink, blocky and impatient. Roy leaned over my shoulder. There it is. I touched the line about the panic switch. You ever know the real story behind it? I asked. Hector made a face. Different stories every year. Roy licked sugar from his thumb. I heard it was a girl on third shift back in the 90s. Guy called, said he hit a dog out front. She went to look. 2 men tried coming through the side. Tried? I asked. Roy nodded toward the kitchen. Mara hit one with a pie server, apparently. Apparently, Hector said. I heard jealous husband. I heard escaped inmate, Roy said. You hear a lot. That's trucking. None of them sounded true enough to matter, and maybe that was the point. The rule outlived the specifics because the specifics didn't need preserving. Only the shape did. On my way out, I stopped by table 12. The sugar dispenser sat upright beside the napkin holder, both replaced, both innocent looking. Morning light pooled over the laminate, I stood there longer than necessary, listening. No jukebox hum, no fryer hiss, no rain, just distant road noise and the scratch of Hector pulling open a prep drawer in the kitchen. Nothing moved. I almost told myself again that the first scrape had probably just been vibration from the fridge, or an uneven table leg, or a semi passing hard enough to shake the floor. That explanation still existed. It was even likely, but I didn't say it out loud, because another possibility now sat beside it, quiet and practical and ugly. Someone had already been near the building, or under the window line, or testing how much we noticed before the phone ever rang. Small movements, small sounds, a hand against the sill, a shoulder brushing the outer wall. Human, not supernatural. Explainable, worse somehow for being explainable. Mara S. opened again 2 weeks later with new glass, brighter floodlights, repaired cameras, and a laminated copy of Rule 4 posted inside the register cabinet in letters so large no one could call it folklore anymore. I did not quit right away. That would sound cleaner than the truth. I stayed another month, not because I was brave, not because I needed to prove anything, mostly because bills remain vulgar and ordinary, no matter what tried to kill you in a diner at 3 in the morning. My mother still needed prescriptions. The landlord still wanted rent. Insurance took its time. Healing took longer. But I changed. First, small things. I stopped apologizing when something felt wrong. I locked doors earlier, called troopers sooner, told one man to leave when he leaned too long over the counter trying to flirt after midnight. My voice shook when I did it. I did it anyway. Then larger things. I sent out applications again. Altoona, Pittsburgh, 2 hospital cafeteria jobs, 1 hotel desk, 1 logistics dispatcher position I was underqualified for, and got on the second interview because apparently night shift survival translates well to freight scheduling. Roy laughed for a full minute when I told him. "So you're leaving one set of truckers for another," he said. "Seems I have a type." Hector just nodded once and said, "Good." On my last shift, he handed me a small box cutter still in its packaging. "For opening stock," he said, "not stabbing people." Very reassuring. You know what I mean. I did. The last night passed quietly. Coffee, pie, rain around 1, 2 college kids arguing over pancakes, an old woman in slippers buying tea to go. Ordinary enough to be painful. At closing time for me, not the diner, which kept going without sentiment, I stood by the door with my coat on and listened to the bell jingle as a customer came in. For 1 split second, every muscle in my body tightened, then released. Not gone, just managed. That is the part nobody tells you. Surviving something doesn't return you to yourself. It introduces a new person into the room. One who listens harder. One who maps exits. One who doesn't fully trust glass or phones or soft voices asking harmless questions. You keep living with that person because you are that person. Months later, after I'd moved east and learned the rhythms of freight manifests and dispatch radios and coffee that came from a machine too clean to trust, I stopped at Mara's once on my way to see my mother. Daytime. Bright. The parking lot looked almost friendly. Inside, a new waitress in her early 20s was wiping down the counter. Hector was on mornings now, doctor's orders and age and stubbornness finally aligning enough to drag him into daylight. He saw me, lifted a hand, and called, "You still alive?" Apparently. Roy was there too, because of course he was, hunched over pie and local gossip like he'd been built into the place. I sat at table 12. The sugar dispenser did not move. Nothing dramatic happened. I drank coffee. I listened to forks against plates, and the squeak of the pie case door, and a child whining for more syrup in booth 5. The diner had gone back to being a diner. That was the mercy of it. That was also the lie. When I got up to leave, I used the restroom and passed the hall where the pay phone used to be. The phone itself was gone now. Just a pale rectangle on the wall and 4 screw holes where it had hung. I stood there looking at the empty space. Then I noticed, tucked partly behind the new corkboard of health inspection notices, a strip of the old missing cat flyer still trapped against the wall. Faded orange fur, 1 printed ear, a phone number with the last 2 digits peeled away. Something about that nearly made me cry, which was absurd enough that I laughed instead. On my way out, Hector called after me, "Lena." I turned. He nodded toward the register cabinet. Rule sheet S still there. I know. Good. I stepped outside into a cold, clear afternoon. Trucks rolled by on Route 30, ordinary and loud. The wind smelled like wet leaves and diesel. Somewhere across the lot, metal tapped lightly against metal, just the loose chain on the dumpster gate, moving in the breeze. Explainable. Still, I looked. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that felt wrong was the roll-up door at Unit C19. It was open about 4 inches, not enough to see inside, just enough to notice, just enough to show a black wedge where there should have been corrugated blue steel meeting concrete. The kind of wrongness you could argue with yourself about. Wind. Settling. Somebody closed it badly. But there was no wind that morning, only a dry September heat pressing down on the metal roofs of the storage rows and making everything smell faintly of warm dust, rubber, and old rain trapped in the gutters. I stood in the lane between buildings C and D with a ring of keys in one hand and the new padlock codes in the other, listening. A forklift beeped somewhere beyond the office. A truck on the county road groaned through its gears. From inside C19, nothing. That was what bothered me. The facility had been mine for 9 days, and in those 9 days, I'd already learned that quiet in a place full of other people's belongings wasn't clean quiet. It had texture. A radio left on low in a unit where someone was sorting estate boxes. A cheap fan clicking against a wire cage. The slam of a car trunk. The scrape of a dolly. Somebody swearing softly because they'd pinched a finger on a latch. Storage places were supposed to sound like temporary lives rubbing together. Silence coming out of an open unit felt personal. I am Owen Mercer, 32, male, and until my uncle died, I was the assistant manager of a farm supply store outside Dayton, Ohio. I had exactly 0 plans to become the owner of Mercer Safe Storage in Brookville, a town small enough that people still gave directions using churches that had burned down years ago. My everyday motive, if I'm being honest, was humiliatingly ordinary. I wanted to keep the place running long enough to sell it without embarrassing myself or my family. My private flaw was worse. I hate confrontation. In a way, I've spent most of my adult life dressing up as patience. I will reorganize a spreadsheet for 2 hours before making one difficult phone call. I will let a mechanic overcharge me because correcting him makes my throat tighten. It isn't noble. It isn't calm. It's fear wearing decent clothes. I should have called out. Instead, I stepped closer and crouched a little, peering into the gap. All I could make out was dim concrete and the corner of something pale, maybe a tarp or a mattress sleeve. Behind me, a woman said, "Please tell me you're not about to stick your face in there like a guy in a bad commercial." I came up so fast I banged my knuckles on the door handle. She winced in sympathy. Okay, that hurt me too. Her name was Lena Markham, 28, female, the part-time office employee my uncle had hired 2 years ago. And according to everyone in town, the only reason tenants had kept paying on time while he got sick. She was carrying a clipboard tucked against her hip and a sweating iced coffee in a gas station cup. She wore black work pants, a faded red t-shirt with the facility logo, and a look I was starting to recognize as the expression people get when they've already predicted the dumb thing you're about to do. Lena moved quickly, spoke bluntly, and handled irritated customers with a briskness I envied on a spiritual level. "It was already open," I said, holding up my keys like evidence in a trial no one had asked for. "Wow, then definitely stick your face in." I looked at the gap again. "You have a better idea?" "Yes, we check the rental log, see who is C19, call them, and in the meantime, maybe don't die for inherited real estate." I laughed, but quietly. My pulse had gotten annoyingly high over a door. Lena took a sip of coffee and frowned at the unit. "Could also be raccoons. That does not improve anything." "No, but it changes the paperwork." We walked back toward the office together, the asphalt already radiating heat through my shoes. Mercer Safe Storage sat on the edge of Brookville between a soybean field and a used RV lot with 3 fading flags snapping over it. The place was bigger than it had looked when I visited my uncle as a kid. 6 long metal buildings, 1 chain-link perimeter fence topped with limp loops of wire that looked more discouraging than dangerous, an office with a flat roof, and a vending machine out front that made a tired electrical hum all day. The sign by the highway still had my uncle's phone number half peeled off and mine layered over it in newer vinyl. Inside the office, it smelled like paper, lemon cleaner, and the stale edge of old coffee burned onto a hot plate. The air conditioner rattled in the wall. Lena set her drink down, moved behind the counter, and pulled up the software. I leaned on the counter and watched the camera grid on the monitor beside her. Little black and white rectangles. Front gate, office entrance, each aisle. The image on camera 7, the one covering C row, had a faint static shimmer in one corner that came and went. "You really need to stop hovering," she said. "I'm standing. You're anxious standing." I stepped back. "Sorry, no, it's fine. It just makes me feel like I'm doing taxes wrong." She clicked through the tenant list. C19. Rented month to month. Paid through the 15th. She squinted. Tenant name is Daniel Voss. "Do you know him? Tall guy, maybe 40. Beard, drives a plumbing van sometimes a different truck. Never rude, never chatty. Always pays in cash, which I don't love, but not illegal." Did my uncle have any notes? She opened the account tab and paused. What? He did, she said. Sort of. She turned the monitor. In my uncle's notes field, under the usual payment history and gate code changes, was one line in all caps. If unit found open, do not enter alone. I stared at it for a second longer than I meant to. Lena gave a short breath through her nose. Your uncle did love drama. He wasn't a dramatic person. No, which is why that is weird. The office seemed smaller after that. The AC kept rattling. Out in the lot, a car stereo thumped twice, then cut off. I reached for the mouse and scrolled, half expecting more, but there was nothing under it. No date. No explanation. Just that sentence hanging there like someone had started a story and walked away. Maybe he meant because of liability, I said, like if a tenant claims something S missing. Then he would have written document condition before entry, because he was 70 and deeply in love with practical wording. I smiled despite myself. Uncle Warren had not, in fact, loved many things openly, but he had loved labeling. His handwriting lived everywhere in the place: breaker boxes, file folders, tiny white stickers on keys. Seeing a sentence from him that sounded almost frightened made the back of my neck prickle. Lena picked up the desk phone and dialed the number on file. We listened to it ring. Once, twice, then voicemail. Hi, this is Lena at Mercer Safe Storage calling about Unit C19. Your door appears unsecured. Please call us back as soon as you can. She hung up. Want me to call the alternate? There's an alternate, listed as sister. Same last name. She dialed again. No answer. I looked toward the hallway that led to the records room. Did my uncle keep paper notes anywhere besides the software? Lena gave me a look. He kept paper notes because he didn't trust software notes because he didn't trust paper, and backup notebooks because he didn't trust himself to remember where he kept either of those. That got a real laugh out of me. It also got me moving. I went into the records room, where metal shelves held bankers' boxes, old lease files, bug spray, extra light bulbs, and an entire shelf of things that seemed to exist only because no one had ever decided to throw them out. The room smelled like cardboard and the ghost of mildew. A bare bulb buzzed overhead. I found my uncle's black composition notebooks stacked in date order with little white spine labels. Of course he had labeled them. Anything, Lena called from the front. An overwhelming amount of penmanship. I flipped through the most recent notebook, running a finger down dates and short entries. Gate motor serviced. Unit B11 delinquent. Lease requested footage after catalytic converter theft at RV lot next door. Nothing about C19. Then, 3 weeks before my uncle's last hospital stay, one line, remind Owen. Rulebook is for continuity, not superstition. I read it twice. Owen, Lena appeared in the doorway, coffee in hand again. You look like the notebook insulted your mother. I turned the page toward her. She read the line, then looked up. Well, did he ever mention a rulebook? In general, constantly. Everything. For weeds, billing, storm prep, holiday hours, how to stack extra cards. She took another sip. But the way that's written, yeah. We both stood there listening to the bulb buzz. Continuity, I said. What does that even mean? It means your uncle knew saying less would make people like us say more. You think he wrote it because he knew I'd find it. I think your uncle had terminal old man brain and enjoyed being mysterious in tiny administrative ways. That helped a little. Not much. By 11, the day had filled in around us. A couple arrived in a rented van to empty a climate-controlled unit. A contractor in muddy boots paid late fees without argument. A teenage kid bought a disc lock and tried to flirt with Lena so badly I almost felt protective on her behalf until she dismantled him with 3 polite questions about his future plans. The normal rhythm of the place came back. My shoulders dropped. I told myself C19 was just an unsecured unit with a weird note attached to it because Warren Mercer had been sick, tired, and not above trying to make me take things seriously after I inherited a business I never asked for. Around 1:30, a sheriff's deputy came in for the usual free water and chat. His name was Rick Halpern, 46, male, broad-shouldered, and sun reddened with a buzz cut going gray at the temples. He had the relaxed voice of someone used to being listened to eventually, even if not immediately. My uncle had known him for years. Rick took the bottle Lena handed him, nodded at me, and said, "You settling in or just getting better at pretending?" "Second one," I said. "That's ownership." He leaned on the counter while Lena rang up a packet of tape for another customer. When the office cleared, I told him about the open unit, and after a moment's hesitation, the note. Rick's eyebrows went up only a little. "You want me to take a look?" I hated how relieved I felt. "Would that be overkill?" "Maybe," he said, "but overkill is cheaper than underkill." Lena pointed a pen at him. "I've been saying versions of that all week." Rick twisted the cap off his water. "Any signs of break-in? Cut lock, bent latch?" "No," I said. "Doors just open a few inches. Could be tenant forgot. Could be squatter. Could be somebody's ex." Storage units get weird faster than houses because nobody's embarrassed to act feral around property they think no one's emotionally attached to. That sentence sat with me. He followed us out in the bright afternoon, his cruiser parked crooked in the shade by the office. Gravel clicked under our shoes. The row to C building seemed longer this time. I heard insects in the weeds by the fence and the faint chain rattle of the gate every time a car passed on the road outside. At C19, the door was still open the same 4 inches. Rick crouched, inspected the lock and latch without touching them, then stood. No visible damage. He put his hand flat against the metal and paused, listening. Then he rapped twice with his knuckles. The sound went in and didn't answer. "Mr. Voss," he called. "Sheriff's office." Nothing. Lena folded her arms. "Still want Owen not sticking his face in there." "I'm very committed to that new policy," I said. Rick glanced at the camera mounted on the corner of the building. "You got footage?" "Should," I said, "though camera 7's been fuzzy." "We'll look at it," I nodded, but my eyes were on the strip of darkness beneath the door. There was a smell now that I hadn't caught before. Not rot, not exactly chemicals, something dry and stale, like old carpet rolled up in a basement for too long, with a sharper note under it that made me think of machine oil or hot metal. Rick noticed me noticing. "What?" "Smell." He leaned a little closer, then straightened. "Yeah, is that bad?" He gave me a sideways look. "Everything depends on quantity." The calm snapped then, not into panic, into a thinner, more irritating kind of unease, the kind that makes every practical choice suddenly feel like a test of character. Rick said, "Here are the options. We leave it secured from the outside, document it, wait for the tenant to call back. Safest for liability, maybe not safest if there's a person inside. Or we open it now with witnesses and cameras running." Lena looked at me. The heat shimmered above the lane. Somewhere near the office, a roll-up door slammed hard enough to make all three of us turn our heads for a split second. When I looked back at C19, the gap under the door seemed darker than before. That was stupid, obviously. A trick of angle. A cloud overhead maybe, though there were no clouds. Rick held out a hand, not rushing me. "Your facility, Owen." And there it was, the first real choice since the funeral that felt like it belonged to me. Not paperwork or signatures or people saying sorry for your loss while wondering if I knew what I was doing. Wait and preserve the boundary my uncle had drawn for some reason he never explained. Or unlock the unit and step 1 inch closer to whatever he had meant by rulebook. Rick didn't rush me. That almost made it worse. The three of us stood in the narrow lane between the rows of metal units, while the afternoon heat bounced off the concrete and made the air shimmer. The storage buildings ticked and creaked softly the way metal does when it's been cooking in the sun all day. Somewhere behind us, a radio played low country music from another open unit, the sound drifting thinly through the corridor. Rick's hand was still open, waiting for my answer. "Your facility, Owen." I glanced at Lena. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her eyes moved from me to the door and back again, calculating something I couldn't see yet. "If there's a person in there," she said quietly, "waiting isn't great." Rick nodded. Exactly. My mouth felt dry. Confrontation had always been abstract to me. A phone call, a complaint, a customer wanting to argue about fertilizer prices. That was the level of risk my brain usually dealt with. This was different. An open door, a smell that didn't belong, a tenant who wasn't answering, and a note from my uncle that felt like a warning he'd never had time to finish writing. I took a breath. "Okay," I said, "we open it." Rick gave a short nod like that had always been the outcome. "Good, we do it slow." Lena pulled her phone out and lifted it toward the door. "What's that for?" I asked. "Documentation," she said. "You're going to want proof of what condition this place was in when we opened it." She started recording. Rick crouched by the latch and examined the lock again. The disc lock was still hanging in place. Not cut, not bent, just unlocked. "Tenant probably closed it without locking," he muttered. Door rolled up a bit later. "Wind," I said. "There's barely a breeze." He stood and looked at me. "You want to do the honors? Owner privilege." I didn't. But saying that out loud felt pathetic. So I stepped forward. The metal handle was warm from the sun when I grabbed it. Fingers slid along the ridge where the paint had worn thin from years of hands doing the same thing. I pulled. The door lifted with the hollow rattle of old rollers and the scrape of metal slats sliding along tracks. 4 inches became a foot, then 2. Then the whole unit opened. Inside was darkness and the smell. It rolled out immediately dry, stale, with that same faint oily edge. Not rotten, not sweet, just wrong enough that my nose wrinkled without permission. Rick stepped in first. "Hold up," he said. He leaned inside and swept the space slowly with a small flashlight he pulled from his belt. The beam revealed stacked plastic bins, a mattress leaning against the wall, a narrow metal shelf, and several cardboard boxes sealed with gray duct tape. Ordinary stuff. Storage unit stuff. Nothing moving. Nothing obviously dangerous. Rick walked in fully, boots scraping lightly on concrete. Lena and I stayed just outside. "Well?" she asked. Rick took a few more steps, angling the light across the floor. "It's normal," he said, but his voice didn't sound convinced. I stepped closer to the entrance. The interior of the unit felt cooler than the air outside, which made sense. No sunlight reached the back wall, just shadow and concrete. Then I noticed something else. The bins were labeled, every single one. White tape, black marker, numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up the stack. That's organized, Lena said quietly. Rick crouched near the shelf. More bins back here. What's the smell? I asked. Rick sniffed the air again. Hard to tell, could be oil, could be solvents. From what? No idea. Lena stepped halfway into the unit now, still holding her phone camera steady. Let's not touch anything, she said. Until we know. Rick's flashlight paused on something near the back wall. Hang on. He moved toward it. My chest tightened a little. What is it? Rick didn't answer immediately. The beam settled on a folded metal chair. On top of it sat a spiral notebook. Plain, black cover. Very familiar looking. My stomach sank, because my uncle used those same notebooks. Rick looked at me. You recognize this? Maybe, I said. Lena frowned. From the office. Looks like the same kind he used. Rick picked it up carefully. Dust puffed slightly when he lifted it. He opened the cover. The first page had one line written across it. Rulebook 4, Tenants, Mercer Safe Storage. My throat tightened. That's not normal, Lena said. No, I said quietly. Rick flipped the page. More handwriting, neat, block letters. He scanned it for a second, then exhaled slowly. What? Lena asked. Rick looked up. These are rules. What kind of rules? I asked. The weird kind. He turned the notebook so we could see. Rule 1, never open another tenant's unit even if you hear someone asking for help. The words sat on the page like a bad joke. Lena blinked. Okay, she said slowly. That's. Rick flipped another page. Rule 2, if a unit door is open and you do not know WHY, contact management immediately. Rule 3, if you notice the smell of machine oil or burned metal in any unit, report it. My stomach turned slightly. Rick looked back at the shelves. Interesting. Keep going, Lena said. He flipped another page. Rule 4, never enter Unit C19 alone. The three of us stood there in silence. A pickup truck drove past on the highway outside, the engine sound fading quickly. Lena whispered, Okay, that's not funny. It's not supposed to be, Rick said. I felt like my brain had stepped sideways. This is my uncle's handwriting. You're sure? Lena asked. Yes, Rick flipped a few more pages. There were more rules, some crossed out, some rewritten, a few circled. None of them explained anything. Just warnings, procedures. Continuity, I murmured. What? Lena asked. The notebook line. My uncle wrote something about a rulebook being for continuity. Rick closed the notebook slowly. Continuity of what? I didn't answer, because the question was suddenly louder in my head than the smell or the heat or the open door behind us. Then Lena said something that snapped the moment. Owen, what? She pointed at the floor, near the back wall. A dark streak ran across the concrete. At first, I thought it was dirt, but the flashlight beam caught a wet shine. Oil. Rick crouched beside it. Fresh, he said. My stomach dropped. Fresh how? Within a few hours, maybe. What? Rick followed the streak with the light. It led under the shelf, toward the rear corner of the unit, where several large plastic bins were stacked together, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rick leaned closer. The smell was stronger there, not overwhelming, just sharper, like warm machinery. Those weren't leaking when we walked in, Lena said. Rick nodded slowly. No, he reached toward the top bin. Don't, Lena said quickly. Rick froze. She lowered her phone slightly. You said it yourself. Don't touch anything yet. Rick pulled his hand back. Fair. I tried to slow my breathing. This was still explainable. It had to be. Storage units were full of weird hobbies and stranger side businesses. Mechanics storing parts, contractors storing solvents. The rules could be paranoia, or a prank, or some elaborate system my uncle invented to scare off people poking around other units. Rick stood again. "We need to check camera footage," he said. "See if anyone's been here today." "Yes," Lena said quickly. "That's smart." We stepped out of the unit together. Rick pulled the door halfway down again, but didn't lock it. "Leave it like we found it," he said. The smell faded as the door dropped, but it didn't disappear entirely. I could still catch it in the air, faint, metallic. We walked back toward the office. The lane seemed longer now, the sun harsher, the buzzing insects louder. Halfway there, Lena stopped. "What?" I asked. She pointed toward the end of the row. The facility gate was visible from here, closed, but the security light above it was blinking. Rick frowned. That light shouldn't be on during the day. Lena shook her head. "It's not supposed to blink either." Rick pulled out his radio. "Dispatch, this is Halpern." Static crackled, then a voice answered. While he spoke quietly into the radio, I looked back at Building C at the line of identical blue doors. At C19, it looked exactly the same as the others. Normal, boring. But my brain couldn't stop replaying the rule in the notebook. Never enter Unit C19 alone. My uncle had written it, which meant he had known something, and he'd expected someone else to need that warning. Rick finished speaking on the radio and turned back to us. "We're pulling the camera footage now," he said. "Good," Lena replied. We started walking again. That was when the facility power went out. Not slowly, not flickering, just gone. The office air conditioner died. The gate motor clicked once. Then silence dropped over the property. Even the radio from the other unit cut off mid-song. Lena stopped walking. "Owen," she said. My chest tightened. "What?" "The cameras run through the office power." Rick looked toward the dark office windows, then toward Building C and the open unit we had just left behind. "If the cameras just died," he said quietly, "then whatever happened here isn't being recorded anymore." And at that exact moment, the metal door of C19 slammed shut. Hard, the sound echoed across the storage yard like a gunshot. None of us had touched it. The slam echoed across the storage yard and then vanished into the heat. For a few seconds, none of us moved. The quiet that followed felt heavier than the noise itself. Without the air conditioner running, the office behind us seemed hollow. Without the radio from the other tenant, the whole facility sounded like a metal shell baking under the sun. Rick turned first. "Okay," he said calmly. "Everybody breathe." Lena let out a shaky laugh. I wasn't holding my breath. "Good." Rick looked back toward Building C. Unit C19 sat at the far end of the row, the blue roll-up door now completely shut. From here, it looked exactly like every other unit. Just another metal square in a line of metal squares, except none of us remembered touching it. Rick squinted up at the sky. "No wind," he said. "Could the tracks be loose?" I asked. "Possible." That answer didn't make the feeling go away. Lena lowered her phone slowly. I was still recording. "Good," Rick said. She checked the screen. The video had captured the slam clearly, the door snapping down with enough force to shake the metal frame. "No one near it," she said. Rick nodded once. "Let's focus on the power first." That made sense. Cameras, gate motor, lights, everything ran through the office breaker box. We moved quickly toward the office. The geography of the place, was suddenly very clear in my mind. The office sat at the center of the property, with 3 storage rows on either side like ribs. C row was directly east of the building. The gate and road entrance sat about 50 yards south of us. The breaker panel was inside the back hallway, next to the records room. Rick pushed the office door open. Inside it was dim and quiet. The AC fan hung motionless in the wall unit. Lena walked straight to the hallway. "Breaker box is here." Rick followed. I stayed near the front counter, staring at the dark camera monitors. Without power, the screens looked like dead windows. The hallway light flicked on. "Breakers are fine," Lena called. Rick stepped out with her. "Not tripped," he said. "That suggests external power loss." "Like a grid outage?" I asked. "Maybe." I stepped outside and looked toward the road. The RV lot across the highway still had power. Their office lights glowed faintly through the tinted windows. So did the gas station farther down the road. Rick noticed too. "That's not a grid problem." Lena crossed her arms. "Then what?" Rick looked toward the gate. "Could be the facility main line." "Where's that?" I asked. I hated how small my voice sounded. Rick pointed toward the south fence. "There's usually a utility box near the meter." My stomach tightened. The meter box sat near the gate, which meant walking toward the entrance, which meant passing C row again. Rick started that direction. Lena and I followed. The gravel crunched under our shoes as we moved down the central lane. Heat shimmered above the asphalt, and the smell from C19 seemed faintly stronger now that the air wasn't moving through the AC system. Halfway down the row, Lena slowed. "Wait," Rick stopped. "What?" She pointed toward the roofline of building. "See, something metallic flashed in the sunlight." Rick narrowed his eyes. "A camera mount." "The one with static earlier?" I asked. "Probably." The camera hung crooked now, angled slightly downward. "That wasn't like that earlier," Lena said. Rick studied it for a moment. "Could have shifted in the heat. Or someone moved it," she said. Rick didn't respond. We kept walking. When we reached the gate area, the reason for the blinking light became obvious. The utility box beside the fence had been opened, not broken. Opened. The metal door hung halfway off its hinge. Rick crouched immediately. "That's not good." Inside the box, the main breaker switch had been flipped down. Someone had cut the power manually. My stomach dropped. "You're saying someone's here?" I asked. Rick didn't look up. "I'm saying someone was here." Lena glanced back toward the storage rows. The buildings stretched long and quiet behind us. 50 units per row. 3 rows on this side. 150 places someone could hide. Rick flipped the main breaker back up. The lights in the office flickered on. The AC unit coughed back to life. From the gate, motor came a mechanical hum. And inside the office, the camera monitors lit up again. "Good," Lena said softly. Rick stood. "Let's check the footage." We hurried back toward the office. This time, the walk felt different. Every open lane looked like a corridor someone might step out of. Every shadow under unit door looked deeper than it should. Inside the office, Lena went straight to the computer. The camera grid filled the screens. Rick leaned over her shoulder. "Pull the last 15 minutes. She did. The playback started. The footage from camera 7C row rolled across the screen. There we were, 3 small figures standing outside unit C19. Then the power cut. Static, then darkness. Rick frowned, back up further. Lena rewound 10 minutes. Now the footage showed the lane empty. No movement, no vehicles. "Keep going," Rick said. She rewound another 10 minutes. Still nothing. Rick rubbed his jaw. That means whoever cut the power came from outside the camera coverage. Like where? I asked. Rick tapped the screen. Behind the buildings. The perimeter fence ran along the back edge of the property, but the ground beyond it was just an overgrown drainage ditch and an empty cornfield. Could someone climb it? Lena asked. Easily, Rick said. That thought sat heavy in the room. Then Lena pointed. Wait. The playback time stamp jumped forward again. Just before the power cut. There a shadow moved along the side of building, see not a person exactly. More like a shape sliding along the wall. My pulse spiked. Rick leaned closer. Zoom that, Lena did. The image pixelated. The shape moved again. Then suddenly, a raccoon jumped out of the frame. Lena exhaled loudly. Oh, come on, Rick chuckled once. Storage facilities are raccoon resorts. My shoulders loosened. For a moment, the fear broke. Just animals, just bad wiring, just coincidence. Rick straightened. Still, someone cut the power. Let's secure the utility box. He headed for the door again. We followed. The afternoon felt hotter now, more oppressive. Rick closed the utility panel door and latched it. Temporary fix, he said. Then he froze. What? Lena asked. Rick pointed toward C row again. The door to unit C19 was open. Not 4 inches this time. All the way. We hadn't gone back there. No one had. The opening looked like a black mouth at the end of the lane. Rick's voice dropped. Okay, Lena whispered. That wasn't like that when we left. No, I said. My heart was pounding now. Rick spoke calmly but quickly. Someone could be inside. We just saw the footage, Lena said. Footage doesn't show everything. Rick rested a hand on his belt. Stay behind me. We walked toward the unit again. Every step felt louder than the last. Gravel crunched. Metal buildings creaked. The smell reached us halfway down the row. Stronger now, sharper, like heated oil. Rick stepped into the doorway first. Flashlight out again. The beam swept across the floor. The bins, the shelf, the chair, the notebook, everything looked the same. Except the oil streak on the floor had grown. It ran farther across the concrete now. A thin black trail leading under the bins. Rick crouched beside it. That's new, Lena swallowed. Is something leaking? Rick followed the line again with the flashlight. It disappeared beneath the stack labeled 1 through 5. He stood slowly. We need to move those. My chest tightened. The rule flashed in my mind. Never enter Unit C19 alone. Rick glanced at me. You okay? Yeah, I said automatically, which wasn't true, but leaving now felt worse than staying. Rick grabbed the top bin. On 3, he said. Lena set her phone on the shelf so it could keep recording. 1, my hands felt numb. 2, Rick lifted. The plastic bin slid aside. Underneath it, the oil line widened, and the smell hit harder. Not just oil now. Something metallic, like hot steel. Rick moved the second bin, then the third. Under the stack sat a rectangular metal hatch built into the concrete floor. None of us spoke for a moment. The hatch had a handle, and fresh oil pooled around the seam. Rick crouched slowly. You ever seen this before? He asked. I shook my head. No, Lena's voice was barely audible. That wasn't on the building plans. Rick wiped his fingers along the oil and smelled them. Machine lubricant. From what machine? I asked. Rick didn't answer. He grabbed the hatch handle. Careful, Lena said. Rick pulled. The hatch lifted. Underneath was a ladder descending into darkness, and the smell poured out stronger than before. Hot oil, metal, and something else. Something mechanical humming faintly below. Rick aimed the flashlight down the shaft. The beam caught metal walls, pipes, and cables, running underground beneath the storage units. My brain tried to process that. This shouldn't be here. Rick looked at me. Apparently it is. And the humming sound grew louder. Not louder exactly. Closer. Something moving below us. Slow, mechanical. Lena grabbed my arm. "Owen," Rick whispered, "back up." But before we could step away, the ladder rattled from below. Something was climbing, and the hatch door slammed shut behind us, locking us inside the unit. The sound from the ladder was small at first, metal tapping metal, a boot toe catching a rung, then another. Rick moved before I did. He shoved Lena back toward the side wall and stepped in front of the hatch, flashlight in one hand, the other on his holster, but not drawing yet. The beam trembled once across the open shaft and then steadied. "Sheriff's office," he barked down into the dark. "Stop where you are and identify yourself." The climbing stopped. For half a second, the entire unit held still. No creaking rollers, no cars on the county road, just the hum rising from below and the thin electric buzz from Lena's phone where it kept recording on the shelf. Then a man's voice floated up from the shaft. Rick, not panicked, not surprised, just annoyed, like he'd reached the top of a basement staircase and found people standing in his kitchen. Rick's face changed, not fear exactly, recognition. "Voss," he said. The voice below gave a short, humorless laugh. "That is really bad luck." Lena looked at me. I felt my stomach pull tight. So Daniel Voss was real. Not an empty name on a rental ledger. Not a dead lead. He was under our feet. Rick kept his stance. "Stay down there." "No." A hand appeared on the top rung. Big knuckles, greased dark at the cuticles. Then Daniel Voss pulled himself up into view. He was close to what Lena had described, tall, beard, maybe 40, but broader than I'd pictured, with the thick forearms of someone used to lifting pipe and wrenching on machinery. His gray work shirt was soaked dark under the arms and across the chest. He smelled like the unit smelled: hot oil, stale concrete, metal dust. There was a flashlight strapped to his head, and a pair of cut, resistant gloves hooked through his belt. And in his right hand, low by his leg, he held a short black pry bar. Rick drew then, not dramatic, just fast and practiced. "Drop it." Daniel froze halfway out of the shaft. His eyes flicked past Rick to me, then to Lena, then to the shut roll-up door behind us. "I'm not here for you," he said. "That's comforting," Lena snapped. "Drop the bar," Rick repeated. Daniel stayed where he was, one boot on the top rung, shoulders tight. "You weren't supposed to open this unit." The sentence hit harder than it should have, not because of what it meant, because of how tired he sounded saying it, like we'd interrupted a routine that had worked for a long time. Rick said, "You cut the power." Daniel looked at him. "Yeah, why?" "So the cameras wouldn't show me leaving, not entering." He was already in the system under the facility. My brain caught up in ugly pieces. The hatch, the oil, the note, the rule book. Warren knew. Not everything, maybe, but enough. Daniel seemed to read some of that on my face. "You're the nephew." I didn't answer. He nodded once, like confirming a measurement. He should have sold when he had the chance. Rick said, "Bar, now." Daniel's grip tightened. "And then what? You drag me out through the office. Call in county, state, have half the town watch. This is the part where that stops being your preference." Daniel gave another tiny laugh, breathier this time. "You still talk like everybody wants the neat version." Then, everything broke at once. A sharp metallic crack sounded from outside the unit, near the door track. Rick's head twitched toward it for one split second. Daniel moved. He lunged up out of the hatch, not at Rick's gun hand, but at the flashlight, smashing it sideways with the pry bar. The beam flew wild across the ceiling and went out. Rick fired once into the concrete by the shaft with a deafening blast that made Lena scream and my ears ring instantly. Daniel slammed into him chest first. The gun clattered away under the shelf. The space inside C-19 was too small for anything clean. It turned into blunt force and noise. Rick hit the side wall hard. Daniel swung the pry bar again. It clipped Rick's shoulder instead of his head and made a dull, sick sound. Lena grabbed for her phone and yelled, "Owen!" I moved because there was no time to think about whether I was the kind of person who moved. The top plastic bin was still by my knee from where we'd shifted the stack. I caught it with both hands and shoved it as hard as I could into Daniel's side. It wasn't elegant, just 40 pounds of cheap plastic and whatever was packed inside it driving into his ribs. He staggered, cursed, and the pry bar skidded from his hand. Rick hit him low, wrapping his arms around Daniel's waist and driving him backward toward the open hatch. Daniel was stronger, strong enough that for one awful second I thought Rick had just given him leverage. Then Daniel's heel slipped in the oil around the seam. All three of us saw it happen. His boot slid. His balance went. He caught himself on the ladder frame with one hand and twisted, but Rick went down with him halfway, the two of them slamming against the hatch, edge hard enough to make the whole metal collar ring. Lena darted for Rick's gun under the shelf. Daniel saw that and let go of Rick to grab her ankle. She went down on one knee with a cracked gasp, palms scraping the concrete. The phone flew from her hand and hit the floor face up, still recording. The camera pointed crookedly at the ceiling. I lunged for the pry bar. My fingers closed around cold metal just as Daniel yanked Lena toward the hatch. Rick was trying to stand, his left arm hanging wrong now, shoulder useless. He grabbed Daniel's shirt from behind and got a fistful of fabric instead of the man. Lena kicked backward wildly, heel connecting with Daniel's jaw. He grunted, loosened for a second. I had the bar in my hands, and I froze, not from not knowing what to do, from knowing exactly what doing it would mean. Hit him. Hit a man in the head in a dark storage unit while he drags your employee toward a hole in the floor. My whole life I had lived in the gap before impact. In that little room where maybe there's another way, maybe if you talk softer, maybe if you wait one more second, the ugly thing will solve itself and you won't have to become the person who makes contact. Daniel's hand found Lena's shirt again. She screamed my name this time, not loud, not dramatic, just raw and furious. So I swung. I didn't aim for his head. I couldn't. I brought the pry bar down two-handed into his forearm. The crack he made wasn't a scream. It was a clipped animal sound of surprise and pain. His grip opened. Lena ripped free and scrambled backward, dragging one leg wrong. Daniel rolled toward me instead. He hit my knees like a tackle, and I went over hard, the back of my skull bouncing off concrete in a bright white flash that turned the room into static. The pry bar flew out of my hands. Air vanished from my chest. He was on top of me before I'd filled my lungs again. Up close, he looked wrecked. Eyes bloodshot, beard damp with sweat, a little cut at his hairline leaking into one eyebrow. Not a monster, worse, Just a man committed past the point where anybody else's body still registered as real. "You don't know what's under here," he said, breath hot and metallic. "You don't know what." He kept going. I shoved at him and got nowhere. Then Lena was there with the disc lock from the unit door, swinging it by the shackle like a fist-sized flail. It hit Daniel in the cheekbone with a wet thud. He reared sideways. She hit him again. Rick got to his knees, found the dropped gun, and pointed it with his good arm. "Stop." This time his voice was quiet. Daniel looked at the muzzle, then at the hatch, then at all of us. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth into his beard. "You shoot me in here," he said to Rick, breathing hard. "You still have the same problem." Rick's face had gone gray under the tan. Sweat ran down from his hairline. He was hurt badly enough now that every breath moved carefully through him. "What problem?" I managed. Daniel laughed once and spat blood onto the floor. "The units that shouldn't be opened. The people who hear things and get curious. The inventory your uncle never put on paper. Continuity." He looked at me again. Think he was protecting tenants. He jerked his chin toward the shaft. He was containing fallout. The words landed and stayed there. Not because I fully understood them, because I believed he believed them. Rick said, "Hands where I can see them." Daniel slowly raised both hands. Outside, somewhere near the front of the property, a car horn blared 3 quick times. Daniel's eyes flicked toward the sound. Then he smiled, small, ugly, certain. Rick saw it too late. The roll-up door exploded inward. Not the whole door, just the right side track giving way with a shower of bolts and bent metal. The curtain slammed crooked, half dropping, half hanging. Bright daylight tore into the unit, along with a man in a Navy mechanic's coverall, carrying a heavy bolt cutter like a club. For one stupid second, my brain tried to classify him as just another tenant. Then he swung at Rick. The cutter caught Rick in the ribs and sent him into the wall. The gun fired again, the shot punching into the ceiling. Dust sprayed down. Lena pulled me sideways by the shirt. "Move." We dove behind the shifted bins as the second man came forward. He was younger than Daniel, maybe 30s, shaved head, thick neck, safety glasses shoved up on his forehead. He moved like someone who'd rehearsed spaces like this, using the chaos of the broken door and the confined floor plan on purpose. So that was it, not one man. At least 2. A whole hidden system, maybe more. The younger man went for Daniel first. "Come on." Daniel pushed up from the floor, one arm already swelling where I'd hit him. Rick tried to rise and couldn't. The younger man turned the bolt cutter toward us. "Stay down." Lena grabbed my wrist so hard it hurt. Her nails bit into skin. She was shaking. So was I then. My gaze hit the shelf. The notebook still sat there. Warren's rulebook, flipped partly open from the struggle. And beside it, on the lower shelf, the cheap aerosol can of wasp spray from the office, the one I'd brought earlier and forgotten after checking a nest under the eaves that morning. A stupid object, normal, ordinary. My hand closed around it. The younger man stepped toward the hatch, trying to back Daniel down the ladder. He wanted retreat, not a fight. That mattered. I stood up and sprayed him in the face. The stream hit his eyes, his nose, his mouth. He dropped the cutter instantly and folded with both hands clawing at his face, screaming in a way that made the small unit feel even smaller. Daniel lunged for the spray. Lena shoved the metal chair into his knees. He stumbled. Rick, still on one knee, drove his shoulder into Daniel's hips with everything he had left. It wasn't enough to knock him clean out, but it was enough to redirect him. Daniel crashed sideways into the open hatch frame. His bad arm hit first, then his ribs. Then he went down the ladder backward. Not far. 6, maybe 8 feet before he hit a landing or a pipe with a clang that I felt in my teeth. He screamed once, and the sound changed shape halfway through into wet, choking breaths. Everyone froze. The younger man was on the ground rubbing at his eyes, blind and sobbing curses. Lena limped toward the dropped bolt cutter and kicked it away. Rick held the gun on the shaft now, shaking hard. No one came back up. I edged closer, every part of me resisting it, and looked down. Daniel lay twisted on a narrow metal landing below, one leg trapped under him at the wrong angle, head against the wall, chest moving fast but shallow. Alive, not getting up. The humming below was louder with the hatch fully open, a mechanical throb from farther down the tunnel. I aimed my phone flashlight past him. Pipes, yes. Cables, yes. And a narrow service corridor extending under the row, with branching doors or cut-throughs at intervals, each marked in white paint. Unit numbers, a way into multiple lockers, a way to move unseen, a way to stage noises, open doors, cut power, get close to tenants and their property without ever coming through the gate. Continuity. My uncle had known enough to build rules around behavior because he hadn't been able or hadn't dared to expose the whole thing yet. Or maybe he'd tried, and this was what trying got you in Brookville when too many people knew each other, and every official fix came with a cousin, a drinking buddy, a warning passed back the wrong direction. Rick inhaled sharply through his teeth and lowered the gun a fraction. Lena, he said, call it in. Everybody, county, EMS, whoever answers first, use my name. I already am. Her voice was wrecked but steady. She had one hand on her phone, the other braced on the wall, because she could barely keep weight off her left ankle. The younger man rolled onto his side, still whimpering, both eyes clamped shut and streaming. I slid down the wall and sat on the concrete because my legs had stopped being reliable. My hands were black with grease. One knuckle was split. The back of my head pulsed with every heartbeat. Across from me, the ruined door hung crooked in its tracks, daylight slicing into the unit in a sharp diagonal that made floating dust look almost pretty. Rick leaned against the shelf and looked older all at once. His left shoulder sagged. Blood had soaked through the side of his uniform shirt where the cutter had caught him. He saw me looking and said, with a grim little breath, "Pretty sure nothing's broken that can't be unpleasantly confirmed later." Lena laughed once and then pressed her lips together because it hurt too much. No one spoke for a minute. Outside, distant at first, then growing, came the sound of sirens. Daniel heard them too. From below, in a voice gone smaller now, he said, "He didn't tell you everything." I believed that too. That was the part that would stay with me longer than the blood, or the noise, or the way the unit smelled. Not that there had been hidden tunnels under the place. Not even that my uncle had known. It was that he had turned knowledge into procedure and left it for the next person like a family recipe for surviving a problem that had already outlived him. Rick kept the gun on the hatch. Lena stayed on the phone, and I sat in the concrete dust of Unit C-19, looking at the black notebook on the shelf, knowing with a cold, practical certainty that inheriting the facility had not been the beginning of my trouble. It had been me stepping into the middle of something already in motion. By the time the paramedics got to me, I was shivering. Not dramatically, not movie-style chatter, just that ugly, involuntary trembling that starts in the forearms and works its way inward after your body decides the worst part is over and would now like to bill you for it. They sat me on the curb outside the office with an ice pack wrapped in a blue shop towel and asked me the same questions in 3 slightly different ways. What's your name? Owen Mercer. What day is it? Tuesday. Did you lose consciousness? I don't know, maybe for a second. That means we're going to say yes until a doctor says no. The storage facility looked wrong in the late afternoon light. Too active. Too many people moving through it at once. 2 sheriff's cruisers, an ambulance, a county utility truck, and then later a state police SUV with no markings on the side except a thin antenna and tinted windows. Yellow scene tape stretched across the lane in front of C building. The ruined door of C-19 hung crooked and mangled, one side peeled off its track like a can lid. The whole place had the stripped, public feeling a private disaster gets once enough uniforms arrive. Lena was on the opposite curb, with her left ankle elevated on a folded blanket. One of the EMTs had wrapped it and given her an ice pack too. She kept answering questions with clipped precision, then apologizing for sounding rude, then getting visibly irritated when people told her that was okay. Rick was inside the ambulance getting his ribs strapped and his shoulder immobilized. I could see him through the open rear doors, sitting shirtless on the bench, while a medic taped gauze along the side of his chest. He had gone pale in a steady, disciplined way that scared me more than yelling would have. The younger accomplice, the man from the door, sat handcuffed in the back of a cruiser, with both eyes flushed and bandaged after being rinsed for the spray. Daniel Voss had been carried up from the hatch on a basket stretcher, neck braced, face gray with pain and fury. I watched them load him into a second ambulance. He turned his head once as they passed the office and looked straight at me. Not a threat exactly, not a plea, more like recognition, as if we now belonged to the same ugly fact. A female deputy with a notebook stood in front of me and said, "Mr. Mercer, I need you to walk me through the sequence one more time from when you first opened the unit." I looked past her towards C-19. I already did. I know. I just need it cleaner. Nothing about the day felt cleaner, but I understood what she meant. A statement that could be typed, filed, compared, so I told it again. The 4-inch gap in the door. Lena finding my uncle's note in the software. The notebook in the unit. The smell. The oil. The hidden hatch. The power cut. The utility box. The reopened unit. The ladder. Daniel. The second man coming through the door. When I got to the part where I hit Daniel with the pry bar, I slowed down. The deputy noticed. "You acted to protect another person from immediate harm," she said. "I know what it was." That came out sharper than I intended. She nodded once and wrote something down without reacting. That almost made me feel worse. When she moved on to talk to Lena, I sat with the melting ice pack pressed to the back of my head and watched the facility I had been trying to sell become, in the span of 2 hours, the kind of property people talked about in lowered voices at gas stations. There were technicians in coveralls now, carrying cases down into the shaft below C-19. The state police people had taken over that part. One of them was a woman in plain clothes and rubber gloves, hair pinned up, moving with the careful confidence of someone who had seen much stranger things than hidden corridors under self-storage units. Men were photographing the ladder, the oil stains, the broken track, the utility box at the gate. Every few minutes somebody carried up something bagged and tagged. No one showed us everything, but they didn't have to. You could infer a lot from the way people's faces settled when they came back into daylight. Just after sunset, after they finally convinced me to get checked at the hospital, and I refused until they were done asking the main questions, one of the state investigators came over. He introduced himself as Evan Shore, 41, male, with the neutral manners of someone whose real work happened after other people stopped talking. He wore a windbreaker over a button-down shirt and held a folder he never opened while speaking to me. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "I can't go into active investigative details, but I can tell you this doesn't appear to be a random trespass situation." I almost laughed. "No, we found a service corridor extending beneath portions of buildings B and C. It appears to predate your ownership." "My ownership started 9 days ago." He gave a tiny nod. "Understood. Did my uncle know?" His expression didn't change. "We're looking into what he knew and when." That was an answer, just not a kind one. Lena, still on the curb with her wrapped ankle, said, "That means yes." Shore glanced at her. "That means we're looking into it." She looked like she wanted to keep going. I was grateful when she didn't. He asked for access to the office records, physical notebooks, lease files, gate logs, and camera backups. I gave it. Of course I did. There was no version of the next week that involved me denying anyone anything. Then he said, "There's one more thing." And I knew from his tone I wouldn't like it. "We've recovered indications that the corridor was used to access multiple units over time. We don't yet know the full scope. You should prepare for contact from tenants once that process begins." I stared at him. Contact meaning what? Questions, claims, attorneys, potentially. The word sat there like a dropped tool, because there it was, beneath the blood and the sirens and the hidden tunnel, the practical future, the one that arrives no matter how strange the day has been. Insurance carriers, civil liability, local news, people wanting to know if anyone had been inside their unit without permission. People realizing the answer might be yes. My everyday motive, keep the place stable long enough to sell it, avoid humiliating myself, looked almost childish now. A neat little plan left on a table after the house caught fire. I said, "Understood." He moved on. Lena watched him go and muttered, "I hate men who talk like staplers." That got a sound out of me that was almost a laugh. She looked over, saw the expression on my face, and softened. "You need stitches?" she asked. "I don't know. You definitely look like you need stitches. Your bedside manner is incredible. It's part-time only." That little exchange helped more than it should have. They finally took us to the emergency room in Brookville, a small one, bright and over-rare conditioned, where every sound seemed too crisp after the muffled metal acoustics of the storage buildings. The automatic doors opened with a sigh. Somebody wheeled Daniel past us in the opposite direction under guard, and I looked away before he could look at me again. A doctor told me I had a mild concussion, a scalp contusion, and a split knuckle that needed cleaning, but not stitches. Lena's ankle wasn't broken, just badly sprained. Rick had 2 cracked ribs, a deep bruise across his side, and a partially dislocated shoulder that they reduced while he bit down on a folded towel and swore exactly once. By 10:30 that night, we were all discharged because small town hospitals are built on the assumption that if you're not actively dying, somebody you know can suffer beside you at home. Lena drove my truck because I still got dizzy when I turned my head too fast. Her ankle was wrapped, so she drove with her left foot planted stiff and her jaw clenched every time she had to brake. Rick followed in his cruiser because none of us liked the idea of anyone being alone yet, even if we didn't say that out loud. We didn't go back to the facility first. None of us wanted to see it in the dark. Instead, we stopped at my uncle's house, which I had been staying in since the funeral because it came with the property, and because grief makes people practical in weird ways. The house sat 10 minutes from the storage facility on a side road lined with sycamores. Single-story ranch, brown siding, porch light on a timer. Inside it smelled faintly of old coffee, cedar closet blocks, and the dish soap my uncle had used for 20 years because he considered switching brands a sign of weakness. Lena lowered herself into one of the kitchen chairs with a hiss and put her ankle up on another. Rick stood at the sink, swallowing pain pills with tap water. I opened the freezer, found a bag of peas, and held it against my hand because that seemed like something a functioning adult would do. For a while, none of us said much. The kitchen clock ticked. The refrigerator motor hummed. My uncle's yellow notepad still sat by the phone with a list in his handwriting. Bank/gate, text/call Rick/bugbait. Normal dead man remnants. The kind that feel unbearable because they were written before the world split into before and after. Finally, Lena said he knew enough to leave warnings. Rick leaned one hand on the counter. Looks like it. That's not the same as being part of it, I said too quickly. Neither of them answered right away, which told me exactly how that sounded. I sat down with the peas against my knuckles and stared at the table. I don't mean, I exhaled. I know how it sounds. He was difficult, private, stubborn. But he wasn't. A criminal, Rick said. I nodded. Rick rubbed at his face with his good hand. Owen, people can know something bad is attached to them without becoming the bad thing. They can also make terrible decisions trying to manage it quietly. That felt closer to the truth than anything else I'd heard all day, and I hated it because it left room for moral cowardice, which is much harder to defend than clean innocence. Lena said he could have been afraid. Of who? She looked at me. You saw there were at least 2 of them. At least 2. That phrase stayed with me, not because it proved there were more, because it admitted the possibility and then refused to comfort me about it. I got up and went to the hall closet where my uncle kept old ledgers and maintenance manuals. I knew where the black composition notebooks were now. Knew too well. I brought the latest stack to the table and started reading. Lena watched me for a minute. You sure tonight is the night? No, I said, which is probably why it has to be. So we read. Not every page, not cover to cover. We were too tired for that, but enough. Entries about delinquent accounts, salt for the ice in winter, replace camera at bureau, Daniel Voss paid cash, then stranger notes once you knew how to see them. A pattern of small precautions disguised as routine management. Keep vacant unit between B12 and B13 if possible. Do not store master keys in office overnight. If tenant reports scratching inside wall, relocate if they insist. Do not inspect after dark. Replace lock at C19 personally. And then, tucked 6 weeks before my uncle went into the hospital for the last time, tried calling shore. No return. Need continuity if anything happens before inspection. Rules work better than explanations. People follow fear faster than nuance. I slid the notebook across to Rick. He read it twice and gave a tired, unhappy nod. So he was trying to get someone's attention, I said. Looks like it. Sure, Lena said. The investigator tonight, probably. The kitchen went quiet again. That helped, more than I expected it to. Not because it absolved my uncle. It didn't. He had still chosen secrecy, still left a functioning business above a hidden criminal corridor, still handed me a life with a trapdoor in it. But the note made him legible in a human way. Frightened, practical, out of time. A man trying to turn danger into procedure, because procedure was the only language he trusted. Around midnight, Rick left, promising he'd have patrols swing by both my house and the facility. Lena refused my offer to sleep on the couch, and then accepted it 10 minutes later when she stood up too fast and almost threw up from the pain pills. I gave her my aunt's old quilt and took the armchair in the living room because lying flat made my head pound. The house settled around us. Pipes clicked. A train moved somewhere far off in the dark. I did not sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the roll-up door slam. Not as memory exactly, as anticipation, my body waiting for it again. In the morning, sunlight made everything look thinner and less convincing. The fear wasn't gone, but it had less theatrical shape. It became paperwork, coffee, calls. I had 9 voicemails, 2 from insurance, 1 from a local reporter, 3 from numbers I didn't know, 1 from a tenant asking whether the facility would still be open for access today, 1 from a woman crying before she even reached the point of the message, 1 from a lawyer's office asking me to return a call regarding property access concerns. Normal reality had returned with a clipboard and a billable hour. By noon, the facility entrance had a temporary county seal on it, and no one was allowed past the tape without authorization. A cleanup company had removed the obvious blood. The yellow scene tape fluttered in the mild breeze. From the road, if you didn't look closely, Mercer Safe Storage almost looked open for business. That was the worst part. How fast a place can begin pretending. Over the next few days, I gave more statements. So did Lena. So did Rick. Investigators pulled lease files, copied notebooks, and brought in surveyors who discovered the underground access had originally been built decades earlier as a service trench for utilities, and then illegally expanded, section by section, into something useful for people who wanted to move through the facility unseen. Not magic, not impossible, just labor, time, and secrecy. Daniel Voss survived. So did his accomplice. There were charges, more than I could keep track of: burglary, assault, tampering, conspiracy, maybe others. The papers would eventually sort them into columns. Some tenants were furious. Some were frightened. Some wanted to move out immediately. Some, surprisingly, were only interested in whether their rates would go up because of all this mess. People are ordinary even when their privacy has been violated in subterranean ways. Maybe especially then. I decided not to sell the facility. That surprised everyone, including me. At first, it wasn't noble. It was stubbornness. A rejection of being run out of something by men who had crawled underneath it for years and called that control. Then it became simpler than that. I couldn't hand it off. Not before the corridor was sealed, not before every unit was inspected, not before every tenant got a straight answer from me, however ugly that answer was. Confrontation did not get easier. It just stopped being avoidable. I learned how to make calls I hated, how to stand in the office while people yelled, how to say, "Yes, I understand why you're upset," and mean it without folding. Lena stayed, partly, I think, because she is either loyal or clinically curious about disasters. Probably both. Rick still came by, moving slower for a few weeks, ribs wrapped under his uniform, making dry comments about my suddenly intense interest in perimeter lighting. We installed new cameras, better ones, battery backup, tamper alerts, motion sensors along the back fence, and over every row entrance. The county sealed the corridor access points they found. The ones they found. That's the subtle thread, I guess. The crack that stayed. 3 weeks after the arrest, after the tape came down, and the first normal-looking Saturday returned to the facility, I was in the office alone closing up. The evening was cool. Someone in B row was loading plastic Christmas tubs into a minivan, even though it was only October. The vending machine made its tired hum. I had almost convinced myself the place had accepted its own repaired version. Then camera 7 flickered, just once. A brief shimmer in the corner of the frame, the same kind I'd noticed on my first day. The new camera was hardwired, newly installed, tested twice. I stared at the monitor until my eyes watered. Nothing moved, no shadow, no person, no animal. Just the empty lane by C row, clean concrete, closed blue doors, and a faint evening light settling over the metal roofs. Probably a loose connection, I told myself. Probably. I locked the office, checked the gate, and stood for a minute in the cooling air, listening to the ordinary sounds of the place. A truck on the road, insects in the weeds, the far-off clank of someone dropping a unit latch. Then I went back inside and added a new line to the rulebook before I could talk myself out of it. Not because I wanted to become my uncle, because sometimes procedure is what you write down when certainty is unavailable, and other people will have to stand where you stood. I wrote, if camera 7 flickers, verify in person with someone else present. Then I closed the notebook and locked it in the office safe. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, True Grave Digger Horror Story from the Midnight Shift, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first strange thing I noticed that night was the smell. Not the usual cemetery smell, damp dirt, wilted flowers, the faint chemical tang of embalming fluid that sometimes clings to coffins. I was used to all that. When you dig graves for a living, you stop noticing it after a while, the same way mechanics stop noticing motor oil. This smell was different. Burnt plastic, just a thin thread of it drifting through the air. I paused with my shovel halfway through another scoop of wet clay and sniffed again. trying to place it. The cemetery around me was quiet, except for the distant hum of highway traffic somewhere beyond the trees. My headlamp cut a white cone through the darkness, catching the edges of headstones and the low iron fence that separated the older plots from the newer section. Burnt plastic didn't belong here. I looked around the graveyard again, slow and careful. Nothing. No smoke. No flicker of light. No cars creeping along the gravel road that wound through the property. Just rows of stones, the night air, and the steady chirp of crickets. After a moment, I shrugged and drove the shovel into the dirt again. But the smell stayed. My name is Daniel Mercer, 36 years old, male, and for the last 8 years, I've worked as a grave digger at Ridgewood Memorial Cemetery, just outside Columbus, Ohio. It's not a job people usually choose. Most fall into it, the way I did through a cousin who knew a guy who needed someone willing to work odd hours and didn't ask many questions. I used to do landscaping before that. Then construction. Nothing steady. When the cemetery job came along, it paid better than mowing lawns, and it came with health insurance, which felt like hitting the lottery. The midnight shift wasn't glamorous, but it had its perks. Fewer funerals to deal with. Fewer grieving families watching you lower their loved ones into the ground. Just dirt, quiet, and the slow rhythm of work. Still, digging graves alone at night messes with your head sometimes. You start noticing things. Sounds in the trees, shadows where there shouldn't be shadows, and sometimes smells that don't belong. A truck door slammed somewhere behind me. The noise cracked across the cemetery like a gunshot. Danny. I turned toward the voice. The beam of my headlamp caught Rick Donnelly, 48, male, trudging across the grass, with his hands stuffed into the pockets of a heavy Carhartt jacket. Rick was the night supervisor, though supervisor mostly meant he kept the paperwork straight and made sure we didn't screw up burial plots. Rick had the thick shoulders of a man who'd done manual labor his entire life, and the permanent squint of someone who smoked too many cigarettes. He stopped beside the grave I was working on and peered down into the hole. "How deep are you?" 5 feet 8, I said. He grunted. "You'll need another 4 inches. Already planned on it." Rick nodded slowly, then glanced around the cemetery. "You smell that?" I blinked. "Yeah," I said. "Thought it was just me." "Plastic," he muttered. "Exactly." Rick rubbed the back of his neck and looked toward the tree line bordering the far side of the cemetery. The beam of his flashlight skimmed across the trunks of old oak trees that had probably been there longer than any of us. "You see smoke?" "Nope, me neither." He stood there for a few seconds longer, scanning the darkness like he expected something to step out of it. Then he shrugged. "Probably somebody burning trash down by the service road," he said. "Wind's carrying it over, maybe." But the service road sat almost half a mile away. Still, the explanation felt good enough to keep working. Rick pulled a pack of cigarettes from his jacket and tapped one loose. "You hear about the morning burial?" he asked. "The one for the police officer?" "Yeah, hard to miss." Rick lit the cigarette and leaned against a headstone, careful not to put weight on it. "Big turnout expected. Departments sending a whole motorcade. That's why we're digging at midnight." "Exactly." I nodded. Funeral homes sometimes scheduled early morning burials when families wanted the service before noon. In those cases, the grave had to be ready before sunrise, which meant someone had to dig it overnight, which meant me. Another pair of headlights swept across the cemetery road. A moment later, a small utility vehicle rolled toward us, its electric motor humming quietly. Behind the wheel was Lena Alvarez, 29, female, the newest employee at Ridgewood. She parked near the open grave and hopped out, pulling a wool cap down over her dark hair. "You guys smell that?" she said immediately. Rick exhaled smoke through his nose. "Yeah, we've established that. It's getting stronger," she said. She wasn't wrong. The scent of burnt plastic had thickened enough that it left a faint scratch in the back of my throat. Lena walked to the edge of the grave and looked down. "Jesus," she muttered. "What? You're deep. That's the idea," she grinned. "I know, I still haven't gotten used to seeing them like this." "Seeing what?" "Holes waiting for people." Rick chuckled quietly. "You will," he said. Lena shook her head. "I don't know. Something about it still creeps me out." That was one of the reasons Rick liked her. Most people who worked here stopped feeling that way pretty quickly. Lena hadn't. Yet, we stood there for a minute, listening. The cemetery at night isn't silent the way people imagine. There's always noise, wind brushing through trees, insects, the occasional owl. Tonight, something else layered itself into that soundscape. A faint electrical buzzing. I frowned. "You hear that?" I asked. Rick tilted his head. "Yeah," Lena looked around. "Where's that coming from?" The sound was subtle but steady, like a transformer humming somewhere nearby. Except Ridgewood didn't have any electrical equipment out in this section of the cemetery. Just dirt and stones. Rick flicked ash into the grass. "Probably the utility shed," he said. "That's the opposite direction," Lena said. He glanced at her. "You sure?" "Yeah." She pointed toward the far edge of the cemetery. "The shed's that way." The buzzing continued. I climbed out of the grave and brushed dirt from my gloves. "Hold on." I switched off my headlamp. The darkness swallowed us instantly. For a few seconds, none of us moved, and without the lamp's glare in my eyes, the buzzing became clearer. Definitely electrical, and definitely coming from somewhere beyond the tree line. Rick flicked his flashlight back on. "You think somebody dumped something out there?" he asked. "Like what?" Lena said. "Generator, maybe." "Why would someone run a generator in the woods behind a cemetery at midnight?" Rick shrugged. "People do weird stuff." That was true. In the past few years, we'd caught teenagers drinking, couples having sex in parked cars, and once a guy trying to dig up a grave because he thought someone had buried jewelry with the body. So yeah, people did weird stuff. I turned my headlamp back on. "Let me finish the grave," I said. "Then we can check it out." Rick nodded. "Good plan." Lena crossed her arms, looking toward the trees again. The burnt plastic smell drifted thicker now, almost oily. I climbed back into the grave and started digging again. Shovel, lift, toss. The dirt hit the growing pile beside the hole with a dull thump. Shovel, lift, toss. Rick smoked quietly while Lena sat on the back of the utility cart. The buzzing continued, and the smell kept getting stronger. After 10 minutes, Lena spoke again. "You know what it smells like?" "What?" Rick asked. "Reheated electronics." I paused, like a computer melting. Rick glanced toward the trees again. "That's oddly specific." "My brother fried his gaming PC once," she said. "Same smell." I leaned on the shovel. The idea of electronics burning out in the woods didn't make sense. But the smell fit too well. The shovel hit something. Not rock, not wood, metal. The sound rang sharp and hollow through the grave. I froze. Rick straightened. "What was that?" I crouched and brushed dirt away with my glove. The metal surface underneath was smooth, flat, and definitely not part of a coffin. Coffins didn't sit this shallow. "Danny," Lena said. "Hold on." I scraped more dirt away. A rectangular edge emerged, maybe 2 feet across. Rick stepped closer. What the hell is that? Don't know yet. The buzzing sound grew louder, not by much, but enough to notice. I uncovered more of the object. It looked like a metal case. Industrial. Sealed tight. Lena slid off the cart and approached slowly. Was that in the burial paperwork? She asked. No, Rick said immediately. Could it be part of an old grave? No, Rick's voice was firm. This section was cleared 15 years ago. I ran my hand across the metal surface. Warmer than the surrounding dirt should have been. And underneath my palm, a faint vibration. The buzzing sound. Rick crouched beside the grave. Is that thing running? Feels like it. The burnt plastic smell surged again, thicker now. Lena covered her nose. That's definitely electronics. Rick stared at the metal case, then at me. Okay, he said slowly. Here's the question. He gestured toward the object buried in the grave. Do we keep digging and find out what this thing is, or do we call the sheriff and let them deal with it? The buzzing continued, soft, steady, waiting. And for a moment, none of us answered. For a few seconds, nobody moved. The buzzing from the metal case hummed through the dirt like a trapped insect. Not loud, but constant. Persistent. Rick crouched beside the grave and stared down at it. Okay, he said quietly. Let's slow down. Lena shifted beside him, arms folded tight against the cold. That thing shouldn't be there, she said. No kidding. Rick rubbed his jaw and looked at me. You sure that's not part of a vault system? No, I said. Vaults are concrete, and they sit lower. The box was only about 4 feet beneath the surface. Too shallow for a burial vault, too clean to be old infrastructure. And it was warm. That bothered me more than anything. Rick shined his flashlight deeper into the hole. How big is it? Hard to tell yet, I said. Maybe 3 feet long. Metal? Yeah, sealed. Looks like it. Lena crouched at the edge of the grave. You said it was vibrating. I pressed my glove to the surface again. Still warm, still humming. Yeah, Rick let out a slow breath. All right. He stood and pulled his phone from his jacket. Nope, Lena said immediately. Rick paused. What? You call the sheriff. We're done for the night. Rick blinked. Yeah, that's the point. No, she said. It's not. She gestured toward the open grave. You think the police are going to let us finish digging once they see this? Rick didn't answer. Because we all knew the answer. No. The entire section would become a crime scene. Tape, floodlights, detectives. Which meant the grave for tomorrow's funeral wouldn't be ready. And the morning burial was for a Columbus police officer. That kind of delay didn't stay quiet. Rick looked at the ground. Damn. I climbed out of the grave and leaned the shovel against the mound of dirt. We could move it, I said. Both of them looked at me. What? Lena said. If it's just equipment someone buried out here illegally, we dig it up and move it somewhere else. Rick frowned. Somewhere else where? Maintenance shed. And then what? Then we call the sheriff. Rick shook his head slowly. That's tampering. Not if we're just clearing debris from the grave site. He stared at the metal case again. Danny, that thing is running. Yeah, equipment doesn't bury itself, I shrugged. Maybe somebody dumped it. Lena spoke quietly. People hide things in cemeteries. Rick glanced at her. What do you mean? My uncle used to be a cop in Phoenix, she said. He told me dealers sometimes stash drugs in graveyards. Nobody wants to search graves. Rick's face tightened. You think that's drugs? No idea, she said. But whatever it is, it's not supposed to be here. The buzzing grew slightly louder, not dramatically, but enough to make the air feel tighter. Rick sighed. Let's expose it first, he said, then decide. Digging around the case took another 15 minutes. The dirt was damp and heavy, clinging to the shovel blade. The smell of burnt plastic kept drifting in waves. Stronger now, almost chemical. Lena stood above us, holding a flashlight while Rick and I worked the edges of the hole wider. Eventually, the full shape of the object came into view. It was bigger than we thought. About 4 feet long, 2 feet wide. A thick metal casing with recessed handles on each side, industrial gray. Lena whistled softly. That's not drugs. No, Rick said. That's equipment. Like what? Rick didn't answer right away. He climbed down into the grave beside me and brushed dirt off one corner. A small panel sat on the top surface, and inside it, a blinking red LED. Slow, steady. The three of us stared at it. Blink, blink, blink. Rick spoke first. Okay. His voice was suddenly very calm. That changes things. Lena swallowed. That's not good, right? No. Rick stepped back and climbed out of the grave. Everybody out, I followed. Lena backed away from the edge. Rick looked at the blinking light again, then at me. How warm is it? Warm. Hot. No. He rubbed his temples. Jesus Christ. Lena shifted nervously. What if it's just a battery pack? Rick laughed once. Short, sharp. Yeah, maybe. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Rick finally dialed the sheriff's office. He put the phone on speaker. The line rang twice before someone answered. Franklin County Sheriff's Department. Rick cleared his throat. Hi, this is Rick Donnelly with Ridgewood Memorial Cemetery. Yes, we, found something buried in a grave plot. What kind of something? Rick looked at the case. Metal container, about 4 feet long. Pause. Is it part of a burial vault? No. Is it leaking anything? No. Rick hesitated, then said it. There's a blinking light on it. Silence. Then the dispatcher's tone changed. Sir, do not touch that object. We haven't. Are you at a safe distance? About 10 feet. Move farther away. Rick gestured for us to step back. We walked toward the gravel road. How long has it been there? The dispatcher asked. Just uncovered it 10 minutes ago. Is it making noise? Rick looked at me. Buzzing, I said quietly. Yeah, Rick told the dispatcher. Electrical humming. Another pause. Deputies are being dispatched. Bomb squad is also en route. Lena whispered something under her breath. Rick's eyes closed briefly. How long? He asked. Approximately 40 minutes. Rick's shoulders sagged. 40. Yes, sir. Rick ended the call. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Lena said what we were all thinking. It's a bomb. Rick shook his head. Don't jump to that. It has a blinking light. That could mean anything. Bombs mean anything too. Rick paced a few steps across the gravel. Look, it might be construction equipment. What kind of construction equipment gets buried under a grave? Lena asked. Rick didn't answer. The buzzing sound continued, and the smell kept building. Rick finally said, okay, here's the problem. He pointed toward the open grave. That burial happens at 9 a.m., so. Lena said, if this becomes a bomb investigation, they shut down the whole cemetery. Shouldn't they? Yes, Rick said quietly. But that officer's family will be standing here tomorrow morning expecting a burial. Nobody argued with that, because none of us wanted to picture it. Rows of uniformed police officers, the flag, the casket, and no grave. Rick rubbed his forehead. 40 minutes, he muttered. Then he looked at the box again. The blinking light reflected faintly in his eyes. Blink. Blink, blink, Lena spoke quietly. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking. Rick didn't answer. Rick, she said, if that thing is a bomb, I know what bombs are. Then why are you looking at it like that? Rick exhaled slowly. Because I used to be Army. That got my attention. Lena blinked. What? EOD support unit, he said. Explosive ordnance disposal. Support, Rick said. I wasn't the one disarming them. But you worked with them. Yeah. Silence settled again. Rick stepped closer to the grave. Most bombs don't get buried like this, he said. Lena's voice rose. You don't know that. I know they're usually wired differently. You can't even see the wiring. Rick crouched again. The buzzing grew louder as he leaned closer. Rick, I said. He didn't respond. Instead, he pointed. There. I followed his finger. A seam in the metal casing. And beneath it, a thin strip of melted plastic. That explained the smell. Overheating, Rick said. So, Lena said. So if that's a battery pack, it could explode, she said. Rick nodded once. Exactly. That shut everyone up. The blinking light continued. Blink, blink, blink. I checked my watch, 12:41 a.m. Bomb squad in roughly 30 minutes. Maybe. Rick leaned closer to the case. You hear that change? What? I said. The buzzing. I listened. At first it sounded the same. Then I noticed it. A faint wavering in the pitch, like a struggling motor. Rick straightened. Batteries failing. Stared at him. That's worse, right? Yes. How much worse? Rick looked at the blinking light again. Hard to say, I swallowed. What are you thinking? Rick hesitated. Then he said it. If that battery overheats and ruptures, he gestured toward the open grave. Anyone standing nearby could be hurt. Lena laughed nervously. We're not standing nearby. Rick shook his head. Bomb squad will. The idea hung there, ugly, heavy. Rick rubbed his face. Damn it. Then he looked at me. Danny. Yeah. You said it handles. Yeah. Rick stared at the case again. Then at the maintenance shed visible across the cemetery. About 60 yards away. I think we move it. Lena's voice jumped an octave. Absolutely not. Rick pointed toward the blinking light. If that battery pops before the bomb squad arrives, then we're definitely not touching it. We have gloves. We lift it, carry it to the open field. That's insane. Rick looked at me again. Danny, my stomach twisted. Because the truth was simple. Rick wasn't wrong. If the thing exploded while bomb technicians were examining it, they'd be standing right over the grave, and I'd be the guy who uncovered it. Lena shook her head violently. This is a terrible idea. Rick crouched again. The buzzing wavered louder now, more unstable. The smell of burning plastic thickened. Rick spoke quietly. We have maybe 20 minutes before something fails. Lena backed away. I'm not helping. Rick nodded. Fair. Then he looked at me. 2 people can lift it. The blinking light flashed again. Blink, 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 and somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed faintly, but it sounded far, too far. Rick climbed into the grave and grabbed one of the recessed handles. Danny, he said, either help me move this thing, he looked at the blinking light, or we wait here and hope we guessed wrong. I stood there staring at the metal case, and the buzzing sound suddenly rose in pitch. The buzzing climbed another notch. Not louder exactly, just sharper, the way a mosquito whine changes when it gets close to your ear. Rick stood in the grave, gripping the metal handle with one gloved hand. Danny, he said quietly, decision time. The red LED blinked again. Blink, blink. Lena stood a few yards away with her hands on her head. You're both insane, she said. You know that, right? Rick ignored her. His eyes stayed on me. 2 people lift, he said, straight up. No jerking, no dropping. And then what? I asked. We carry it to the open grass near the maintenance shed. That's 60 yards. Yeah, I looked toward the shed. From where we stood in Section C of Ridgewood, the shed sat across a narrow gravel road, and beyond a stretch of open lawn dotted with newer headstones. The ground there was flat, clear. If something went wrong, at least no one would be standing in a grave. The buzzing wavered again. Higher pitch now. Rick said, "That battery's cooking." Lena stepped closer to the grave, shaking her head. "You're assuming it's a battery." "What else smells like burnt plastic?" Rick asked. "Explosives," she said. Nobody laughed. Rick shifted his stance and lifted the handle experimentally. The case didn't move. "Damn," he muttered. "Heavy?" I asked. "Very." I climbed down into the grave. Up close, the box looked even bigger than before, nearly coffin-sized, just a little narrower. The metal casing had no markings, no labels, no serial numbers, just smooth industrial panels. And the blinking LED. Blink, blink, blink. I grabbed the second handle. The metal vibrated faintly under my glove, not violently, but enough to feel like something inside was working. "Ready?" Rick asked. "Ready." Lena backed away another 10 feet. "I'm serious," she said. "This is the worst idea I've ever seen," Rick said. "On 3. 1, the buzzing fluctuated again. 2, the burnt plastic smell surged. 3, we lifted. For half a second, nothing happened. The box shifted upward with a grinding sound as dirt loosened around it. It was heavier than I expected. Much heavier. "Jesus," I grunted. Rick's boots slid slightly on the damp soil. "Don't drop it." "I'm trying." The case rose about 6 inches. Then something underneath it snagged. Rick froze. "Stop." We lowered it slowly back into the dirt. "What?" I said. He pointed. A thick black cable ran from the bottom of the case deeper into the soil. Lena leaned closer from above. "What is that?" I brushed dirt away. The cable was about as thick as a garden hose, and it disappeared straight down through the grave floor. Rick's face tightened. "That wasn't in the plan." "No kidding," Lena said. The buzzing shifted again. Now it sounded almost strained. Rick wiped sweat from his forehead despite the cold air. "Okay," he said slowly. "That changes things." "How?" Lena asked. "Means the case is connected to something else." "Like what?" Rick didn't answer, because none of us had a good answer. Attempt 1 had failed, and it had made everything worse. Now we knew the device wasn't just buried. It was wired to something deeper underground, which meant moving it might yank whatever was attached. Rick climbed out of the grave again and paced across the gravel road. I stayed in the hole staring at the cable. It ran straight down into compact soil that hadn't been disturbed recently, which meant it had been buried a while. Not hours, not days, longer. Lena spoke quietly. "Danny." "Yeah." "Do you hear that?" I listened. The buzzing had changed again. Now there was a faint clicking mixed in. Tick, 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 like a relay switching on and off. Rick came back to the edge of the grave. "Okay," he said. "New plan." Lena threw up her hands. "You're still planning things?" "Yeah." "What if the cable just powers it?" he said. "From where?" she asked. Rick pointed toward the woods. "Generator, maybe." I shook my head. "That cable goes down, not sideways." Rick frowned. "Maybe it loops. Or maybe it's connected to something underground," Lena said. Rick stared at the grave floor again. Then he made a decision. "Danny." "Yeah, dig under it." I blinked. "What? If the cable runs underneath, we expose it." "So we know what we're dealing with," Lena groaned. "That's worse." "Maybe," Rick said, "but at least we'll understand it." The buzzing continued. Tick, tick, tick. The smell of burnt plastic thickened again. I grabbed the shovel. Fine. Digging beneath the case was slow work. Rick held it slightly tilted while I carved away the soil underneath. The ground here was clay-heavy, sticky, and stubborn. After 10 minutes, I uncovered more of the cable. It ran downward another foot, then split, 2 separate cables branching out in opposite directions. Rick stared at them. "Okay," he said quietly. "That's not good." "What?" Lena asked. He pointed. "These go 2 different ways." Meaning the box might not be the main device. The words settled into the cold air. Lena whispered, "You mean it's like a trigger?" Rick didn't answer, because that possibility had already crossed my mind. The buzzing fluctuated again. Higher now, more unstable. Rick checked his phone. Bomb squad still 15 minutes out. "That's a long 15 minutes, Lena said. I kept digging. Eventually, one of the cables curved toward the north side of the grave, the direction of the older cemetery plots. Rick said, "Follow it." "Seriously," Lena said. "If that cable leads to another device, we need to know." Lena muttered something in Spanish under her breath. Attempt 2 began with a trench. I climbed out of the grave and started digging along the cable's path across the grass. Rick helped. Lena held the flashlight. The cable ran straight for about 10 feet, then 20, then 30. It crossed under the gravel cemetery road. We uncovered it inch by inch. The buzzing grew louder the farther we followed it. That was when the misdirection happened. At the far end of the trench, the cable led directly to a freshly disturbed mound of dirt beside an old headstone. Lena's voice trembled. "That's a grave." Rick crouched. The dirt was loose, recently turned. He brushed it aside. Something white emerged from the soil. Lena gasped. "Oh my God." It looked like bone, a long curved shape sticking from the dirt. For a second, my brain tried to process what I was seeing. Human, arm bone maybe. The smell of soil and decay hit my nose. Lena stepped back. Someone dug up a body. Rick leaned closer, then he exhaled. "Relax." "What?" Lena said. He brushed away more dirt. The shape snapped free. Plastic. A curved section of PVC pipe. "Not a bone," he said. Lena stared at him. "That looked exactly like, I know." The pipe connected to the cable, which now ran straight down through the soil again. Rick frowned. "This is deliberate." "No kidding," I said. "This whole thing is deliberate." The buzzing from the original case grew louder again. Even from 30 yards away, we could hear it. Rick looked back toward the open grave, then at the pipe. "Cable conduit," he said. "Meaning?" Lena asked. "Someone ran electrical lines underground." "To what?" Rick stared at the dirt mound. "I'm about to find out." He grabbed the shovel and drove it into the loose soil. 3 quick scoops later, metal, another box, smaller this time, about the size of a toolbox. Rick froze. "Jesus." Lena whispered, "There's more than one." Rick brushed the dirt away. This second box had no blinking light, but it was wired directly to the cable, and attached to its side a digital timer. Black screen, red numbers. Lena's breath hitched. "Rick," the numbers ticked down. 001942 001941. Rick didn't move. "Okay," he said slowly. "That explains the overheating battery." My throat tightened. "What does the timer mean?" Rick swallowed. "It means," he didn't finish, because the answer was obvious. Buzzing from the original case rose sharply, and somewhere across the cemetery, sirens finally grew louder. But the timer kept counting down. Lena's voice shook. "Rick, what did someone bury in this cemetery?" Rick looked at the timer, then at the cable running back toward the grave. And for the first time since I'd known him, Rick Donnelly looked scared. "Something big," he said. Then he looked at me. "Damn His voice had changed, low, urgent. "We can't leave now." I stared at the timer. 00:19:02, and suddenly, the entire cemetery felt smaller. Trapped, because whatever this device was, it wasn't just buried in the grave anymore. It was buried across the entire section, and we were standing right in the middle of it. The timer kept dropping. 00:18:59. I heard the sirens again, louder now, but still not close enough to matter. Ridgewood sat outside the city line, tucked behind an industrial strip and a patch of woods, and everything took longer to reach than it should. You could hear help before help actually existed. Rick crouched over the second box, breathing through his nose. "Don't touch the screen," he said. "I wasn't going to," Lena snapped. Too fast, too loud. She was shivering now, though maybe not from the cold. Her flashlight beam jittered over the disturbed dirt, the exposed cable, the old headstone beside us. The stone belonged to someone named Evelyn Hart, dead since 1972. Her name kept flashing in and out of the light as Lena's hand shook. I said, "Can you tell what it is?" Rick didn't answer immediately. He leaned closer, squinting. Then he brushed dirt off the side panel with the back of his glove. "There's a battery here too," he said, "smaller than the one in the grave." "Is it a bomb?" Lena said. Rick swallowed. "It's part of one, or part of something built to act like one." "That doesn't help." "I know." The timer ticked down. The second box had been buried north of the open grave, beyond the gravel road, at the edge of the older section. From where we were kneeling, I could see the trench we'd dug, following the cable back across the road. It cut a crooked line through the grass toward Section C, where the first metal case still sat in the half-finished grave. The cemetery shed was south and west of us, maybe 60 yards from the grave. Beyond that lay the service gate, still closed. Trees bordered the east side. The highway noise drifted from farther west, faint and thin. I could map the whole place in my head because I'd worked it for years, and now all of it felt weaponized. Rick looked over his shoulder toward the original grave. "There's got to be a main charge." Lena stared at him. "Main charge," he nodded once. "This timer box is controlling something. That overheating case in the grave could be power, could be a decoy, could be both. But if somebody buried a timed device in a cemetery plot set for a police funeral, he didn't finish. He didn't have to. They weren't trying to blow up 3 graveyard workers at 1 in the morning. They were trying to hit the funeral, the officers, the family, everyone gathered around the casket. The thought landed hard enough that I actually felt sick. Lena said it first, voice gone thin. "Mourning burial." Rick looked at her. "Yeah." I turned and stared across the dark lawn toward the open grave. The dug earth was black under my headlamp, the pile beside it almost shiny with moisture. Tomorrow, if no one had found any of this, a casket would have gone right over that spot. Bagpipes, maybe. Salute. A whole line of uniformed cops in dress blue. And under them, all this, I said, "Can we cut the cable?" Rick snapped his head toward me. "Maybe. That's not a yes. It's not a no either." Lena wiped at her face. "Then do it." Rick frowned. "If it's anti-tamper wired, cutting it could trigger the whole thing early." "So waiting is better," she said. "No." The timer kept moving. 00:17:42. Rick pulled a folding knife from his jacket and used the tip to scrape more dirt off the second box. A panel line appeared, then a latch. "Help me clear around this," he said. The 3 of us dug with gloved hands, careful and clumsy at the same time. dirt packed under my nails through the gloves. My shoulders already burned from digging graves, and now I was crouched in wet grass over something that might tear us open from 10 feet away. Lena cleared the left side. I cleared the right. Rick found the latch and froze. "You opened that?" I asked. Maybe, he blew out a breath. "Every choice is bad now, Danny." That was true. He popped the latch. Nothing happened. He lifted the panel slowly. Inside was a mess of wires, but not the Hollywood kind. No neat red and blue bundles. No glowing evil machine nonsense. It looked homemade and professional at the same time, which was somehow worse: dense wiring, sealed battery packs, relay blocks, a timer module, and 2 thick outgoing lines. One matched the cable running back toward the grave. The other went deeper east toward the tree line. "There's another branch," I said. Rick nodded. "Yeah." Lena stared at the open panel. "Can you stop it?" He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned so close I heard the fabric of his jacket creak. The flashlight beam caught a sheen of sweat on his cheek despite the cold. Then he said, almost to himself, "This isn't military." "Good," Lena said. "No, not good." He pointed with one dirty finger. "Military devices are built to standards. This is custom. I don't know what this guy cared about. Reliability, redundancy, anti-handling, maybe all of it." The timer changed to 00:17:03. I looked east toward the dark line of oaks. "Then we follow the other cable." Rick looked up sharply. "Why?" "Because if there's another box, maybe that's the actual charge. Or another trigger," Lena said. I stood, my knees cracked. "Either way, we can't guess blind." For a second, Rick looked like he might argue. Then he stood too. "Lena, stay here." "No, stay here with the open box. Watch the timer. If anything changes, screen flashes, numbers speed up, whatever you scream." "I'm not staying here alone." Rick grabbed her shoulders, not hard, but enough to steady her. "Listen to me. We need eyes on this. We lose sight of it, we're done. You want a job? That's your job." Lena's jaw tensed. She hated him right then. I could see it, but she nodded. Rick and I grabbed shovels and followed the second cable east. The ground got rougher toward the trees. Fewer maintained plots, older stones, roots near the surface. We didn't bother with a careful trench now. We stabbed, scraped, yanked, followed the conduit where we could, the cable where it surfaced, the line of disturbed ground where it didn't. Behind us, Lena's flashlight stayed fixed over the timer box, a trembling white anchor in the dark. Ahead, the tree line looked wrong in my headlamp, all bark and shadow and low branches that snagged at my coat. The smell of burnt plastic was stronger here, not drifting now, concentrated. Rick muttered, "I smell the source." We found it 20 yards into the trees. Not another box. A generator. Small, enclosed, maybe the size of a cooler, hidden under a camo tarp and half screened by brush. An external fuel can sat beside it, hose fed. The cable from the timer box ran into a power control unit bolted to the generator housing. The machine itself was running hot, vibrating hard. That was the electrical hum we'd heard at the start of the night. And next to it, partly covered in leaves, sat a black duffel bag. Rick stopped dead. "That's probably it. The charge." I asked. "Yeah." He crouched and pulled back the edge of the duffel with the shovel tip. Inside were vacuum-sealed blocks packed tight with wiring and blasting caps. Not enough to level the cemetery. Enough to shred a funeral crowd. My mouth went dry. Rick let the bag fall closed again. "Back up." We both did. The sirens were louder now, close enough that I could separate one from another. Multiple vehicles. but still outside the gates, still somewhere down the access road. Not here, not yet. Rick looked from the generator to the cable, then back toward Lena's light in the cemetery. They built a command line, he said. Timer box route signal. Grave unit probably distributes power or acts as a secondary trigger. Main charge is here. Can we kill the generator? Maybe. That word again, I said. You cut fuel. If there's a dead man or capacitor bank, it could still fire after shutdown. Then what? Rick didn't answer. He was staring at the control unit mounted to the generator. Then he handed me his flashlight. Hold this steady. I did. He leaned in, using the folding knife to pry mud off a plastic cover. Underneath sat a manual breaker switch, industrial style, protected by a cheap metal guard. Rick said, "This is homemade, but the power control is store-bought. You can trip it, maybe." I almost laughed at that, but I was too scared. Then something cracked in the woods behind us. A sharp step on dead branches. We both spun. For one clean second, my body decided there was someone out there, the man who buried all this, standing just past the beam. I saw the idea before I saw anything real. A figure, shoulders, a face. Then the light landed fully and showed a deer bolting between the trees, white tail flashing once before it vanished deeper into the dark. Rick exhaled. I realized I'd stopped breathing. That was the terrifying thing about nights like this. Your mind ran ahead of the facts and made a monster out of wildlife and shadows. The real horror was already enough without help. Rick said, "You good?" "No." "Yeah." He reached for the breaker. At that exact moment, Lena screamed. Not a startled yelp. A full-throated scream from back in the cemetery. We ran. By the time we reached her, I was half blind with sweat and cold air. Lena was on the ground beside the timer box, one hand clamped over her forehead. Blood ran between her fingers. A rock the size of a softball lay nearby in the dirt. The timer box was open. The screen still counted down. Rick dropped beside her. "What happened?" she gasped. "Somebody threw it." "What?" From the road. I heard tires on gravel. I looked up, and she winced hard. Something hit me. I turned toward the cemetery road. Beyond the open grave, near the south entrance, headlights moved between the stones. Not emergency lights. No bar flash. Just a regular vehicle rolling dark and low. My stomach dropped. "They're still here," I said. The vehicle accelerated, not toward us. Toward the service gate on the west side. "Running." Rick said, "Can you stand?" Lena tried and nearly folded. Blood had soaked her eyebrow and the side of her cap. I grabbed her under one arm. "Easy," she hissed. "Don't let them leave." Rick looked torn for exactly 1 second, and in that second I saw the whole calculation on his face. Chase the driver, save the girl, stop the bomb. He chose the bomb. "Danny, get her to the shed. Use the first aid kit, then get clear." "What about you?" "I'm killing the power. By yourself. No time." He started running back toward the trees. I yelled after him, "Rick." He turned just enough to hear me. "The grave box still has power." He nodded once. "I know." Then he was gone. Getting Lena to the shed felt longer than any grave I'd ever dug. The maintenance shed sat southwest of the open grave, beyond the new section and a row of low hedges. Every step jarred her. Her boots kept slipping in the wet grass. She was crying without seeming to know it. "I'm okay," she kept saying. She was. At the shed, I sat her on an overturned fertilizer bucket and found the first aid kit on the wall. The cut on her forehead was ugly, but not deep. Scalp wounds bleed like crazy. I pressed gauze to it, wrapped what I could, my hands clumsy with adrenaline. The sirens were at the front gate now, doors slamming, men shouting. Relief hit me so fast it almost made my knees buckle. Then the cemetery lights died. Every pole light along the road, every flood at the shed, everything. Darkness swallowed the place, except for my headlamp and the distant stab of flashlight beams near the gate. Lena whispered, "Danny." And from out by Section C, from the direction of the open grave, the buzzing surged into a high electrical whine. Power reroute, backup, or something worse. I looked toward the cemetery. Rick's flashlight was a jerking star at the tree line, then it vanished. I should have stayed with Lena. That would have been the sane thing, the human thing. But Rick was out there alone with a live device, and if he failed, there wouldn't be much left of any of us to explain later. I shoved the rest of the gauze into Lena's hands. "Hold pressure. Where are you going? Back." "No, I have to." She grabbed my sleeve. Her grip was weaker than usual, but desperate. "Don't leave me alone." I knelt just long enough to put my face level with hers. "The deputies are at the gate. Yell if you see them. Yell until somebody comes." She let go. I ran. By the time I reached the tree line, the electrical whine had turned into a pulsing squeal that rose and fell every few seconds. Not from the woods, from the grave. I cut across the trench, nearly twisted my ankle in the loose dirt, caught myself on a headstone, and saw the problem at once. The original metal case in the grave had a second light active now, red and green alternating under the dirt-caked panel. The overheating battery pack must have switched to an internal reserve when the generator power cut. Rick had managed something in the woods. Part of the system was dead, but not all of it. Then I saw him. Rick was 10 feet from the grave, on one knee, clutching his left forearm. Blood darkened his sleeve. His folding knife lay in the grass beside him. "What happened?" He looked up, breathing hard. "Generators off, bags disconnected." He swallowed. "Timer system failed over. This box is armed local now." I stared at the grave. "How much time?" He laughed once, bitter and exhausted. "No idea. Timer box went blank when I pulled the breaker. Could be seconds, could be minutes. Your arm punctured it on rebar by the generator. Not deep. It looked deep enough." His face had gone gray around the mouth. The alternating lights in the grave box flashed faster. Red, green, red, green. "What do we do?" I asked. Rick looked at the shovel leaning by the dirt pile, then at the grave, then at me. "Those handles," he said. I understood. "No. If the charge is disconnected, this may just be the trigger and battery. But if it cooks off in the grave, it could still take half the section with it. So we move it, Rick, to the open cut by the service road. No headstones, no people. That's farther than the shed. Doesn't matter, it's downhill." The service road trench for drainage ran along the west edge of the cemetery, beyond the gate. 50 yards maybe, if we cut right. The lights flashed faster. I said, "You can barely use your arm. Then you do most of the lifting." I looked toward the gate. Flashlights were bouncing between the rows, but none were close enough yet. They didn't understand the layout. They didn't know where to come. No sudden saviors, just distance and dark. Rick got to his feet with a sound like a cough swallowed into a groan. We climbed into the grave together. The case felt hotter now, not untouchable, bad. I grabbed one handle. Rick grabbed the other with his good arm and braced the injured one underneath. "On 3, he said through his teeth. 1, the lights flickered. 2, the buzzing inside the box kicked hard against the casing. 3. We lifted. This time the box came free because whatever Rick had done had severed the deep cable or burned out the lock. Dirt rained off the bottom as we hauled it up and over the lip of the grave and nearly dropped it right there. My lower back lit up. Rick made a strangled sound I will probably hear in my sleep for years. We staggered west. 10 feet. 15. The metal handles bit through the gloves into my palms. Ox swung once and almost pulled us both down. Higher, Rick gasped. I can't. You have to. We crossed the gravel road. I heard shouting from the gate now. Someone yelling Sheriff's Department, like that solved geography or time. 25 feet. 30. Rick stumbled to one knee, and the box hit the grass so hard the lights inside flared solid red. We both froze. Nothing. Still alive. Again, Rick said. His injured arm was soaked now. Blood dripped off his fingers. I said, You're done. He looked at me, and there was something close to apology in his face. No, so we lifted again. The drainage cut by the service road was only a shallow ditch, maybe 4 feet deep, with concrete culvert sections at one end. It wasn't much, but it was lower ground and away from the graves, away from the funeral plot, away from the officers gathering at the gate. We reached the lip. Throw it, Rick said. I almost laughed because it was impossible. Then we did it anyway. We swung once, twice, and let go. The case tumbled into the ditch, hit concrete, and split open with a metallic crack. A white flash punched out of it. Not a fireball, not the end of the world. A violent electrical burst and a concussive pop that knocked us backward into the mud. Then another smaller bang inside the ditch as battery cells ruptured in sequence, sharp and ugly. Sparks sprayed up. Dirt and bits of casing peppered my face. Something struck my shoulder hard enough to spin me onto my side. I heard Rick cry out. Then there was no big detonation after that, just sizzling. A little fire licking at scorched weeds in the ditch. The main charge never went. The cemetery stayed standing. The open grave stayed open. And for a few seconds, neither of us moved because our bodies hadn't yet got the message that we were still here. When I finally rolled over, my ears rang so hard the world sounded underwater. Deputies were running toward us now, flashlights cutting wild arcs. Someone shouted to get back. Someone else shouted for EMS. Rick was on his back, staring at the sky. His forearm was torn open worse than before, either from the lift or the shrapnel, and there was a black burn across the side of his neck where a spark or fragment had kissed him. He turned his head toward me. We got lucky, he said. I looked toward the ditch, where the opened case still hissed and smoked. No, I said. Lucky would have been never finding it. Lucky would have been a normal night, dirt and quiet and nothing else. What we got was survival, and survival has a price tag attached. The deputies finally reached us. One dragged me back by the jacket. Another went to Rick. More lights flooded the ditch. More shouting. Someone found Lena at the shed. Someone found the timer box. Someone would find the generator and the duffel bag in the woods soon enough. That part would belong to reports and evidence photos and men in hard helmets. But the worst of it had already happened in the gap before they arrived. Later, much later, while a paramedic taped a dressing over the slice on my shoulder and asked me the same questions twice because I couldn't hear well out of my left ear, I looked across Ridgewood Memorial and saw the half-finished grave sitting under floodlights. Still there, still waiting for the officer who almost went into the ground over a machine someone had planted for the living, not the dead. The smell of burnt plastic still hung in the air, and even with the danger over, every little electrical sound around me, a radio crackle, an ambulance inverter, the buzz of a portable light tower, made my body tense before my mind could catch up. That's the part nobody tells you. Not that fear stays. It changes shape. It becomes practical, embarrassing, mean. It turns ordinary sounds into warnings. And for a long time after, it made the dark feel crowded. The first thing I noticed after the explosion wasn't the pain. It was the quiet. Not real quiet. There were still deputies shouting, radios cracking, ambulance doors slamming. But the electrical whine that had been sitting in the back of my skull for the last hour was gone. When it disappeared, the world suddenly felt bigger again, like a pressure valve had opened. I sat on the wet grass beside the service road ditch, hands hanging useless between my knees, and watched smoke curl up from the broken metal casing below. The ditch smelled like burnt plastic and scorched weeds. A deputy knelt in front of me. "You with me, sir?" His lips moved a little slower than they should have. My ears were still ringing, especially the left one. "Yeah," I said. "What's your name?" "Daniel Mercer." "All right, Daniel. Stay still for a second." He pressed a flashlight into my eyes. I blinked. "Good," he said. "You got hit anywhere besides the shoulder?" I looked down. My jacket sleeve was torn where the shrapnel had clipped me earlier. Blood had soaked through the fabric, but the paramedic who arrived right after had already taped a thick dressing over it. "Just that," I said. "Okay." He nodded to someone behind me. Another deputy helped me to my feet. Across the cemetery lawn, emergency lights flickered blue and red against the headstones. Place looked like a construction site now, floodlights on portable towers, yellow tape strung between trees, uniformed officers walking carefully through the rows. Where the open grave sat, the dirt pile glowed under a work lamp. I saw Lena there, sitting on the tailgate of a sheriff's SUV with a white bandage wrapped around her forehead. A paramedic was talking to her while she stared down at her boots like she was trying to remember how they got there. Rick was lying on a stretcher. They'd cut his sleeve open. His forearm was wrapped thick with gauze and pressure bandages, already darkening at the edges. An oxygen mask rested loosely over his mouth. He looked older, or maybe that was just the lights. I walked toward him. A paramedic stepped in front of me. "Sir, you should sit down." "I'm fine." "You're not fine." "Rick is." The paramedic hesitated, then stepped aside. Rick turned his head when he saw me. His voice sounded dull through the mask. "Danny, hey, you still got both arms?" "Yeah." He nodded slowly. "Good." The ambulance doors behind him stood open, bright inside. One of the medics climbed in and began arranging equipment. Rick looked past me toward the graveyard. "They find the generator." "Yeah." "And the bag." "Yeah." He closed his eyes briefly. "That's something." A sheriff's lieutenant approached, notepad in hand. Mid-50s maybe, gray hair cut short enough to show scalp. "You Mercer?" he asked. "Yeah." "I'm Lieutenant Graham." He glanced at Rick, then back at me. "To the ones who moved the device?" "Yeah." "Why?" The question hung there longer than it needed to. I pointed toward the open grave. "Funeral in the morning." The lieutenant followed my finger, the dirt pile, the hole waiting under floodlights. He looked back at me. "Officer Daniel Koenig," he said. "That's the one. 32 years old, traffic unit." I nodded. The lieutenant tucked the notepad under his arm. "Bomb squad says if the main charge had gone with a full crowd present, He stopped himself. Probably saved a lot of people. Probably. I didn't say anything, because that sentence had an ugly other half to it. Probably meant we also almost didn't. They took Rick away first. The ambulance rolled out slowly past the gate, siren off, just flashing lights reflecting off the cemetery sign. Lena watched it go. I sat beside her on the SUV tailgate. "You all right?" I asked. She shrugged. "I think so." Her voice sounded thin. "Head hurts. That's normal. That's not comforting." I almost smiled. The paramedic finished taping the bandage and stepped away. "Concussion watch," he said. "If you start vomiting, dizzy, any of that, we take you in." "Got it." He left. For a few minutes, neither of us spoke. The cemetery looked strange under emergency lighting. Familiar paths felt different when deputies stood along them, holding flashlights like border guards. I watched a bomb technician kneel beside the timer box we'd uncovered earlier. He moved slowly, carefully, documenting everything with a small camera. Lena said quietly, "I thought that bone was real." "What?" "Back there, in the dirt, the pipe." "Oh," she rubbed her hands together. For a second, I thought someone had dug up a body. Yeah, I hadn't told her that I'd thought the same thing. Or that for a moment in the woods, I'd been certain someone was standing just outside the flashlight beam watching us. Some things sound stupid once the sun comes up. Sun did come up eventually, just after 6. By then, the bomb squad had finished disarming what remained of the main charge in the woods. The generator was hauled away. Evidence markers dotted the grass along our trench. The cemetery office had opened early. A few staff members arrived in quiet shock, walking past deputies who now guarded the perimeter like museum attendants. At 7, a small convoy of Columbus police cruisers rolled up outside the gate. They didn't know the whole story yet, but they knew enough. The burial still happened, just an hour later than planned. By the time the hearse arrived, the bomb squad had filled in the trench we dug, removed the broken casing from the ditch, and cleared the grave site. Rick's crew, meaning me and Lena, finished the last 4 inches of dirt ourselves under supervision. When the casket was lowered, the morning air smelled like fresh soil and diesel generators instead of burnt plastic. Bagpipes played. Rows of officers stood stiff and quiet. No one there knew how close the ceremony had come to being something else entirely. Lena stood beside me during the service. She kept touching the edge of her bandage, like she didn't trust it to stay in place. Afterward, when the last cruiser pulled away and the cemetery slowly returned to something resembling normal, we sat again on the shed steps. The place looked smaller in daylight, less dramatic, just grass and stones and gravel roads. Rick called from the hospital around noon. They'd stitched his arm and were keeping him overnight for observation. "You two still alive?" he asked. "Barely." "Good. You're welcome, by the way," he laughed weakly. "Yeah." Then his voice went quiet. "They catch the driver?" "Not yet." "Figures." He paused. "Danny?" "Yeah, you did good." I didn't answer right away, because doing good and surviving something ugly weren't the same thing. But I said thanks anyway. 2 weeks later, the cemetery reopened fully. Most people never noticed anything had happened. The trench lines had been reseeded. The drainage ditch looked the same as before. Deputies came and went for a few days collecting statements, but eventually, the patrol cars stopped appearing. Rick came back with a long scar running from his wrist to halfway up his forearm. Lena wore a thin white line above her eyebrow that she joked made her look tougher. And me, my left ear still rang sometimes, especially when things got quiet. One night near the end of my shift, I walked out to Section C again. The grave we'd been digging that night was covered now, grass beginning to grow over the mound. I stood there for a while. The wind moved softly through the trees. Somewhere beyond the fence, traffic hummed along the highway. Normal sounds, safe sounds. Then I caught it, just for a second. A faint electrical buzz. I turned. Nothing there. Probably the transformer near the maintenance shed kicking on, or a loose wire on the new light tower they'd installed after the incident. Perfectly explainable. Still, I found myself standing there longer than I meant to, listening. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, the hitchhiker you never should have picked up, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first strange thing was the seat belt alarm. It chimed once, then again, bright and polite, as if someone on the passenger side had just settled in without buckling up. Mara glanced over and saw nothing there except her canvas overnight bag tipped against the seat, and a paper cup from a gas station in Zanesville rolling gently in the footwell. The road was empty ahead of her, a black ribbon through the eastern Ohio hills, and for a second she thought the bag had shifted hard enough on the sensor to trigger it. That happens sometimes. Cheap weight distribution. Old Subaru. Explainable. Still, she reached over and shoved the bag to the floor. The chiming stopped. She kept driving. Mara Bell was 32, a woman who had spent most of her adult life becoming the kind of person other people described as reliable before they described as happy. She lived in Columbus, worked in payroll for a mid-sized dental supply company, and was halfway through a 3-hour drive to western Pennsylvania because her younger sister had called that afternoon in tears and said, "Can you just come tomorrow morning instead of Saturday? I know it's stupid. I just really need another adult in the house." Her sister was 6 months into a divorce. Her son was turning 8, and the whole weekend had the feeling of a duct-taped thing being carried carefully from one room to another. Mara had packed after dinner, fed her cat, texted that she was on the road, and left later than she should have. She did a lot of things later than she should have. Decisions, boundaries, sleep. She was good at spreadsheets and bad at refusing people, and those two facts had shaped more of her life than she liked to admit. The Subaru hummed at 68. Not smooth, exactly. There was a soft vibration in the steering column once she got above 65, and the fan made a dry little ticking sound when it was on level 3, like a fingernail touching plastic at regular intervals. She had the heater going anyway because the night had turned colder than the forecast promised. Late October, kind of damp cold that got into the cuffs of your jeans. Her phone sat in the cup holder with the map glowing pale blue. 49 minutes to the motel she'd booked outside Washington, Pennsylvania. She was going to sleep 6 hours, wake up ugly and stiff, buy a coffee that tasted burned, and get to her sister S by 9. That was the plan. The plan felt solid. The plan felt like something narrow she could walk on. Then the Bluetooth screen on the dash flashed, pairing request. Mara frowned. No. She tapped it away. A second later, the radio hissed, changed from the public station she'd been half listening to, and landed on static. Then an old country song came through, warped and distant, like it was traveling from another county. She stabbed the knob until it went silent. Her phone showed no new device, no call, no anything, just the route and the little arrow of her car inching east through dark. Great, she muttered. Love that. She was talking more to stay awake than out of fear. Fear implied a story. This was just a car being old in weather that made everything electrical act touched in the head. At the next exit, she took the ramp mostly because she wanted light. Not even gas yet, just a place with sodium lamps and vending machines, and somebody sweeping a floor under fluorescent bulbs. The service plaza sat low against the road, brick and glass, and bright rectangles cut into the dark. 2 semis idled at the far end. A state trooper SUV was parked near the building, with nobody visible inside. A relief moved through her so quickly it annoyed her. She parked under a lamp, killed the engine, and listened. The ticking from under the hood. A truck diesel thrumming somewhere close. The faint slap of a loose sign in the wind. Everything ordinary again. Inside, the coffee smelled burned and fresh at the same time. There was that wet floor cleaner citrus underneath it, and hot dog rollers turning slowly behind the counter. A college-aged cashier with pink hair and tired eyeliner rang up Mara's water, and a pack of peanut butter crackers without looking at her for more than a second. Outside, near the ice machine, a man stood with a duffel at his feet. He wasn't doing anything wrong. That was the problem. If he'd been shouting or pacing or staring directly at people, Mara would have sorted him instantly into a category and moved on. But he just stood there in a dark jacket with his hands in the pockets, looking past the parking lot toward the highway, as if he was waiting for someone who kept almost arriving. When Mara came out with her change in one hand and her water tucked under her arm, he lifted his head. "Hey," he called. His voice wasn't aggressive. It carried because of the open lot and the cold. She kept walking. "Ma'am, sorry. Mara stopped, more from habit than intention. She hated that about herself, the way a polite tone could catch her by the sleeve. The man was maybe 10 feet away. Mid-30s, white, lean in the face, beard grown past neatness into neglect. Not filthy, not movie-ragged. His jeans were clean except for old mud at the cuffs. He had a split at one knuckle, healing badly. His duffel was a dull navy gym bag with a broken shoulder strap tied into a knot. "My phone's dead," he said. "I've been trying to get west for 2 hours. My sister was supposed to meet me here, and I think she got the exit wrong or something. Could I use your phone for one call? I'll put it on speaker if you want." This was the moment, the easy, normal moment where nothing had happened yet, and all the danger, if there was any, still looked rude to assume. Eli Voss was 36, male, and he introduced himself only after Mara hesitated long enough to make the silence noticeable. He said his name the way people do when they're trying to seem less threatening by making themselves specific. "I'm Eli, by the way," he added, with a little nod, as if names were receipts. Up close, she could smell cold air on him, damp fabric, and something metallic, maybe old blood from the split knuckle. His eyes looked tired more than wild. The tiredness mattered to Mara because tired people still belonged to the world she understood. She did not hand him her phone. Instead, she said, "What number?" He recited it immediately. That helped him weirdly. Not because liars couldn't memorize numbers, but because it had the feel of a real inconvenience repeated too many times tonight. Mara dialed and put the phone on speaker between them. It rang 4 times, then voicemail. A woman's cheerful recorded voice said, "You've reached Nicole. Leave it." Eli swore softly and stepped back, hands lifting away from his sides. "That's her. Nicole, damn it. You want to leave a message?" He rubbed his mouth. "Yeah. Please." He leaned in, but not too close. "Nick, it's me. I'm at the Service Plaza off 70, the one before the state line. My phone died. I'm still here. If you get this, just come inside, okay? I'll wait another half hour." He looked at Mara after the beep ended. "Thank you," she nodded. Sure, she should have left then. She knew that. Instead, she stood with her keys between her fingers, not in a self-defense way exactly, more in a trying to finish the interaction way. "You headed west?" asked. "No, Pennsylvania." "Ah," he rocked once on his heels, glanced toward the lot. "Sorry, didn't mean to hold you up." The state trooper SUV sat 20 yards away, blank and reassuring. Mara noticed the interior was empty, so no immediate audience to hand responsibility over to. Inside the plaza, the cashier had disappeared into the back. One of the truckers was smoking by the diesel pumps, head down over his phone. "You could ask inside," Mara said. "Maybe they can charge your phone." "Tried, port's busted." He gave a small, embarrassed smile. "And I'm out of cash till I get to Wheeling." Wheeling. Specific again. Close enough to be plausible. She told herself that was why she stayed another minute. Not because she hated the look people got when they were asking for help, and already braced for contempt. She had once left her own college roommate waiting outside an ER for almost 40 minutes because she'd silenced her phone during a payroll audit. The roommate had forgiven her. Mara had never really forgiven herself. Since then, there was a particular flavor of request she could not turn away from without feeling mean all the way into her stomach. "So your sister's coming from where?" Mara asked. "St. Clairsville." "Well, supposed to be." He huffed a breath through his nose. "She's got 3 kids and a man-child husband. I shouldn't have asked in the first place." That made Mara smile despite herself. Yeah. The moment relaxed. Too much, maybe. She took a sip of water. Behind them, the automatic doors sighed open and shut. Somewhere, a vending machine clunked. The wind carried the smell of fryer grease and damp concrete. Then Eli's eyes shifted past her. "Is that your car?" She turned. The Subaru's interior dome light was on. She was almost certain she'd shut all the doors. "It does that sometimes," she said quickly, though she was not at all certain it did. She crossed the lot, suddenly aware of her own footsteps, the hard, brittle sound of gravel under her shoes. The light inside the car made the empty cabin look staged, every object too visible. Charger cable, receipts, one glove on the passenger seat, the jacket she'd meant to use as a pillow at the motel. The rear driver's side door was not fully latched, open by less than an inch. Mara stopped. No one was inside. Of course, no one was inside. Checked anyway, leaning to look through the glass before she touched the handle. Back seat empty. Trunk area full of reusable bags and an emergency blanket and a half case of La Croix sliding around in cardboard. She shut the door firmly. When she turned, Eli was still by the ice machine, keeping his distance. Good sign, her mind offered immediately, too eagerly. "Everything okay?" he called. "Yeah." Her voice came out thinner than she wanted. "I must have not closed it all the way." Whined maybe. Maybe. That also was explainable. She grabbed her overnight bag earlier. Maybe that was the door. Maybe she was tired enough to start building patterns out of cheap electronics and bad weather and one unlocked latch. She got in, locked the doors, and sat without starting the engine. Eli remained where he was. He wasn't waving now. He just looked like someone trying hard not to look desperate. Mara checked the mirrors, checked the back seat again, put the key in the ignition, took it out. Her phone buzzed with a text from her sister, Dana. "You still alive? Don't die on a turnpike, or I'll be furious." Mara actually laughed. Then another text came right after. "Also, Liam won't sleep. He thinks his dad is gonna show up tomorrow, even though I said no." The laugh disappeared. Dana Pierce was 29, female, Mara's younger sister. And even through text, she had the frantic humor of someone carrying too many fragile things at once. Dana lived outside Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, in a rental house with a sloped driveway, a son who listened from staircases, and the temporary brittle bravery of a person who had recently learned that it'll get better and you can handle it were not the same sentence. Mara could hear her voice perfectly from those two texts alone, joking first, then slipping the real worry underneath. Mara looked back toward the ice machine, the empty trooper SUV, the smoking trucker, the glass doors opening, closing, Eli standing with his duffel, and the patient, humiliating stillness of a man who had already been refused by enough strangers tonight. There were rules. She knew the rules. Women especially knew them in the bone-deep, boring way you know where the exits are in a theater. Don't let a stranger into your car at night. Don't be flattered by politeness. Don't confuse needing help with being safe to help. Those rules existed because people had earned them the ugly way. And yet, Wheeling was on the way, more or less. The interstate was busy enough. She had location sharing on with Dana. There was a state police barracks 20 minutes ahead, probably. She could say no. She absolutely could. But she was already reaching for reasons to say yes, which was how her worst decisions usually started, not with impulse, but with a tidy stack of arguments assembled after the feeling had already chosen. Mara rolled the window down 2 inches. Eli stepped closer, but stopped well outside arm's reach. "I can take you as far as the next bigger exit," she said. "That's it. You sit in the back. And if your sister calls, speaker only." For a second, he just stared, like he hadn't expected the world to bend that way. Then he nodded once. "That's fair." Mara kept her hand on the window switch. Behind him, the trucker flicked his cigarette into the wet dark. The automatic doors sighed open again. Somewhere down on the highway, a horn sounded once, long and low. Mara looked at the rear door she'd had to shut twice, then at the man with the duffel, then at the road east. She had not unlocked the car yet. Mara unlocked the car. The click sounded louder than it should have in the empty lot. She immediately hated the finality of it. Eli hesitated before moving, like he was giving her one last chance to change her mind. And he picked up the navy duffel and walked toward the Subaru, careful, slow, keeping his hands visible. He opened the rear passenger door and paused. "Still okay?" he asked. Mara nodded once. "Back seat," she said. "Seat belt." "Yeah," he slid in. The door shut with a dull thump that echoed strangely inside the car. Mara waited until she heard the belt buckle snap before she started the engine. The dome light went out. The parking lot fell back into shadow. For a moment, nobody spoke. Mara pulled out of the space, turned toward the exit, and rolled past the idling semis and the empty Trooper SUV. As she merged back onto Interstate 70, the road opened in front of them like a long, dark tunnel through the hills. Her hands stayed at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. "Thanks," Eli said from the back seat. His voice had settled into something calmer now. "Really, you're welcome. You said the next bigger exit." "Yeah, that's fine." The highway lights thinned quickly once they left the plaza. Beyond the shoulder, there were only trees and black slopes of land dropping away from the road. A few distant farmhouse lights glowed far off across the hills, steady and quiet. The heater fan ticked. Mara kept glancing at the rearview mirror. Eli had placed the duffel on the floor between his feet. His hands rested on his knees, palms down, like someone trying to look harmless in a police station waiting room. "So," he said after a minute, "you heading to Pittsburgh? Close. Work trip, family." Silence again. It wasn't hostile silence, just two strangers trying to find the boundaries of a temporary arrangement. Mara focused on the road and the blue glow of the GPS arrow inching east. Then the Bluetooth chimed. Pairing request. Mara's stomach tightened. "What's that?" Eli asked. "My car being weird," she said quickly. She rejected the request again. The radio flickered on by itself for half a second static, then a burst of that same distant country song she'd heard earlier before cutting out. Eli leaned forward slightly. "Electrical stuff, probably. You ever get the battery checked?" "Last month." "That'll do it," he said, settling back again. Mara wasn't sure what that meant, but she nodded anyway. They drove another mile, then 2. Traffic was light. A pickup passed them once and disappeared ahead. A pair of taillights far behind stayed steady in the distance. Mara tried to relax her grip on the steering wheel. Her knuckles were starting to ache. "So your sister," Eli said, "Nicole, she's still coming?" "Hope so." "You gonna wait?" He made a small sound in his throat. "Honestly, if she doesn't call in 10 minutes, I might just start walking west. There's another town about 6 miles back. You'd walk on the interstate. Done worse." The way he said it was casual, not proud, just factual. Mara pictured him on the shoulder with trucks roaring past in the dark. The image bothered her more than she expected. "You could call again from the next exit," she said. "Yeah." He shifted in the back seat. The car rocked slightly as his weight moved. "You live around here?" he asked. "No." "Where then?" "Columbus." "That's a drive. It's fine." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You always pick up hitchhikers." Mara exhaled through her nose. "No, first time, pretty much." "Well," chuckled softly, "I'll try not to make you regret it." She looked at him in the mirror. "I'm serious about the next exit," she said. "Understood." They drove another few miles before the first real problem appeared. It started with the fuel gauge. Mara noticed it because the needle dipped suddenly, sliding down a quarter of a tank in less than a second. She blinked. The needle rose again. "What the hell?" she muttered. "What?" Eli asked. "Nothing." But the gauge moved again. A small jerk downward. Then up, then down farther this time. Mara frowned at it. "That thing ever stick?" Eli asked, leaning forward slightly. "You can see it." "Yeah, great." She tapped the plastic over the dashboard with 2 fingers. The needle jumped and settled just above empty. "That's not right," she said. "You filled up earlier." "Yeah." "Well, no, I was going to." "You didn't get gas at the plaza." "I wasn't empty yet." Eli leaned closer. "Where's the next station?" "There should be one at the next exit." How far? Mara glanced at the GPS. 9 miles. Eli whistled quietly. That's cutting it close. It's wrong, Mara said. The gauge is wrong. You sure? She was. The car continued humming along at 68. No sputtering, no warning lights. Just that needle sitting stubbornly just above empty now. Mara felt a slow knot tighten in her chest. Do you have roadside assistance? Eli asked. Yeah, good. They drove in silence for another minute. Then the engine hiccuped. Just once. A small stutter, barely noticeable. But Mara felt it through the steering wheel. Okay, Eli said quietly. That's not great, I noticed. Maybe slow down a little. She eased the car down to 60. The highway stretched out ahead, long and dark. No exit signs yet. Mara checked the rearview mirror again. The pair of headlights behind them had gotten closer. A large vehicle, maybe an SUV. It stayed in the left lane, pacing them without passing. The engine stuttered again. This time longer. Mara's mouth went dry. You're definitely low, Eli said. Thanks. I'm just saying. Yeah, they passed a green sign. Exit 214-6. MILES. Mara did the math automatically. If the gauge was right, they might not make it. If it was wrong, everything was fine. But her brain wouldn't settle on either option. You've got hazard lights if it dies, Eli said. Just drift onto the shoulder. I know. Sorry. Not trying to backseat drive. It's okay. Headlights behind them drifted closer again. Too close. The SUV pulled into the right lane behind them now, matching their speed exactly. Mara felt the pressure of it like someone standing too close in an elevator. Guy behind us is impatient, Eli said. Yeah, why doesn't he pass? I don't know. The SUV's headlights flashed once. High beams, then off again. Mara tightened her grip on the wheel. Maybe he wants you to move over, Eli suggested. I'm already in the right lane. Oh. The SUV flashed its lights again. Once. Twice. Okay, Mara said under her breath. What is that about? You know him? Eli asked. No, maybe your brake lights are out or something. Both of them, maybe. The engine hiccuped again. Harder this time. The car jerked forward slightly. Okay, Eli said. Yeah, you're definitely out of gas. I shouldn't be. Gauge could have been broken the whole time. That's not helpful. They drove another half-mile. The engine sputtered again. Longer. Mara's heart was pounding now. The SUV behind them flashed its lights again, this time longer. Then it pulled halfway into the left lane like it might pass. Instead, it dropped back again. Why is he doing that? Mara asked. Eli didn't answer right away. Could be trying to tell you something, he said finally. Like what? Flat tire maybe. My car would feel different. Yeah, the engine coughed, then caught again. Mara eased off the gas instinctively. Exit S in 3 miles, she said. You might make it. The SUV behind them honked. A long blast. Mara jumped. Okay, she snapped, looking in the mirror. What do you want? The SUV swerved suddenly into the left lane and accelerated. For a second, Mara thought it was finally passing. Instead, it pulled up beside them. Black vehicle. Older Ford Explorer maybe. Mud splashed across the doors. The driver's window was down. A man leaned slightly toward the passenger side, shouting something. Mara couldn't hear him through the glass. Roll your window down, Eli said. No, the man in the SUV gestured urgently. Big chopping motions with his hand. He pointed toward the back of Mara's car, then toward the road shoulder. Maybe he really is trying to tell you something, Eli said. Mara shook her head. The Explorer slowed slightly, staying beside them. The driver shouted again. Then the SUV suddenly dropped behind them. Hard. Mara checked the mirror. The Explorer was now inches from her bumper, headlights blazing. "What the hell is wrong with him?" she said. "Maybe pull over," Eli suggested quietly. "On the interstate, with some random guy behind me. Better than running out of gas in the middle of the lane." The engine sputtered again. Worse, the car lurched. Mara's pulse roared in her ears. The green exit sign appeared ahead. "Exit 214, 1 mile, almost there," she said. The Explorer's horn blasted again. Long, angry. Then the SUV surged forward. It swung into the left lane and shot past them. For a second, Mara felt relief. Then the Explorer swerved in front of her car and slammed on the brakes. Mara screamed and stomped the pedal. The Subaru skidded, tires shrieking. Loose items flew off the passenger seat. The duffel in the back slid hard against the door. They stopped barely 3 feet from the Explorer's rear bumper. Mara's chest heaved. "What the hell?" she shouted. The Explorer's driver door flew open. A man climbed out. He was big, broad shoulders, heavy jacket, baseball cap pulled low. He walked toward Mara's car fast. Too fast. Mara locked the doors. "Don't open anything," Eli said. "I'm not." The man reached the driver's window and pounded on the glass. "Hard, roll it down," he shouted. Mara shook her head violently. "Roll it down," he shouted again. "Your damn car's leaking gas." The words hung in the air. Mara's brain struggled to process them. "What?" she whispered. The man pointed behind the Subaru. "Fuel S pouring out of the back of your car. I've been trying to get you to stop for 5 miles. Mara looked at the mirror instinctively. A dark, wet line streaked across the highway behind them. The engine sputtered again, then died. The man leaned closer to the glass. "You need to get out," he said. Now, Mara's hands trembled on the steering wheel. And behind her, in the back seat, Eli Voss went very still. The engine died with a soft, mechanical cough. The dashboard lights stayed on. Everything else went quiet. For a moment, the only sound was the faint rush of traffic from far down the interstate and the ticking of cooling metal under the hood. Mara stared at the man outside her window. He kept pointing toward the back of the car. "Your fuel line's busted," he shouted through the glass. "I've been trying to get you to pull over." She didn't move. The man's breath fogged the window. He knocked again, harder this time, his knuckles dull against the glass. "Ma'am, you're dripping gasoline all over the highway." Behind Mara, Eli spoke quietly. "Look in the mirror." Her eyes flicked upward. The road behind them glistened under the headlights. Not just dark pavement. A long, wet ribbon trailing behind the Subaru, shining faintly under passing headlights. Gasoline. Her stomach dropped. Another car blasted past in the left lane, wind rocking the Subaru on its suspension. The driver swerved slightly to avoid the Explorer blocking the lane ahead. "Hey," Eli said carefully. "Yeah, that's real." The man outside pointed toward the shoulder. "You need to move it off the lane." "It won't start," Mara shouted through the window. The man looked back toward the traffic behind them. Another set of headlights was approaching fast. "Put it in neutral," he yelled. "We'll push it." Mara hesitated. "Don't open the door," she said under her breath. "Not yet," Eli agreed. The approaching car swerved sharply around them, horn blaring. Wind rocked the Subaru again. "Okay," Mara said, voice tight. "Okay." She cracked the window 2 inches. "You said gas is leaking," she asked. "Yeah, from where?" "Back end somewhere. I smelled it and saw the trail. You've been spilling it for miles." Mara glanced at Eli in the rearview mirror. His face looked different now. Not panicked, not surprised either, just focused. "Could be a ruptured line," he said. How? Mara whispered. Road debris, maybe. Outside, the man slapped the hood. Ma'am, if a spark hits that trail, Mara unlocked the door. Cold air flooded the car the moment she stepped out. The smell hit her immediately, sharp and chemical. Gasoline. The man from the Explorer backed away slightly as she stepped onto the asphalt. Up close, he looked mid-40s, thick arms, heavy beard peppered with gray. Name S. Carl, he said quickly. Carl Whitaker. Mara nodded automatically. Mara, good, okay. We need to push it onto the shoulder. Pointed to the right side of the road. The shoulder sloped slightly downward into gravel and weeds before the guardrail. Put it in neutral, he said. Mara slid back into the driver's seat and shifted the gear. Carl moved to the rear of the Subaru. Eli opened the passenger door and stepped out. For the first time, Mara saw his full height, taller than she'd thought, lean but strong in the shoulders. You too, Carl said, gesturing. Push. Eli nodded. They braced against the trunk. Ready, Carl shouted. Mara released the brake. The Subaru rolled slowly forward. Carl and Eli pushed hard, steering the car toward the shoulder. Tires thumped over the rumble strip. Another car blasted past them, horns screaming. Keep going, Carl yelled. The Subaru rolled into the gravel shoulder and finally stopped beside the guardrail. Mara pulled the handbrake. Carl stepped back immediately. Everybody away from the car, he said. They moved several yards down the slope toward the grass. Mara looked back. Subaru sat tilted slightly on the shoulder, headlights still on, fuel dripping steadily beneath the rear bumper. How bad? She asked. Carl crouched near the back but didn't get too close. Yeah, he muttered. That's not good, he pointed. A thin stream of gasoline dripped steadily from the underside near the fuel tank. Looks like the line's cracked, he said. Maybe the tank. Can it explode? Mara asked. Carl shrugged. Not just sitting there, but if someone flicks a cigarette out the window. They all looked instinctively toward the interstate. Cars roared past, headlights flashing, wind tugging at their clothes. Okay, Mara said. Okay, I have roadside assistance. Call them, Carl said. She reached for her phone. No signal. 2 gray bars flickered, then vanished. Of course, she muttered. Carl pulled out his own phone. Same, he said. Eli shifted his weight beside them. There's an exit a mile ahead, he said. Yeah, Carl replied. But we can't drive it. Silence settled between them. The fuel continued dripping. Tick, tick, tick. Mara felt the cold creeping through her shoes. Carl looked up the highway. You two got anyone coming? My sister S in Pennsylvania, Mara said. But she's an hour away. Carl scratched his beard. My truck's got signal back a bit, maybe half-mile behind us. You drove past it? Mara asked. Yeah, I was trying to get you stopped. He pointed back along the shoulder. If I walk back, I can call a tow. That's good, Mara said. Carl nodded. Problem is, we shouldn't leave the car here leaking like this. Why? Because someone's gonna clip it eventually. He gestured toward the road. The shoulder wasn't wide. The Subaru stuck out farther than Mara liked. If someone drifts over the line, he said. Mara pictured a semi clipping the bumper. The fuel, the sparks. Her stomach twisted. So what do we do? She asked. Carl thought. Push it farther down that slope, maybe. Off the road entirely. He pointed toward the grassy embankment beyond the guardrail break about 30 yards ahead. There's a maintenance gap there. Eli turned to look. The opening in the guardrail was visible under the headlights. A narrow dirt service path sloped downward into the trees. If we roll it down there, Carl said, it's not blocking traffic. Mara nodded slowly. That makes sense. Carl glanced at Eli. You good to push again? Eli hesitated, just for a second, then nodded. Yeah. Climbed back toward the Subaru. The gasoline smell was stronger now. Carl opened the driver's door. Neutral again, he said. Mara shifted. Carl and Eli took positions behind the car again. Ready, they shoved. The Subaru rolled slowly along the gravel shoulder. The rumble strip rattled beneath the tires. Cars roared past only feet away. Mara kept one hand on the steering wheel through the open window, guiding the car. 20 feet, 30. The guardrail opening approached. Turn it, Carl shouted. Mara angled the wheel toward the dirt path. The car rolled off the shoulder and down the slope. Gravel crunched loudly. Then the Subaru settled in the narrow dirt track between trees. Carl yanked the handbrake. There, he said, breathing hard. The interstate noise softened slightly down here. Mara stepped out again. The car was hidden from the road now. The dripping fuel continued, but slower. Carl wiped his hands on his jeans. Okay, he said. Now I walk back to my truck. How long? Mara asked. 10 minutes. He started up the slope toward the highway, then stopped. Actually, he said, turning back. His eyes moved between Mara and Eli. You shouldn't stay here alone. The trees around the dirt path rustled in the wind, dark, silent. Why? Mara asked. Carl shrugged. Just middle of nowhere, and you've got gas leaking. He looked at Eli. You can ride back with me to the truck. Leave her with the car. Eli didn't answer immediately. Mara looked between them. The suggestion made her uneasy. Or, Carl added, she can come with me. That leaves the car, Mara said. Carl nodded. Yeah, Eli finally spoke. I'll stay. Carl studied him. You sure? Yeah, Carl looked at Mara. You good with that? She hesitated. The quiet down here felt different from the interstate noise above, thicker, heavier. But leaving the car felt wrong too. I'll stay, she said. Carl nodded. Okay, I'll be back quick. He started walking up the slope toward the highway. His boots crunched in the gravel. Within seconds, his figure disappeared beyond the guardrail. The roar of traffic returned, then faded again. Silence settled. Mara exhaled slowly. Well, she said. Eli didn't respond. She turned. He was standing behind the Subaru now, near the rear bumper, looking underneath. What? She asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he crouched down slowly. Then he reached under the car. Mara's chest tightened. What are you doing? Eli pulled something free from beneath the Subaru. A short rubber hose. Cleanly cut. Gasoline dripped from the end. Mara stared. That, Eli said quietly, is your fuel line. Her throat went dry. How did that? Eli stood up. He turned the hose in his fingers. Then he looked at the dirt path leading back toward the interstate. Carl had vanished beyond the guardrail. Eli's voice dropped lower. Because, he said carefully, that wasn't road damage. He tossed the hose onto the dirt. That was cut. Mara felt the world tilt. You're saying, Carl? Eli shook his head slowly. No, he looked up toward the highway, where Carl had disappeared. Then he said something that made Mara's stomach collapse completely. I'm saying, Eli said, it was already cut before we ever stopped. The cut end of the hose gleamed wet in the headlights. Gasoline dripped steadily from it onto the dirt. Mara couldn't stop staring. That doesn't make sense, she said. Eli wiped his fingers on his jeans and stood up slowly. His expression wasn't alarmed anymore. It was something else now, tight, thoughtful, like he was solving a problem that had been bothering him for a while. You didn't hit anything tonight? He asked. No loud thumps, no potholes. No, the interstate hummed faintly above them. A semi thundered past somewhere out of sight. Eli nudged the hose with the toe of his shoe. "That's a clean cut," he said. "Not road damage." Mara felt a cold tremor move through her chest. "So someone did that," whispered. Eli didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked slowly toward the rear of the car again, crouching near the tank. "What are you looking for?" she asked. "Just thinking." He leaned down farther, peering under the chassis. Thinking about what? About timing. Mara's pulse began to thump in her ears. Timing of what? Eli straightened slowly. "When the leak started," he gestured toward the interstate. "Carl said he'd been following you for miles, right?" "Yeah. And you didn't smell gas until we stopped." "That's true. So if the line was cut before you picked me up," he said, "the tank would have emptied way faster." Mara blinked. Her brain lagged a few seconds behind the implication. "So it was cut after?" Eli nodded slightly. "Probably." A sound cracked through the quiet, gravel crunching. Both of them turned instantly toward the slope leading up to the highway. Footsteps. Someone coming down the dirt path. Mara's shoulders relaxed instinctively. "Carl's back," she said, but Eli didn't move. His eyes stayed fixed on the dark slope. Carl Whitaker appeared between the trees a few seconds later, moving down the incline toward them. But he wasn't alone. A second man followed behind him. Mara froze. The newcomer was tall and heavyset, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled low. His hands were shoved deep in the pockets. Carl raised a hand casually. "Good news," he called out. "Got my buddy up there with a truck." Mara forced a smile. "That was fast." Carl shrugged. "He was parked a bit up the road." The second man said nothing. He kept walking slowly behind Carl, his face shadowed. Eli stepped forward slightly. "Tow truck?" he asked. Carl stopped about 10 feet from them. "Nah," he said easily. "Just a pickup. Tow cable." "Yeah." Carl's eyes flicked briefly to the underside of the Subaru, then to the hose lying in the dirt. His smile faded. "Where'd that come from?" No one answered. Carl's jaw tightened slightly. Eli spoke first. "That's the fuel line." Carl looked from Eli to Mara. "Yeah," he said slowly. "I know what it is." Silence stretched. The second man shifted his weight. Carl's eyes narrowed. "You two messing with the car?" "No," Mara said quickly. Carl studied them both. Then his gaze dropped to the hose again. Something changed in his expression. Not surprise, recognition. He sighed once, almost tired. "Well," he said quietly, "that's unfortunate." Mara felt the hair rise on her arms. "What does that mean?" Carl looked up at her. "Means," he said, "this part just got harder." The second man finally pulled his hands out of his hoodie pockets. He was holding a small crowbar. Mara's stomach dropped. Eli moved immediately. "Stay behind me," he murmured. Carl took a slow step forward. "Look," he said calmly. "Nobody has to get hurt here." "Then leave," Eli said. Carl shook his head. "Can't do that." The crowbar scraped lightly against gravel as the second man adjusted his grip. Mara's mind raced. "Why?" she asked. Carl smiled thinly. "Because your car was supposed to die out on the highway." Her chest tightened. "What?" Carl gestured toward the interstate. "You run out of gas. You pull over. We help." His smile widened slightly. "People are very grateful in situations like that." Eli's voice dropped. "You rob them," Carl shrugged. "Sometimes." Mara's breath came faster now. "You cut the line," she said. Carl nodded. "Easy to do when someone leaves their car unlocked at a gas station." Mara's mind flashed back to the dome light, the rear door not latched. Carl continued calmly. "We follow, wait for the tank to drain." He nodded toward the road above. "Usually works cleaner than this." His eyes slid briefly toward Eli. But then you picked him up. The second man shifted again, impatient. Carl sighed. Two people complicates things. Eli took another small step forward. So what now? Carl glanced toward the Subaru. Now you give us your phones, wallets, keys. His voice hardened slightly, and we walk away. Mara's hands trembled. That's it. Carl gave her a tired look. Lady, you should really hope that's it. The crowbar lifted slightly in the other man's hand. The air felt colder suddenly. Mara's pulse hammered in her throat. Eli leaned closer to her without looking back. When I move, he whispered, run toward the trees. What? Just run. Carl took another step forward. Let's not make this. Eli moved. Fast. He grabbed the cut fuel hose from the ground and hurled it toward Carl's feet. Gasoline splashed across Carl's boots and the dirt. What the Eli lunged forward and slammed his shoulder into Carl's chest. Carl staggered backward with a grunt. The crowbar swung immediately. Eli ducked, the metal bar slicing through the air inches above his head. Run, Eli shouted. Mara ran. Branches whipped across her arms as she sprinted down the dirt path into the trees. Behind her, shouting erupted. A heavy thud. Another, someone cursed. Mara didn't stop. Her lungs burned as she crashed through underbrush. The ground sloped downward sharply, loose dirt sliding under her shoes. A sharp crack echoed behind her. Then Eli's voice shouting something she couldn't understand. She stumbled and caught herself against a tree trunk. Her chest heaved. For a moment, she thought about running farther. Just keep going. But something twisted in her stomach. She turned back. The headlights of the Subaru glowed faintly through the trees. Shapes moved in front of them. 2 figures, then 3. Carl's voice sparked something. The crowbar flashed again in the light. Mara's hands shook violently. She looked down at the ground near her feet. A rock lay half buried in the dirt. Heavy, she grabbed it. Her legs trembled as she moved back toward the clearing. When she reached the edge of the trees, she saw them clearly. Eli was on one knee. Blood streaked across his forehead. Carl stood over him, breathing hard. The second man raised the crowbar again. End it, Carl snapped. The crowbar swung down. Mara screamed and hurled the rock. It struck the second man in the side of the head. He staggered sideways, the crowbar slipping from his grip. Eli lunged instantly. He tackled the man to the ground. Carl spun toward Mara. His eyes burned with fury. You stupid, he charged her. Mara turned to run. Her foot slipped on loose dirt. She fell hard onto her shoulder, pain exploding through her arm. Carl grabbed the back of her jacket and yanked her up. You just made this worse, he growled. The smell of gasoline hit Mara again, strong. Carl's boots were still soaked from the splash. Behind them, Eli struggled with the second man in the dirt. Carl dragged Mara toward the Subaru. Let go, she screamed. Carl shoved her against the car door. Her head smacked the metal. Stars burst across her vision. Carl grabbed the crowbar from the ground. You should have just handed it over, he said. His arm lifted. A sharp crack split the air. Carl froze. For a second, Mara thought the crowbar had hit something behind her. Then Carl looked down. A dark stain spread slowly across his jacket. Eli stood a few feet away, holding a flare. The red emergency flare from Mara's trunk. The burning tip glowed bright in the night. Carl staggered backward. Gasoline dripped from his boots onto the dirt. The flare hissed. Carl's eyes widened in sudden understanding. Oh, Eli threw it. The flare hit the ground at Carl's feet. Flame exploded instantly. Gasoline ignited with a violent whoop. Carl screamed. Fire raced across the dirt and up his soaked boots in a bright orange flash. He stumbled backward, thrashing wildly. The flames spread fast across the gasoline trail beneath the Subaru. "Move," Eli shouted. He grabbed Mara's arm and dragged her away from the car. They sprinted down the slope as flames crawled across the ground behind them. The second man scrambled to his feet, shouting in panic. Carl's screams turned hoarse. The fire reached the dripping fuel line. A blinding flash erupted. The Subaru exploded with a thunderous boom. The shockwave slammed through the trees. Heat blasted across Mara's back as she and Eli dove behind a fallen log. Metal shrieked. Glass shattered. Then silence. Only the crackle of burning fuel. Mara lay face down in the dirt, ears ringing. Her shoulder throbbed where she'd fallen. Beside her, Eli coughed harshly. For a long time, neither of them moved. Finally, Mara lifted her head. The clearing above glowed orange through the trees. The Subaru burned fiercely. Carl Whitaker lay motionless near the flames. The second man had vanished into the darkness. Mara felt something wet on her face. Blood or tears. She wasn't sure which. Eli sat beside her, breathing hard. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded weakly. Then she looked back toward the fire, her car, her bags. Everything she owned for the trip. Gone. The smell of gasoline and smoke hung heavy in the night. Far away, faint sirens began to wail. But they were still miles away. Mara wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. The danger was over. But the quiet that followed felt heavier than anything that had come before. The first siren was distant enough that Mara thought it might belong to another road entirely. Then a second one joined it. Then a third. She sat on the cold dirt with her back against a tree trunk, staring through the trees at the orange glow where her car had been. The Subaru still burned, though the flames were smaller now, licking up around the warped metal frame. The explosion had blown the rear hatch clear off. It lay twisted near the guardrail, like a piece of scrap metal. Smoke drifted low across the dirt road. The smell of melted plastic and gasoline coated the back of her throat. Eli sat a few feet away, elbows on his knees, breathing slowly like he was trying to teach his lungs a new rhythm. Neither of them had spoken for several minutes. "Those are definitely for us," Mara said finally. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears. Too flat. Eli nodded. "Yeah." Another siren rose, closer now. She pressed her palm against her shoulder. The fall earlier had left it throbbing in deep waves. When she moved her arm, a sharp stab shot through the joint. "Probably dislocated or bruised," Eli said quietly without looking up. "You a doctor?" "No." He lifted his sleeve and wiped dried blood from the cut above his eyebrow. The wound had clotted, but the skin around it was already swelling. "You look worse than me," Mara said. He shrugged. "Been worse." The words hung there awkwardly. The sirens were much closer now. Lights flickered faintly through the trees above the slope. Red and blue strobes painted the branches in quick pulses. Mara's stomach tightened again. "Police," she said. "Yeah," she swallowed. "You think they're going to arrest us?" Eli glanced at her. "For what? I don't know," she said. "The car exploded. Someone's dead." He considered that for a moment. "Self-defense," he said finally. "That's not exactly how it looked. You threw a rock. I saved you." He nodded. "Yeah." The sirens reached the guardrail above them. Car doors slammed. Voices shouted across the highway. Flashlights cut through the darkness as several officers climbed down the slope toward the burning wreckage. "Down here," Eli called. The lights swung toward them. "Stay where you are," a voice shouted. Mara raised her hands automatically. 2 state troopers reached them first, boots sliding on loose dirt. "Are either of you injured?" one asked. "My shoulder," Mara said. "Head wound," the other trooper said, pointing at Eli. "Sit tight." More officers spread through the clearing, scanning the trees with flashlights. One knelt near Carl Whitaker's body, checking for a pulse, even though the outcome was obvious. Another officer circled the burning car cautiously. "What happened here?" the first trooper asked. Mara opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Eli spoke instead. "Attempted robbery," he said. "They cut the fuel line." The trooper's eyes narrowed slightly. "They, 2 men," Eli said. "One ran." Flashlights swept the tree line immediately. "Which direction?" Eli pointed deeper into the woods. "That way." 2 officers disappeared into the darkness. Mara wrapped her arms around herself as the adrenaline finally began to ebb. Her whole body trembled now. An ambulance arrived minutes later. Paramedics checked Eli's head wound first, cleaning the cut and wrapping it in a gauze bandage that made him look oddly lopsided. Mara's shoulder turned out not to be dislocated, just badly bruised and strained. The medic taped it tightly and handed her a small ice pack. "You're lucky," he said. She didn't answer. The investigation took hours. Highway patrol blocked 1 lane of Interstate 70, while firefighters extinguished what remained of the Subaru. The car was little more than a blackened skeleton by the time the flames died out completely. Detectives arrived from the nearest county office around 2:30 a.m. They asked the same questions in slightly different ways. Where had Mara first met Eli? What exactly had Carl Whitaker said before the attack? When had she last seen the rear door open? Did either of them notice anyone near the car at the service plaza? Mara answered as carefully as she could, though parts of the night already felt blurry and unreal. At one point, she glanced over at Eli while a detective spoke with him. He sat calmly on the tailgate of an ambulance, hands resting loosely between his knees, answering each question without hesitation. There was something unsettling about that calmness. Not suspicious, exactly. Just practiced. The sky began to lighten faintly in the east by the time the tow trucks arrived. Mara sat in the back of a patrol car, wrapped in a gray blanket, while officers finished mapping the scene. A detective named Alvarez eventually leaned into the open door. "You've had a long night," he said gently. "That's one way to put it." He gave a tired half smile. "We'll need a formal statement later today. But for now, we're comfortable calling this self-defense." Mara nodded slowly. "What about the other guy?" "We're searching the area," Alvarez said. "Dogs are on the way." She looked out toward the trees. "Do you think he'll come back?" Alvarez shook his head. "People like that usually run." The words didn't make her feel better. About an hour later, another patrol car drove her and Eli to a small highway diner just off the next exit. The place was open 24 hours, fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. The waitress didn't ask questions when they walked in with police blankets over their shoulders and dried blood on their clothes. She simply poured coffee and set 2 plates of eggs and toast in front of them. Mara stared at the food for a long time. "I'm not hungry," she said. "You should eat anyway," Eli replied. She took a bite mechanically. The eggs tasted like cardboard. Outside the diner window, dawn crept slowly over the hills. A pale gray light replaced the long night. "So," Mara said quietly. "Yeah, you saved my life." Eli shrugged slightly. "You threw the rock. You threw the flare, lucky guess. She studied him. That wasn't luck. He didn't respond. Where did you learn to react like that? She asked. Eli looked down at his coffee. Life, he said simply. She waited. He didn't elaborate. Mara leaned back in the booth and rubbed her eyes. I keep thinking about something, she said. What? That rear door. What about it? It was open when I left the gas station. Yeah. That's when they cut the line, right? Probably. So they were already watching my car. Seems that way. Mara's stomach twisted again. I almost drove away without noticing. Eli nodded. But you didn't. Silence settled over the table. The waitress refilled their coffee. Police are going to drive you to your sister's place once they finish paperwork, Eli said. Yeah, you'll need a new car. She let out a small laugh. You think? Another quiet moment passed. Then Mara realized something. What about you? What about me? You said you were going to Wheeling. Yeah, that's the opposite direction. Eli shrugged again. I'll figure something out. You don't have a ride. I'll get one. Mara hesitated. You can come with me. Eli looked up sharply. You sure? You saved my life, she said. I think I owe you a ride. For the first time that morning, Eli smiled faintly. Fair enough. They finished their coffee as the sky brightened. Normal morning sounds began to fill the diner, truckers talking, dishes clattering, the low hum of a coffee grinder. The world moved on. By mid-morning, Mara sat in the passenger seat of a police cruiser heading toward Pennsylvania. Her sister Dana had cried over the phone when she heard what happened. Just get here, Dana had said. Please. Mara leaned her head against the window as the highway rolled past. The night felt distant now, almost like a dream. Eli sat in the back seat behind her, quiet. They drove for nearly an hour before Mara turned around. You okay back there? Yeah, you never told me something. What? She studied him carefully. How did you know to check the fuel line? Eli was silent for a moment. Then he gave the same small shrug. Lucky guess, he said. Mara nodded slowly. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. She turned back toward the road. Outside, the highway stretched ahead in clean morning light. Ordinary again. Almost. But as the cruiser passed the last exit before the state line, Mara glanced down at her phone. A missed notification blinked on the screen. A voicemail. Timestamp, 10:41 p.m. Nicole. Eli's sister. She hesitated, then pressed play. A woman's voice filled the small car. Hey Eli, it's Nicole. I'm already home. Don't wait at the plaza. I told you not to go there again. The message ended. Mara slowly turned around. Eli sat quietly in the back seat, staring out the window. He must have felt her eyes on him, because he smiled faintly, but didn't say a word. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is A Sweet Valentine from Your Secret Stalker. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing Lena noticed was the smell. Not roses, not perfume, sugar. It drifted under her apartment door a little before 7 in the morning, thick and buttery, like somebody had opened a bakery in the hallway of her building and forgotten to shut the oven. She stood barefoot on the cold hardwood in an old Northwestern sweatshirt and listened to the building breathe around her, pipes ticking in the wall, an elevator groaning 3 floors down, the wet hiss of tires on Clark Street outside. Then there was a soft knock. Not her usual delivery knock, not the impatient pounding from the guy who brought groceries and never waited more than 5 seconds. This was careful. 2 taps, a pause, then 1 more. Lena did not move right away. She lived alone in a 3rd-floor walk-up in Chicago's Lakeview neighborhood, in a narrow brick building with a front door that never fully latched unless you hip-checked it. People were always getting buzzed in by mistake. Packages ended up on the wrong landing. Once, a woman from 3B had found someone else's takeout sweating on her welcome mat and eaten half of it before realizing it wasn't hers. Things happened in old buildings. Weird small things. Explainable things. The knock came again. Coming, Lena called, though she hadn't decided that yet. She crossed the apartment quietly and looked through the peephole. No one there. Just the hall with its yellowish overhead light and the runner carpet that always smelled faintly of dust after rain. She kept the chain on and opened the door 2 inches. A pink bakery box sat centered on the mat. On top of it was a white envelope, sealed with a red heart sticker that looked almost childish, glossy and too bright under the hallway bulb. There was no one at the stairwell. No retreating footsteps. No elevator ding. Lena shut the door, slid the chain off, and opened it fully. The sugar smell hit her stronger. The box was warm. That was the part that bothered her first. Not the letter. Not even the heart sticker. The warmth. Somebody had set it there seconds ago. She picked up the envelope by one corner like it might be damp and brought both things inside with the edge of her sweatshirt sleeve. Her phone was on the kitchen counter beneath last night's wine glass. 6:54 a.m. Thursday, February 13. 1 day before Valentine's Day. Absolutely not, she said to no one. Lena Morales was 28, a graphic designer at a small branding studio in the West Loop, the kind of person who could spend 40 minutes adjusting the spacing between 2 letters, and then forget to buy toilet paper. She had dark hair she kept meaning to cut and never did, tired brown eyes, and the practical habit of checking locks twice before bed, while still telling herself she was not an anxious person. She was late on rent exactly once in her life, and had hated the feeling enough to build an adult life around avoiding surprises. That was the private engine under almost everything she did. Do the work, answer the email, stay agreeable, keep life from turning messy. She disliked public embarrassment more than pain, which had gotten her into stupid situations before, bad dates she didn't leave soon enough, freelance clients she should have fired, a year with a boyfriend named Matt because breaking up seemed more exhausting than staying. Now she stood in her tiny kitchen in wool socks, staring at a bakery box like it had personally insulted her. She opened the envelope. Inside was a folded card, thick cream paper. No store logo. No printed message. Just handwriting in black ink for the girl with the red scarf. Happy Valentine's Day a little early. You looked cold yesterday. Your secret admirer Lena read it twice, then a 3rd time slower. The girl with the red scarf. Yesterday, she had worn a red scarf, a real one, deep red, knitted by her aunt, wrapped twice around her neck, while she walked back from the Belmont Red Line after work in wind that made her eyes water. Half the women in Chicago own something red in February. That did not mean anything. It could have been a joke from work. It could have been Erica. She grabbed her phone and took a picture of the card, then another of the box. The box held 6 frosted sugar cookies shaped like hearts, pale pink icing, tiny silver dragees. On the underside of the lid, in the same black handwriting, someone had written, "You deserve sweeter mornings." That landed differently. Not because it was threatening. It was soft, almost embarrassingly earnest. Kind of line that would be manipulative in a movie and pathetic in real life. Still, Lena set the lid down very carefully. Her phone buzzed before she could text anyone. Erica. Erica. You alive, Erica? PLS, tell me you're not trying a clean morning routine again, Erica. We need coffee before Nora gets here, or I'm committing arson. Lena called instead. Erica Rowan answered on the second ring with a yawn. If this is about work, I'm hanging up. It's 6:55, which is a work crime. Lena looked at the card on the counter. Someone left cookies outside my door. There was a pause. Okay, with a note. Another pause, shorter this time, more awake. What kind of note? Lena read it out. Then the line from the lid. Erica made a sound through her teeth. That is not adorable, right? It depends. Did you tell anyone at work about your tragic scarf dependence? I wear scarves every day. True. Erica was 31, account manager, straight-backed and sharp-faced. With blonde hair she ironed flat, and a gift for sounding unimpressed, in a way clients mistook for competence. Lena liked her immediately when they met because Erica never forced warmth and never confused politeness with trust. She lived in Logan Square with a rotating jungle of plants and an on-again, off-again fiancé she referred to like weather. She also possessed the rare adult skill of treating small weird things like they might matter without becoming theatrical. Did you buzz anybody in? Erica asked. No. Any delivery notice? No. Eat one and die dramatically so I can leave the office early. Lena laughed once thinly. I'm serious. So am I. Don't eat them. Outside, a garbage truck clanged down the street, the mechanical forks thumping metal hard enough to shake something loose in the kitchen drawer. Erica said more quietly now, was the box sealed? Like from a bakery. There's no logo. Okay, don't throw the note away. Bring it if you want. We can decide whether to mock you or call the police. The police are not going to care about cookies. No, but if it keeps happening, they might care that it started before Valentine's Day, like a low-budget thriller. I hate when you're right. I know. Get dressed. Also lock your door while you shower. After the call, Lena checked the front hallway camera app out of instinct before remembering her building didn't have one. Her own apartment had no doorbell cam either. Landlord said the brick around the frame was too crumbly to mount anything cleanly. She meant to buy one of the peephole cameras months ago, and then forgot when rent, groceries, and the dental bill all arrived in the same week. She carried the card into the living room and set it beside her laptop. Then she went back to the door and opened it again, this time crouching to inspect the hall. Nothing except old salt tracked in from boots and a dark, damp footprint near the stairs that might have been from anyone. When she closed the door, she noticed something else. A tiny red thread snagged on the splintered wood near the bottom hinge. She pinched it free. Wool, maybe, or acrylic, half an inch long, probably from her own scarf. Probably. She tucked it into the envelope anyway. By the time she left for work, The city had turned to slush. Gray piles along the curb, wind that shoved wrappers against chain-link fences and made every awning rattle. Lena wore the red scarf again and regretted it immediately, but she was already halfway to the station when she realized turning back would make her later. Also, she refused to let a stupid note dictate what she wore. That, too, was one of her flaws, though she preferred to call it dignity. On the train, she kept looking up from her phone, scanning reflections in the glass more than faces. A man in a navy parka got off at Fullerton after standing too close. A teenage girl with silver nails watched makeup tutorials. 2 DePaul students argued softly about a stats exam. Nothing unusual, everything ordinary, which somehow made the card feel more absurd and more intimate at once. At the office, Erica made her hand over the envelope before Lena had taken off her coat. The studio occupied the 2nd floor above a furniture showroom. Exposed brick, polished concrete, bad heating, expensive coffee beans. No one knew how to brew properly. Their Valentine's decorations were leftovers from a client photo shoot. Paper hearts pinned to corkboard, and a glass jar of pink candy hearts near reception that tasted like chalk and lotion. Erica read the note without comment, then held it up by the corners. This handwriting is either trying very hard to be neat or naturally serial killer. Helpful, Lena said. Gender neutral for now. Nora Price came around the corner with her laptop hugged to her chest and immediately asked, "What's naturally serial killer?" Nora was 24, junior copywriter from Milwaukee, by way of 3 different unpaid internships, and 1 very patient grandmother. She had a round, open face, soft brown skin, and the kind of enthusiasm that made even cynicism sit up straighter around her. She wore giant sweaters and silver hoops and treated every office mystery like the start of a podcast. Lena liked her because she was kind without being simple. She also talked when nervous, which meant she often revealed more truth than people meant to. Erica handed her the note. Nora read it and went wide-eyed in a gratifying way. Absolutely not. That's either a coworker with boundary issues or someone who sees you during your commute. Great, Lena said. Love those options. Do you have enemies? No, exes. Not interesting ones. Erica leaned against Lena's desk. Who knew about the scarf? Half of Chicago saw the scarf. Nora turned the card over. No name, no number, no florist, no bakery. That's intentional. Thank you, detective, Erica said. I'm serious. If it were just flirting, they'd want credit. Lena tried to shrug it off, but the lines settled in her stomach and stayed there all morning. At 11:30, while reviewing a packaging mock-up for a gourmet tea brand, she got a Slack message from an unknown account. Valentine guest, did you like the cookies? Her hands stopped on the keyboard. Not fear exactly, more like a clean, empty space opening in her chest. She clicked the profile. No photo, no details. Newly invited external guest account. She stared long enough for Slack to dim the screen. Then Erica appeared at her shoulder, coffee in hand. You have the face again. The face. The one where you're either about to cry or commit fraud. Lena angled the monitor toward her. Erica set the coffee down. Okay, Nora, summoned by tone alone, rolled over in her chair. What happened? No one panic, Erica said, which naturally caused everyone to panic a little. Lena typed carefully. Lena, who is this? The typing dots appeared at once, then vanished. Reappeared. Valentine guest. Someone who noticed. Nora whispered. Oh, I hate him. You don't know it's a him, Erica said. I hate them with masculine energy. Lena's scalp prickled. She looked across the office on instinct, as if whoever sent it might be standing by the printer pretending not to. Only 6 people were in that day. Their creative director was on a call in the conference room. The intern was eating pretzels. Someone on the showroom floor below dragged a chair across concrete, the sound long and scraping. She typed again. Lena, how did you get this slack? No answer. A minute later, a second message arrived. Valentine guest. Red looks good on you. Don't wear it tomorrow if you want to be hard to spot. Erica swore softly. That was the first moment it stopped being awkward and became something else. Not a joke, not a misplaced crush, not harmless. A warning disguised as attention. Lena felt suddenly foolish for bringing the card to work, for laughing on the phone, for wearing the scarf again. She opened her mouth and found she had no idea what she planned to say. Nora recovered first. Screenshot. Report the account. Tell Paul. Paul was the creative director and also the sort of man who said, let's not escalate emotionally when women described being followed. Lena did not want Paul's sympathetic frown. She did not want to become the center of the room. She did not want her own life to tilt towards spectacle, which was, she knew, exactly how people ended up minimizing things too long. Erica watched her think it through. Lena, I know. No pretending this is nothing. I know. But knowing and doing were never quite the same. She took the screenshots. Erica reported the account. Nora began searching visitor logs and Slack permissions with the righteous concentration of someone fueled by outrage and cold brew. For 20 minutes, the office kept moving around them, emails, phones, the hum of the heater finally kicking on while Lena sat still, hearing that line over and over. Don't wear it tomorrow if you want to be hard to spot. At lunch, her phone buzzed with a call from her downstairs neighbor, Mr. Kessler, who never called unless there was a package mix-up or a water leak. When she answered, his voice was thin and irritated. Miss Morales, there's a young man here asking if you got your Valentine. Lena went so still she could hear the HVAC clicking above the ceiling tiles. Erica's head snapped up from across the desk. What young man? Lena asked. He says he's a friend. I told him this building isn't a hotel lobby. He's waiting by the mailboxes like I owe him rent. Did you let him in? He came in behind somebody, I suppose. You want me to call the police, or are you coming? Lena looked at Erica. At Nora. At the office, windows gone gray with afternoon weather. Her own hands, which had started to shake in small, controlled movements, as if trying not to offend her. This was the choice, though it did not feel dramatic enough to deserve the word. Go home now and face whatever had followed her there. Or stay put, call someone else, and let the thing remain just outside her sight a little longer. Lena didn't realize she'd been holding her breath until Erica snapped her fingers in front of her face. Hey, Erica said quietly. You're turning gray. Lena blinked. The office came back into focus around her, Nora's chair angled halfway toward the desk, Erica's coffee cooling beside the keyboard, the hum of the ceiling vents. The Slack message glowed faintly on the monitor. Red looks good on you. Don't wear it tomorrow if you want to be hard to spot. Her phone was still pressed to her ear. Mr. Kessler waited on the other end. Miss Morales, he said again, sounding impatient. You there? I'm here, Lena said. Across the desk, Erica mouthed, who is it? Lena covered the phone. My neighbor. There's a guy downstairs asking if I got the Valentine. Nora inhaled sharply. Erica's jaw tightened. She leaned closer, voice low. Ask what he looks like. Lena nodded and spoke back into the phone. Mr. Kessler, can you describe him? The old man grunted like she'd asked him to write a novel. Young, mid-20s maybe, brown jacket, baseball cap, keeps checking his phone like a teenager waiting for prom photos. Lena's stomach shifted uneasily. Did he give a name? Nope, just said he left something for you this morning. Erica mouthed again, don't go alone. Lena rubbed the bridge of her nose. The challenge was suddenly clear and brutally simple. There was someone in her building, someone who believed they knew her, someone who had crossed from notes and cookies to physically waiting for her reaction. And if she did nothing, if she stayed at the office and ignored him, he would know she was avoiding him. People like that didn't disappear quietly. Mr. Kessler, Lena said carefully, can you stay near him for a minute? Why would I do that? Just keep an eye on him. I'm coming home. Across the desk, Erica shook her head violently. Lena hung up before she could talk herself out of it. You are not, Erica said immediately. I have to. No, you absolutely do not. Nora spun around in her chair. We can call the police. For what? Lena said. A guy standing near mailboxes. Erica crossed her arms. For stalking. For showing up where you live. He hasn't done anything illegal yet. That we know of. Lena grabbed her coat from the back of the chair. Her hands were moving faster than her thoughts now, slipping into sleeves, checking her phone battery. It was a reflex she'd developed years ago. When things got messy, move quickly. Solve the problem before it had time to grow. Erica caught her wrist. You're doing that thing. What thing? The thing where you try to fix everything alone because you hate asking for help. That's not, yes it is. Lena pulled gently but firmly free. If I don't go now, he might leave. Good. I want to see who it is. Nora looked between them. Or he waits until tonight. The room quieted. That thought had clearly occurred to everyone at once. The idea of someone lingering around the building after dark, watching which door she entered, which window lit up, sat heavy in Lena's chest. I'm not waiting 12 hours, she said. Erica sighed and grabbed her own coat. Fine. I'm coming. You don't have to, I absolutely do. Nora stood too. I'm coming as well. You're not, Erica said immediately. I'm morally invested. You're 24. I can dial 911. Erica hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Fine, but you stay behind us. Nora saluted, heroically. The drive across the city took 20 minutes that felt like twice that. Erica insisted on driving. Lena sat in the passenger seat, twisting the red scarf around her fingers until the wool stretched slightly out of shape. Nora rode in the back, periodically refreshing Lena's Slack messages. No new texts from Valentine guest. Outside the windows, Chicago looked the same as always, buses hissing at stops, pedestrians huddled under umbrellas, gray February light flattening everything. Normal life continuing, while something quietly wrong moved underneath it. Halfway there, Erica spoke without taking her eyes off the road. Let's talk about the plan. Okay, Lena said. You don't approach him alone. I wasn't planning to. You say that. But 5 minutes ago, you were literally sprinting out the door. I was walking quickly. Same energy. Nora leaned forward between the seats. What if he leaves when he sees all of us? That would be ideal, Erica said. But then we won't know who he is, Lena said. Erica glanced at her. You're assuming you'll recognize him. Lena paused. She hadn't thought about that. Someone who noticed her scarf yesterday could have been anywhere on the train, across the street, in line at the coffee shop. Someone she passed without a second glance. That realization made the city feel suddenly crowded. Maybe Mr. Kessler got his name, Nora offered. Maybe, Lena said quietly, but something in her chest said otherwise. They parked half a block from Lena's building. The sidewalk was wet and shining under the weak afternoon light. A pizza place across the street pumped warm, yeasty air into the cold. Lena's apartment building looked exactly the same as it had that morning. 3 stories of dark brick, narrow windows, a front door with scratched glass, and a metal buzzer panel that half the tenants ignored. But today, there was a man standing just inside the vestibule. Even from the sidewalk, she could see the brown jacket. He was leaning against the row of mailboxes, head tilted down at his phone. Waiting. Lena slowed. Erica immediately noticed. That's him, I think so. The man hadn't looked up yet. For a moment, Lena watched him through the glass. His posture was relaxed, one foot hooked behind the other, shoulders slouched like someone killing time. Not aggressive, not threatening, just patient, which somehow felt worse. Nora whispered from behind them, "Okay, I officially hate this." "Stay behind me," Erica murmured. They crossed the sidewalk. The man looked up as the door opened. He was younger than Lena expected. Maybe 25. Narrow face, short dark hair peeking from under a black baseball cap. Nothing about him screamed danger, which meant absolutely nothing. His eyes went immediately to Lena. Recognition lit his face. "Hey," he said with a small smile, "you got them." The casual tone made Lena's skin tight. "Did you send the cookies?" she asked. "Yeah," he pushed away from the wall. "Did you like them?" Erica stepped slightly forward. "Who are you?" The man blinked at the sudden hostility. Sorry. "I'm Adam." He offered a hand. No one took it. Adam lowered it awkwardly. "I didn't mean to freak anyone out," he said quickly. How did you get her work Slack?" Erica cut in. Adam looked genuinely confused. "What? You messaged her? On Slack?" His eyebrows pulled together. "I don't even know what Slack is." Lena felt the ground shift slightly under the conversation. "You didn't send this?" she asked, pulling up the screenshot. Adam leaned closer to look at the phone. "No," he said slowly. "That's not me." "Then how did you know about the cookies?" "I left them." "And the note?" "Yeah," Erica's voice sharpened. "You're admitting you put something outside her door at 6 in the morning." Adam rubbed the back of his neck. "When you say it like that, it sounds weird." "It is weird." He looked at Lena again, apologetic. "I saw you yesterday near Belmont Station. You dropped your scarf for a second, and I picked it up. You said thanks. I just thought." "Thought what?" Erica asked. Adam shifted his weight. "That maybe you were single and Valentine's Day is tomorrow," and he gestured vaguely. "Cookies," Nora whispered behind them. "This is the worst rom-com ever made." Lena studied him carefully. His nervousness felt real. His confusion about Slack felt real. But one thing didn't fit. "You said I dropped my scarf," she said slowly. "Yeah, I didn't." Adam frowned. "What? I never dropped it." Silence stretched for a second. Adam blinked. "I mean, maybe it slipped or something." "It didn't." Erica stepped closer to Lena. "You're sure?" "Yes." Adam looked suddenly uncomfortable. "Look," he said, "if I got the details wrong, I'm sorry. I just wanted to do something nice." "Nice doesn't involve waiting inside someone's apartment building," Erica said. "I was just hoping to see her reaction." "Congratulations," Nora muttered. Lena opened her mouth to respond, and her phone buzzed again. Black notification appeared instantly on screen. "Valentine guest. Did you find him yet?" Everyone froze. Lena slowly turned the phone so the others could see. Another message arrived. "Valentine guest. Brown jacket, right? Nice guess." The air inside the vestibule changed. Adam leaned forward. "What is that?" Erica spoke quietly. "That," she said, "is someone watching us." Nora's head snapped toward the street. Outside, cars passed. Pedestrians moved along the sidewalk. The pizza shop door opened and closed. Normal city noise. But suddenly, every person felt like a possibility. Lena typed before she could stop herself. "Lena, who are you?" The reply came instantly. "Valentine guest. Someone who knows you better than he does." Adam looked pale now. "I swear I didn't send that." "We know," Erica said. "Another message. Valentine guest. Ask him what color your apartment door is." Adam blinked. "What?" Erica stared at Lena. "What color is it?" "Blue," Lena said automatically. Adam shrugged helplessly. "I've never been upstairs." The phone buzzed again. "Valentine guest, see?" Nora whispered. "Oh my God." Lena's chest tightened. If Adam had only been in the vestibule, then the person sending these messages knew details about her apartment. Another message arrived. "Valentine guest, you should go upstairs. There's something else waiting." Lena felt the words land physically, like weight pressing against her ribs. Erica grabbed her arm. "No, we don't even know what that means," Lena said. "That's exactly why we're not going up there." Adam looked between them nervously. "Should we call the police?" Nora had already pulled out her phone, but before she could dial, a new message flashed on Lena's screen. "Valentine guest, you have 10 minutes before someone else finds it." The typing dots appeared again, then stopped. No more messages. The four of them stood in the narrow vestibule, staring at the silent phone. Upstairs, Lena's apartment waited, whatever it was waiting there too. And now there was a clock. For 3 full seconds, nobody moved. Lena's phone screen dimmed in her hand, then brightened again when another notification slid in. Just Mr. Kessler texting from some ancient flip phone gateway Erica must have set up for him months ago while helping him with rent autopay. Man still here. The normality of it was almost funny. A confused building text arriving in the middle of whatever this had become. Nora was the first to speak. "We call 911. Right now." "I am calling," Erica said, already pulling out her phone. Adam lifted both hands a little, backing away from them without leaving the vestibule. "I'm staying right here, okay? I don't want you thinking I'm running." "Smart," Erica said. The vestibule was narrow enough that all four of them had to angle their bodies to avoid touching. Glass front door behind them. Mailboxes on the left wall. Stairs to the right, rising up in a steep old switchback to the second and third floors. Through the wired glass inner door, Lena could see the first landing and the radiator beneath the hallway window, its chipped white paint gone yellow near the valve. Up 2 flights from there was her blue apartment door. She could picture it too clearly. The deadbolt, the peephole, the cheap brass number screwed slightly crooked into the wood. Whatever was supposedly waiting outside or inside. Erica got through to emergency dispatch and put the phone against her ear. "Hi, yes, we need officers at," from upstairs came a hard metallic bang. Everyone jerked. It sounded like something heavy striking a pipe, followed by a brief rattling skid, and then silence. Nora made a broken noise in her throat. Lena's whole body leaned toward the stairs before she caught herself. That was from up there. Erica held up a finger, listening to the dispatcher. Yes, possible stalking, possible unlawful entry, and we just heard a noise from the upper floors. Adam glanced up the stairwell and then back at Lena. "Do you want me to check?" "No," Erica and Lena said together. The dispatcher was clearly asking questions now, and Erica's face tightened with annoyance. No, we don't know if the person is still on scene. Yes, we are outside the apartment. Yes, the subject has sent real-time messages. She looked at Lena. They want to know if anyone is in immediate danger. Lena opened her mouth and realized she hated the question. How were you supposed to know the threshold for immediate? There was no scream upstairs, no smoke, no visible break-in, just a message, a bang, a ticking clock in her head. 10 minutes before someone else finds it. Finds what? If whatever had been left was in the hallway, another tenant could see it, touch it, throw it away. If it was in her apartment, no. She stopped there. Erica listened again, then said, "They're sending a unit. They say don't enter if we suspect someone is inside." She ended the call and exhaled. "So we wait. How long?" Lena asked. They didn't say. That was answer enough. Chicago police might arrive in 5 minutes or 45, depending on luck, neighborhood, staffing, whether someone else in the district was having a worse day than she was. Nora stared at the stairs. He said 10 minutes. "We don't know that he is telling the truth," Erica said. Adam shifted uncomfortably. "Could be trying to get you to go up there." "That is the obvious interpretation, yes," Erica said. Lena looked at the landing again. Her heart had settled into something worse than panic, a hard focused beat that made every choice feel sharp-edged. "This is my building," she said. "Lena," Erica warned. "If there's something outside my door and another tenant finds it, it could be nothing. It could be my spare key, or a note with my schedule, or you don't know." Exactly. That was the private fear under all of it. Not just being watched, being made into a fool, being the last person to understand what was happening in her own life, while everyone else, the stalker, the police, the neighbors, her coworkers, looked at her with that same careful expression people used around victims and unstable people and women who had missed the signs. She couldn't stand the thought of staying in the vestibule while something about her waited upstairs for strangers to inspect first. Erica read all of that on her face and hated it immediately. "You are not proving a point with your spine right now. I'm not trying to prove anything. You are to yourself." Lena said nothing, which was answer enough. Nora looked between them. "What if we don't all go? What if just one person goes up to the first landing and looks?" "No," Erica said. Adam, still trying to be useful in the most unhelpful possible way, pointed toward the mailboxes. "There's a mirror there." They all turned. Above the second row of boxes was an old convex security mirror, cloudy from age and nicotine, and probably 10 years of radiator dust. From a certain angle, you could see part of the first flight and the lower section of the second. Not much, but maybe enough. Erica stepped under it first, adjusting her position until the reflection caught the stairs. "What do you see?" Nora asked. "Mostly me looking angry." Erica leaned left, and the first landing. No one standing there. Lena moved beside her. In the warped glass, she saw the first flight, the landing window, a slice of the next rise, and a pale blur that might have been the wall outside too, be no movement. No crouched figure. No obvious package. The relief that tried to come was so flimsy it made her angrier. Then a sound floated down from above, a low scrape, like fabric dragging across painted wood. Nora grabbed Lena's sleeve. "Did you hear that?" "Yes," Adam said, too quickly. "Old building." And then, almost on top of it, came a soft thump, thump, thump. All four of them stared up. The sound repeated, uneven, hollow, approaching. Nora whispered, "Someone S on the stairs." The thumps got louder. Lena's mouth went dry. Then the inner hallway door above the first landing banged open, and a gray tabby cat shot down the steps, so fast it bounced off the wall, hit the vestibule with claws skidding, and squeezed past Adam's legs out the front door into the street. For one absurd second, nobody reacted. Then Adam swore. Nora laughed once, high and shaky, with tears in her eyes from the adrenaline burn. Mrs. Halloran's cat, Lena said, her knees suddenly weak. That's from 2B. Erica leaned against the mailboxes and covered her face with one hand. Wonderful. Terrific. I love urban wildlife. It was terrifying right up until it was. Exactly the kind of sound an anxious mind could build into something worse in a stairwell. But the misdirection didn't help as much as it should have, because it proved something else. A hallway door upstairs had been open. Maybe only by the cat, maybe not. And Mrs. Halloran from 2B was in Florida until next week. Lena said it out loud. The humor drained out of Nora's face. Wait, then why is her cat here? She leaves him with her nephew sometimes, Lena said, already moving mentally through building details. Or with the girl from 1A, I don't know. I don't actually know. Exactly, Erica said. You don't know. More reasons not to go up. But Lena was already dialing 2B from memory just to hear what happened. No answer. She tried Mrs. Halloran's number from the building emergency contact list saved in her notes app. Straight to voicemail. Florida cheerful, ocean sounds in the background, telling callers to contact Tyler for any urgent apartment issues. Tyler who? Erica asked. Her nephew. Do we have his number? No. Nora was searching the group text thread tenants, used mostly for package complaints and snow warnings. I found a Tyler, last name Halloran. He posted about a lost Amazon parcel in December. Message him, Erica said. Nora typed quickly. That was their first attempt to solve the problem. Don't go upstairs. Verify occupancy. Wait for police. It failed in the way most adult plans fail, not dramatically, just by giving them too little, too slowly. No answer from Tyler. No answer from the police beyond officers are en route. No new message from the stalker. Just the cold vestibule, the wet smell of the street every time the outer door opened, and time slipping. 3 minutes, maybe 4. Lena looked again at the stairwell mirror and said, I'm going to the first landing. Erica straightened. No, just the first landing. We can see part of the second flight from there. That's not better. It is if there's something left outside my door. That's 2 floors above. I know how many floors I live above my own vestibule, Erica. Adam took one small step backward, palms still out. I can leave if I'm making this worse. You existing is making this worse, Nora muttered. But Lena's attention had narrowed to the stairs. If she went up to the first landing, she'd be under the hallway window. From there, she could look up toward the second flight and maybe see her floor. Erica and Nora could remain below. Adam could stay where he was. It was controlled, limited, reasonable, which was probably how bad decisions always introduced themselves. I'm doing it, she said. Erica stared at her for a long beat and then cursed softly. Fine, then nobody separates. We go together fast. We stop at the first landing. If anything is wrong, we come straight back down. Nora nodded immediately, terrified but determined. Adam looked like he wanted to object and had correctly assessed he no longer had speaking rights. They moved as a group through the inner door into the stairwell. The temperature changed at once. Warmer from the radiator, but stale. Old paint, damp wool, someone's garlic-heavy lunch lingering from lower floors. Their steps sounded too loud on the wooden treads. Lena was first despite Erica's attempt to edge ahead, one hand on the rail, phone in the other. The blue glow lit her knuckles pale. At the first landing, they stopped. To the left was the window facing the alley, bins below, slick black pavement, the back fence with its bent top rail. Straight ahead, a narrow hallway led to 1A and the basement door. Up another flight, turning sharply, was the second floor landing, and the start of the last set of stairs to Lena's apartment. From here, she could see part of the second floor banister. Nothing else. "Okay," Erica said quietly. "Done, back down." "Wait," Lena held up a hand. There, on the edge of the second floor landing, barely visible from below, was something pink. A corner, cardboard maybe. The bakery box. No, the one downstairs was already in her office bag. Different pink. Brighter. Nora saw it next. "What is that?" Lena took one more step upward. Erica caught the back of her coat. "No, it's right there," which means it was placed so you'd see it from here. That sentence hit hard because it was obviously true. Lena stared anyway. Another step, and she could identify it. Maybe even reach it from the top of the next flight. Their second attempt formed without anyone agreeing to it. Go just far enough to identify the object, then retreat. Adam, from below, said, "I heard something outside." All heads turned. From the alley window came the low growl of an engine idling behind the building. Then a horn, short, irritated, probably delivery traffic, probably someone blocked by trash bins. Lena moved to the window and looked down. A white cargo van was parked crooked by the alley mouth. Plain sides. No company logo that she could see from this angle. Driver's side window up. Engine running. "Do you know that van?" Erica asked. "No, it could belong to anybody, repairman, florist, cable. A guy lost behind the wrong building. But the sight of it idling there so still, so anonymous, sent a fresh wave of pressure through the group. Nora checked her phone. Tyler wrote back. They all crowded in closer than the landing allowed. Nora's message: "Hi, sorry, urgent. Are you in 2B today?" Tyler: "No, why Nora? Is anyone checking the cat?" Tyler: "Cat. I dropped him at Halloran's yesterday." "Why?" Lena read it twice. Halloran S., not Mrs. Halloran. Different apartment, different relative. "Ask which Halloran," Erica said. Nora typed. Tyler replied almost instantly. "Tyler, my cousin on 3R. Why are you asking like this? 3R across the hall from Lena. Her apartment door on one side of the narrow third floor corridor. 3R on the other. Only 6 feet between them." Lena felt every stare beneath her suddenly, viscerally. 3R is empty, she said. Erica looked at her. "You sure? Mostly. A guy moved out in January. Landlord's been repainting. Mostly is not sure." But Lena knew the sounds of her floor, knew the difference between occupied and vacant in old buildings. No TV through the wall for weeks. No footsteps. No cooking smells from under the opposite door. Just paint once, and hammering, and then nothing. If Tyler had left the cat there yesterday, either someone had access to 3R or Tyler didn't know it was empty. Or both. Her phone buzzed again. This time not Slack. Text, unknown number, a photo. It took half a second to load. Blue door, brass number, shot from the 3rd floor hallway at close range. Today, because tied to the knob was a red ribbon she had never seen before. Under the image, one line, "Too late to be careful now." Nora made a strangled sound. Erica swore outright. Adam, lower on the stairs, asked, What is it?" Lena couldn't answer. She zoomed in. The ribbon was looped through something small and white hanging beneath the knot. An envelope maybe, or a folded card. Another text came immediately. If you go back down, someone else gets hurt. The point of no return settled in before anyone said it, because now it wasn't about whether there was an object upstairs. It was about the threat attached to retreat. Maybe bluff, maybe not. But whoever was doing this knew the building, knew her door, knew they had paused on the first landing instead of fleeing outright, which meant they were close, or had been close within the last minute. The vacant apartment across from hers was no longer just a background fact. The alley van was no longer just a random vehicle. The police were still nowhere in sight. And Mr. Kessler lived one floor below. Mrs. Halloran's cat, someone's cat, had just come bolting out from above. Other people were in the radius now. Erica saw the same calculation happen on Lena's face and hated it. No, don't. If that's an envelope with a key or someone's information, if it's a trap, it already is. The words came out flat and true. From below, the vestibule outer door slammed. All four of them flinched. Then footsteps entered the stairwell. Not running, not slow either, coming up. Adam turned on the lower landing, eyes wide. Somebody just came in. Who? Erica called. I can't see yet. The stairwell suddenly felt like a vertical tube with threats at both ends. Something waiting on the third floor. Someone entering from below. The group stuck between. Lena looked up at the higher flight, at the slice of second-floor banister, at the unseen turn beyond that led to her apartment and the empty 3R across from it. If they went down, they moved toward the unknown person entering. If they stayed, they were pinned. If they went up, they committed. And then a man's voice rose from below, muffled by the turn of the stairs. Lena, not a police voice, not Mr. Kessler, younger, familiar only in the worst way, close enough to ordinary that it could belong to anyone. Again, a little louder now. Lena, I just want to talk. That broke it. Erica shoved Lena upward. Go, now. And all at once retreat was gone. They ran up. Not gracefully. Not like people in movies who moved in clean lines with a plan already formed. Lena stumbled on the first step because Erica's shove caught her off balance, then caught the rail and dragged herself upward. Nora was behind her, breath already ragged. Adam came last for half a second, then doubled back 2 steps to look down toward the voice below. Who are you? He shouted. No answer. Just footsteps continuing upward, measured, unhurried. That was worse. Lena hit the second-floor landing first. Pink thing she'd seen from below was a gift bag, bright tissue paper jutting out of the top. Cheap metallic pink, the kind sold in grocery store seasonal aisles. It sat in the corner by the radiator, as if someone had set it down while adjusting groceries. She didn't stop. Leave it, Erica snapped, reading her intention anyway. They turned up the final flight toward the 3rd floor. The building seemed to compress around them. Walls too close. The stairwell air hotter here, stale with old paint and dust. Lena could hear her own breathing, the slap of shoes on wood, Nora making frightened little gasps every time she exhaled too fast. At the top, landing her apartment door came into view. Blue, brass number, red ribbon tied neatly around the knob exactly like in the photo, the ends hanging down and brushing the paint. A white envelope dangled beneath it. Across the hall, 3R stood shut. A line of fresh white caulk showed where the doorframe had been touched up. Above the knob, Faint pencil marks from old contractor measurements still scarred the trim. Lena saw all of it in one glance, because panic had sharpened everything into hard edges. "Inside," Erica said. "No," Lena grabbed her sleeve. "If he's in 3R, below them," Adam shouted again, louder now. "Hey, stop." A heavy impact followed. A grunt. The ugly, unmistakable sound of bodies colliding on stairs. Nora flinched so violently she hit the wall. Erica looked down the stairwell, then back at Lena. "We have 10 seconds. Take the envelope." Lena stepped to her door and reached for the ribbon. Her hand shook enough that she missed once, then caught the envelope by the bottom edge and tore it free. The paper was thick, expensive, faintly scented with the same sugary bakery smell from that morning. The ribbon stayed on the knob. Inside the envelope was one folded note and something metallic that dropped into her palm with a hard click. A key. Not hers. Too small, old brass. On the note, in the same tidy black handwriting, "He is below you. I am across from you. Choose correctly." For one stunned beat, all three women stared at the words. Then the knob on 3R turned from the inside. It didn't swing open at once. Just a careful movement, the latch easing back, the door opening an inch into the hall. Lena saw darkness in the gap. Then an eye. Nora screamed. The door yanked wider, and a man lunged out. He was taller than Lena expected, maybe 30, broad in the shoulders, but soft around the middle under a dark hoodie and paint-spattered work pants. His face matched nothing in her memory and everything in her fear. Ordinary, unremarkable, pale from indoor winter. Beard grown unevenly, as if he forgot mirrors. In one hand, he held Lena's red scarf twisted around his fist like a rope. That detail hit hardest because it made no sense for half a second, and then too much sense. She hadn't dropped it yesterday. He had it because he'd taken it at some point off a chair, from her coat hook, from her laundry basket, and used the story about Belmont as bait. Or Adam had lied, and the real scarf had changed hands. Lena did not have time to untangle it. The man grabbed for her. Erica moved first. She slammed her shoulder into him before he could get full hold, driving him sideways into the opposite wall. The impact cracked loud in the narrow corridor. He grunted, lost the scarf, and swung blindly with his free arm. His forearm caught Erica across the cheekbone and sent her stumbling into Lena's door. Nora shouted, "Holy shit." The man recovered faster than Erica did and went straight for Lena again. Not wild, not out of control, purposeful. He knew which person he wanted. Lena backpedaled, felt her apartment knob dig into her spine, and did the first useful thing her body found. She shoved the key and note into her pocket and hit him with the metal water bottle from her tote bag. Not a dramatic overhand swing, just a desperate sideways smash into his temple. The bottle connected with a sick, hollow thunk. He reeled but didn't go down. He made a sound then, low and furious, more offended than hurt, and lunged again. One hand closed in the front of Lena's coat and yanked. She hit the floor hard on one hip. Pain flashed up her side so cleanly it almost felt cold. "Lena," Nora dropped beside her, grabbing for her arm. "Move," Erica shouted. Below, on the stairs, another crash. Adam yelling. A different male voice swearing. The stalker looked toward the stairwell for a fraction of a second, calculating, and Erica used it. She snatched the red ribbon off Lena's knob and looped it around his wrist as she shoved him backward, tangling him just long enough for Nora to drag Lena sideways out of his reach. It shouldn't have worked. It barely did. But the ribbon tightened around the doorknob, and his own momentum twisted him off center. He slammed shoulder first into Lena's door, cursing, and Erica drove a knee into his thigh. He folded halfway, enough for her to get the upper hand. Then 3R's door opened wider behind him. A second man appeared in the doorway. Not big, younger than the first. The same brown jacket Adam wore. No, different, darker, thin face, blood already on his lip from the stairwell fight below. He looked at the scene in the hall, at Lena on the floor, at the first man tangled in ribbon, and said with disgust, "You were supposed to have her inside by now." Everything in Lena went still. Not one stalker. 2. Adam's cookies. The Slack account. The lies. The waiting. The building access. It all snapped into a shape that made her want to be sick. Whether Adam was part of it, or only a useful idiot, no longer mattered in the abstract. What mattered was that there had always been more than one person moving pieces. The second man saw the realization in her face and smiled. That was the ugliest thing anyone had done all day. He came for her. Nora reacted before thought caught up. She grabbed the pink gift bag Erica had kicked up from the stairs in the rush. Lena hadn't even noticed Erica had scooped it on the way, and hurled it straight at his head. Tissue paper burst. Something glassy shattered against the wall. A strong, sweet chemical smell filled the hall. Cheap cologne. Heart-shaped bottle. Valentine garbage. The misfire startled everyone for one beat, and in that beat, Erica screamed, "Door, open your door." Lena fumbled for her keys with numb fingers. Wrong key first. Then another. Her own apartment key slid into the lock only halfway because her hand was shaking so hard. The first stalker tore loose from the ribbon with a ripping snap. Below them, Adam bellowed in pain. The second man vaulted over the broken glass and grabbed Nora by the back of her sweater, hauling her off balance so violently her head cracked against the wall. She dropped with a sound Lena never wanted to hear again, air leaving the body all at once. Nora. Lena finally got the key turned. Erica launched herself at the second man from the side, both hands to his throat. They hit 3R's framed together, slipped in the spilled cologne, and went down hard. The smell was overpowering now, sugary and synthetic and nauseating. Lena got her own apartment door open. "Inside," she shouted. Nobody could move cleanly enough to obey. The first stalker hit her from behind before she could turn fully. They crashed through her doorway together, Lena's shoulder smashing into the narrow entry table, keys scattering across the floor. Her lamp tipped and shattered. Warm yellow light went out. The apartment plunged into the blue-gray dimness of winter afternoon. He tried to pin her face down, not movie-style choking, not speech-making, just body weight and leverage. One hand shoved between her shoulder blades, while the other reached for something in his pocket. Her brain fixated absurdly on details. The smell of damp hoodie fabric, the dust under the radiator, the fact that she had not vacuumed under the console table in weeks. Then his hand came back holding a roll of silver duct tape. That gave the terror a shape, not murder in the abstract, restraint, abduction. The next practical step of whatever this had been building toward. Lena bucked hard, got one knee under herself, and slammed backward into him with all the force her body could find. It hurt her more than him, but his grip shifted. She twisted, grabbed the broken lamp base off the floor and jammed it into his forearm. He yelled and struck her across the mouth with the tape hand. Her lips split against her teeth. She tasted blood instantly, hot and metallic. In the hall, Erica screamed Lena's name. Nora made a choking cough. From the stairs came footsteps, heavy, fast, uneven. Somebody coming up again. Police. No sirens yet. No shouted identification. The first stalker heard it too. He looked toward the open door, suddenly uncertain. Lena used that second. She rolled fully free, scrambled backward across the floor, and snatched the first thing within reach from the coffee table, the bakery box. She hurled it at his face. The lid flew open midair. Pink cookies exploded across his chest, and the entry rug, absurd and obscene at once. Frosting smeared his beard. One silver dragee struck the wall and bounced under the radiator. He flinched on reflex, wiping icing from one eye, and Lena drove both feet into his knee. Something popped. He collapsed sideways with a raw animal sound. Not broken cleanly, maybe, but damaged enough to matter. In the hallway, the second stalker had gotten loose of Erica and was dragging himself toward Lena's doorway when a figure slammed into him from the stairwell. Adam. He didn't look noble doing it. He looked terrified and furious and half sick, one sleeve torn, cap gone, cheeks swelling purple. But he hit the man full force and drove him against the opposite wall. The two of them crashed into 3R's half-open door, disappeared inside, and kept fighting in the dark. Erica staggered after them, then stopped to pull Nora up by the arms instead. "Can you stand?" Erica demanded. Nora nodded once and almost fell. Blood trickled behind her ear. Her pupils looked wrong, too wide. She clutched Erica's coat with one hand and whispered, "I'm gonna throw up." "Don't you dare pass out," Erica said, voice shaking so hard the words came out ragged. The first stalker was trying to get back up inside Lena's apartment, one hand on the wall, one leg not taking weight right. Lena stood too, her left hip blazing, lip pouring blood, and backed toward the kitchen. No weapon, no plan, just distance. He looked at her with frosting still streaked across his face, and the sight was so pathetic and so awful she almost laughed. Instead, she reached blindly behind her onto the kitchen counter and found the wine bottle from last night still waiting to go into recycling. He saw it at the same time she did. "Don't," he said, his first clear word to her all day. He even sounded human, winded, scared now himself. That was the thing people never say enough. Fear does not make a monster look monstrous. Sometimes it makes him look tired and middle-aged and embarrassing, and suddenly very killable. Lena tightened her grip on the bottle. "You were in my apartment," she said, not a question. The realization had finally landed whole. The missing scarf, the knowledge of her door, the line about sweeter mornings. He'd been inside before, maybe more than once. He looked away for half a second. That was answer enough. She swung. The bottle hit the side of his head and burst at the neck. Glass and wine sprayed the wall. Dropped instantly. Not unconscious in some cinematic way, just collapsed and stunned, hands up to protect himself, blood mixing with Merlot on the floorboards. Lena stumbled back, shaking so violently the broken bottleneck almost slipped from her fingers. In 3R, something crashed over hard furniture maybe, and Adam shouted, "Erica." Erica left Nora propped against Lena's doorframe and lunged into the vacant apartment. Lena followed to the threshold, and saw it all in fractured pieces. 3R wasn't vacant exactly. It had been turned into a waiting place. Folding chair, sleeping bag, fast food wrappers. A power strip snaked across the floor to 3 charging cables, and a cheap ring light pointed toward the peephole, rigged with a phone mount. On a paint bucket beside it sat a notebook, binoculars, and 2 disposable coffee cups. Against the far wall, a stack of printed photos of Lena leaving for work, Lena buying groceries, Lena at the Belmont station in the red scarf. Adam and the second stalker were on the floor near the back window, slipping on drop cloth plastic while trading short, ugly punches that had nothing cinematic about them. Adam had one hand in the other man's jacket collar. The stalker had both fists tangled in Adam's hair. Neither looked like he knew how to fight. That maybe saved Adam's life, maybe not for long. Erica grabbed the metal folding chair and brought it down across the second stalker's shoulder. Once, twice, not graceful, not clean. The second blow bent the chair and sent a shock through Erica's arms, so bad she cried out with it. But it was enough. The man curled instinctively, Adam tore free, and the 3 of them sprawled apart gasping. Then, at last, from downstairs and blessedly unmistakable, came voices. Chicago police. Hands, show me your hands. The relief was not pure. It arrived tangled with new fear, with the awareness of how this looked, with the pain starting to bloom everywhere now that motion had stopped protecting them from it. The first stalker groaned from Lena's kitchen. Nora was vomiting weakly into the hall trash can. Adam sat against the wall of 3R holding his ribs and crying without sound, maybe from pain, maybe from shock. Erica let the ruined chair drop and put both hands in the air immediately. Up here, she shouted. 2 suspects, 1 injured. Our friend has a head injury. The officers came hard and fast after that, weapons drawn, orders sharp, bodies filling the tiny hall. Down, back, hands visible. Who lives here? Who attacked whom? Lena obeyed because she was suddenly too tired to do anything else. It was over in the practical sense within 2 minutes. It did not feel over. They found zip ties in 3R extra phones, a copy of the building's old directory, Lena's scarf, photos, receipts from the bakery, a borrowed contractor lockbox key to 3R that one of them had stolen or copied during turnover work. Later, much later, she would learn one of the men had done occasional painting jobs for the landlord's cousin and had used that access to slip into empty units and shared halls. He had seen Lena enough times to build a routine. The other had come later, online first, then in person, turning obsession into collaboration, because 2 lonely, cruel men could make each other feel normal. But in the moment, all she knew was the floor under her knees, the sting of her mouth, the officer asking if she could stay awake, the smell of cologne and wine and old paint and blood making her stomach turn. She looked once at the stack of photos in 3R before an officer moved her away. Dozens, not dramatic, long lens images, phone shots. Cropped, zoomed, grainy, her carrying laundry, her unlocking her door, her standing at her own window at night, lit from inside, not knowing she was visible. That was the real injury, not the split lip, not the hip that was already stiffening into a bruise, not the blood on Erica's cheek or Nora's concussion or Adam's cracked rib, if that was what it turned out to be. It was the proof that her ordinary life had already been entered long before she noticed the first break in normalcy. When EMS arrived, They wanted everyone checked. Nora went first, crying now in confused, embarrassed waves. Erica argued with a paramedic while holding an ice pack to her face and flexing fingers that might have 2 fractures. Adam kept saying, "I didn't know. I swear to God, I didn't know," to anyone who would listen, and mostly to people who wouldn't. Lena sat on the arm of her own couch while an EMT cleaned the cut on her lip. "Does it hurt when you bite down?" he asked. "Yes." "Any dizziness?" "Yes." He nodded like this was expected, because it was. Through the open apartment door, she could see police tape beginning to web across the 3rd-floor hall. Red and blue lights pulsed faintly through the stairwell window onto the opposite wall. Every few minutes, a radio crackled. A camera shutter clicked. Evidence bags snapped open. Her apartment no longer felt like hers. That was the cost that settled deepest as the adrenaline drained away. They had won in the narrow, factual sense. They were alive. The men were caught. The immediate threat was done. The rooms had been touched. The doorway had been staged. The opposite apartment had become a theater built around her. And from now on, every sound in a hall, every unexpected message, every kindness from a stranger on a train would have to pass through this day first. Erica came and sat beside her eventually, moving carefully, jaw swollen, one wrist already braced in a temporary wrap. "You hit him with cookies," Erica said. Lena let out one torn, miserable laugh that hurt her mouth. "I did." Nora, from the stretcher in the hall, lifted 2 fingers weakly. "Legend." Adam looked at the floor. Nobody spoke to him. Outside, evening was starting to come down over Lakeview, blue and dirty and cold. Valentine's Day would arrive at midnight, whether anyone wanted it or not. And across the hall, through the open door of 3R, Lena could still see the ring light facing the peephole like an eye that had forgotten how to close. By the time Lena got back from the emergency room, it was Saturday. Not early Saturday. Not the soft blue hour before sunrise, where the city feels paused. Almost noon. Full daylight. People outside carrying coffee in paper cups and bunches of cheap grocery store flowers, because Valentine's Day had landed anyway, right on schedule, indifferent as weather. Erica drove her back. Neither of them talked much on Lakeshore Drive. The radio was off. The windshield wipers made a dry little complaint every few seconds because the glass wasn't wet enough to justify them. And Erica kept forgetting to turn them off after clearing road salt. Lena leaned her head against the passenger window and watched the city move by in fragments. Bus shelters, brick 3 flats, a woman laughing into her phone at a crosswalk, 2 teenagers in school hoodies shoving each other outside a Dunkin'. The ordinary world had not altered itself to match what happened. That was rude, but familiar. Her lip had 3 dissolvable stitches inside. The left side of her face looked slightly wrong when she caught it in mirrors, puffed near the cheek, yellowing already at the edge of the bruise. Her hip was wrapped under her jeans, deep purple under the gauze where she'd gone down on the hardwood. Nothing broken. Mild concussion. Rest, observation, soft foods, avoid screens. A phrase she found almost insulting. Avoid screens. As if this had happened in a quieter decade. Erica's right wrist was splinted. Hairline fracture. Very boring injury, she told everyone, which was her way of refusing pity. Nora had a concussion bad enough to buy her a night in observation and a long list of restrictions afterward. Adam had 2 cracked ribs and a face that looked like he'd lost an argument with the doorframe. The first stalker needed knee surgery eventually. The second one needed stitches in his scalp where the folding chair had opened him. Lena had not asked for details. The information came anyway, floating through officers, nurses, overheard corridor conversations. She wished less of it stuck. When they pulled onto her block in Lakeview, the police tape was gone from the front entrance. The building looked normal again in the shallow, insulting way buildings do after terrible things. The scratched glass, the buzzer panel with fading labels, the same salt, stiff runner inside the vestibule. Somebody had already mopped the third-floor hallway. Somebody had cleaned up the broken cologne bottle. In 3R, the landlord had finally fixed the latch on the front door. That detail bothered Lena more than it should have. Of course he fixed it now, Erica muttered, reading her face. Lena smiled without meaning to, and regretted it immediately when her lip pulled. The landlord had called 14 times since Thursday night. Half apologies, half defense. He didn't know. He couldn't have known. The unit was supposed to be empty. The contractor who helped repaint there sometimes was a casual labor guy, not even really on payroll. He kept saying this is shocking in a tone that suggested he thought shock itself might count as due diligence. The police had more interest in him than Lena did now. Statements had been taken, locks changed, evidence removed. Tyler Halloran had turned out to be real and miserable and entirely useless. A distant cousin who'd lent one of the men access to 3R for a couple nights because he thought the guy was between places and helping prep the unit. Tyler, through tears and profanity, insisted he never knew what the space was being used for. He had dropped Mrs. Halloran's cat there with food because the man said he'd watch it. That was why the cat had bolted. Everything had an explanation. That was almost the worst part. The explanations did not make the facts smaller. They just made them uglier and more human. Inside the apartment, the air smelled faintly of disinfectant and fresh paint. The police had dusted. The landlord's handyman had repaired the splintered entry table with screws that didn't quite match. The broken lamp was gone. Lena's keys sat in a plastic evidence release envelope on the counter like they belonged to someone else. She stayed just inside the doorway, coat still on. Erica set an overnight bag on the couch and watched her carefully. You don't have to stay here today. I know. You can come back with me. I know. Or I can stay here with you. Lena looked across the hall through her own open doorway. 3R was shut now. Fresh paper seal across the frame from police processing. The sight of it made the skin on her arms tighten under her sweater. I hate that it still looks like a door, she said. Erica didn't answer right away. What would you rather it look like? A brick wall. That seems fair. Lena stepped inside finally. Every sound in the apartment seemed staged for her now. Radiator tick, refrigerator hum, a faucet knocking once in the kitchen pipe. She knew those sounds. She had lived with those sounds. But they had become explanatory instead of neutral, as though her brain had started tagging each one in case it needed to testify later. Erica moved through the rooms with the brisk, annoyed energy of someone trying not to let fear harden into ritual. She checked the windows, though the police had already done that. Checked the new deadbolt, though she'd watched the locksmith install it. Opened the hall closet and the bedroom closet and the shower curtain like she was mocking the gesture by doing it thoroughly. Clear, she said. Lena sat on the edge of the couch. Her body felt borrowed. heavy in odd places, floating in others. ER nurse had warned her that after the adrenaline finished draining, she might cry, sleep, shake, snap at people, or feel nothing at all for a while. All normal. The way professionals used the word normal after violence always fascinated her. Not comforting exactly, but efficient. Her phone buzzed on the cushion beside her. She flinched hard enough that Erica noticed from the kitchen. "Don't," Erica said, not even seeing the screen yet. "I mean it." Lena looked anyway. Unknown number. No message. Just a voicemail notification from an hour ago. Her stomach dropped so sharply she almost laughed at herself. "It's probably the detective," Erica said, coming over now. "It might be, or a reporter, or the landlord, or your mother after I texted her the world's vaguest update. Did you text my mother? I was bleeding and making executive decisions." That, too, was fair. Lena played the voicemail on speaker. It was Detective Morrow. Calm voice, older, slight south side flattening at the edges of certain vowels. He wanted to confirm a follow-up interview Monday and let her know a forensic team had found evidence of prior unlawful entry into her apartment. Minor scratches around the old lock, latent prints in the hall closet, and on the inside of the bedroom window frame that likely dated back before Thursday. They'd be comparing them. He said he was sorry to tell her over voicemail, but he preferred not to leave her uninformed all weekend. When the message ended, the apartment went very quiet. There it was, spoken cleanly now. Not just probably, not just implied. He had been inside before. Lena stared at the floorboards. There was a tiny chip in the varnish near the table where she'd always meant to put down a rug. She remembered stepping over that chip while carrying laundry baskets, opening packages, talking to friends, existing. He had been inside during some version of those days. Erica sat down beside her so carefully the couch barely moved. "Okay," Erica said. Lena's laugh came out wrong. "That's your word for this, for now." She pressed the heel of her hand against her mouth and instantly regretted it. Pain flared along the stitches. Tears came not elegantly, not as a cinematic release, just as irritation made physical. Too much input, too much exhaustion, too many simple facts with impossible edges. Erica put her good arm around her and let her be angry in it. That was the immediate aftermath people don't photograph. Not the police lights, not the ambulance. Sitting on your own couch in yesterday's clothes, crying because a detective used a reasonable tone to confirm the violation you already knew was true. By Sunday, the practical world had caught up. Lena's mother called 12 times and finally stopped trying to sound calm after the third. Matt, the ex she hadn't spoken to in nearly a year, texted Heard, "Something happened, are you okay?" and got no answer. The studio partners sent flowers that smelled too sweet and made Lena nauseous. Erica threw them out without consulting her. Nora FaceTimed from her bed looking pale and furious, one eye bruised, and immediately said, "I want it on record that I'm not built for heroism, but apparently will do it anyway." Then she started crying because screens hurt, and she missed the office, and she kept remembering the eye in the door at 3R. They cried together for a minute, awkwardly, and without making it into something noble. Adam sent an email, not a text. An email. Subject line, "I'm sorry." Lena stared at it for 10 minutes before opening it. He wrote like a person trying very hard not to sound manipulative and mostly failing, because shame has its own smell. He said he had meant only the cookies and the note, yes, which he now understood sounded insane. He had seen her a few times over the previous month at Belmont Station and around the neighborhood cafe near her building. He admitted he'd asked another guy he knew, a man who sometimes worked maintenance and painting jobs in older buildings in the area, whether grand romantic gestures were ever acceptable, because he felt stupid and out of practice and wanted advice from someone older and confident. That was how the connection began. He swore he never knew the man had already been watching Lena or had access to her building. The older man had encouraged the cookies, offered to help make it memorable, and apparently used Adam's awkward crush as camouflage and bait. Adam insisted he did not know there was a second man involved until Thursday. He insisted he didn't know about the Slack account, the prior entries, any of it. Lena believed some of that, and not all of it. That was the cost of surviving. Truth did not come back pure. She forwarded the email to Detective Morrow and never replied. On Monday, she met the detective downtown with Erica beside her and a paper cup of coffee she never drank. Morrow was exactly the kind of cop Lena would have invented for herself if allowed to choose. Tired, precise, not warm, but not performative about it. He laid out the facts in measured pieces. Charges were being stacked from multiple directions: stalking, unlawful restraint, conspiracy, criminal trespass, unlawful entry, harassment, battery, false imprisonment, attempted or intended, depending on the prosecutor's reading of the evidence. In 3R, the duct tape, zip ties, surveillance photos, and burner phones mattered. The coordination mattered. Adam's role was still being sorted. His attorney was already trying to present him as a foolish bystander, manipulated by worse men. Morrow did not roll his eyes when he said this, which made Lena trust him more. "Do you think he knew?" she asked. Morrow folded his hands. "I think he knew enough to ignore obvious warning signs. Whether he knew the full scope, we'll test." That answer stayed with her because it felt truer than the cleaner versions. Not innocence, not full guilt, cowardice, vanity, hunger for proximity, willingness to let someone else define the boundaries because it benefited him. Very human, very ordinary. The whole case kept shrinking toward ordinary motives and expanding toward monstrous outcomes. Lena gave her statement again, then again in smaller clarifications. When had the scarf gone missing? Had there been other odd deliveries? Did she remember seeing either man before? She did, maybe. Or maybe her mind had become a magician with hindsight. A figure near the station one rainy Tuesday. A maintenance guy she held the front door for once. A man on the sidewalk who glanced up at her window and then away. The city was full of almost familiar faces. That had been their cover. She moved out 2 weeks later. Not dramatically. No midnight escape. Just cardboard boxes, moving blankets, Erica's hatchback, a sublet in Andersonville owned by Nora's cousin, who was traveling for 6 months and wanted someone responsible, quiet, and able to water one needy fern. Lena took the sublet because it had a doorman and second, because it was too expensive not to mean she'd have to stay alert about money. And that old fear, stability, keep life from going sideways, was the only reliable engine she had left. The Lakeview apartment went back on the market in April. The listing photos were aggressively bright. New lamp, staged white bedding, charming vintage unit with natural light. Lena saw the ad only because Nora sent it with 5 angry skull emojis and the audacity. Lena did not click through the full gallery. She did not need to know whether the angle from the living room window still showed the exact line of sight into 3R Spring came late that year. By May, Nora could joke about the concussion. Erica's wrist healed crooked enough to ache in rain. Lena could ride the train again, but only if she stood with her back to pole and checked reflections every time the doors opened. She bought a peephole camera, then another for the interior hall, then felt ridiculous and left both installed. She slept with a white noise machine because silence had become too articulate. Some things she did not recover on schedule. She no longer wore the red scarf. She washed it twice after police returned it, then sealed it in a zipper bag and shoved it to the back of the closet in the sublet behind winter boots she barely used. The smell never really left. Not bakery sugar exactly. Something else braided into it now: dust, hallway paint, her own memory. She didn't date, not because of some dramatic vow, just because every small overture from strangers now arrived with a second shadow behind it. The barista remembering her order. A man on the train moving aside so she could sit. A florist on Argyle saying pretty scarf to another woman in line and making Lena's neck go hot anyway. The world had not become dangerous in a new way. It had become legible in a way she no longer enjoyed. Still, ordinary life came back in pieces. She returned to work on reduced hours and found that deadlines still needed meeting, clients still wanted revisions, the printer still jammed if anyone looked at it with emotional intensity. That helped, not as healing, just as friction, reality insisting on itself. Erica stopped hovering after the first week and downgraded to texting home every evening at 7, to which Lena was expected to respond with a single thumbs up. Nora brought her a ridiculous heart-shaped stress ball that squeaked when squeezed and said, "I know this is in terrible taste, which is exactly why I bought it." Some nights Lena almost felt like herself until she reached her building and saw a man standing near the door looking at his phone. Then the whole body remembered before the mind could intervene. Summer edged in. The case did what cases do: motions, continuances, paperwork, calendar movements, with enormous emotional consequences, dressed in administrative language. Lena learned new phrases she hated: victim impact statement, discovery, pretrial conference. She learned that resolution can take months and still not feel resolving. She learned that telling a story accurately under oath can leave you feeling less believed than saying it badly to a friend on a couch. She learned that fear can become habit if you feed it, but also if you don't. And then, one Tuesday evening in early June, she got home from work, nodded to the doorman at the new building, rode the elevator up, let herself into the quiet borrowed apartment in Andersonville, and found a plain white envelope on the entry table just inside the door. No stamp, no address, just her first name in tidy black handwriting. Everything in her body stopped, not froze, stopped, as if someone had unplugged movement from the wall. Then logic fought its way back in ugly little bursts. The doorman, controlled entry, building cameras, maybe Nora, maybe Erica making a tasteless joke she'd deeply regret, maybe a note from the cousin who owned the place. Lena did not touch it. She called down to the front desk first. Voice steady somehow. Asked if anyone had come up. The doorman said no one except grocery delivery at 4, and he had carried that himself because the driver had the wrong apartment number. He sounded puzzled. He said maybe the cleaning service left something. But there was no scheduled cleaning service. Lena stood in the entryway staring at the envelope while the building around her made its new, unfamiliar noises. Central air kicking on, distant elevator cable, footsteps softened by better carpeting than the old place ever had. Then she saw the tiny printed logo in the lower corner. Not handwritten stationery. A local dental office. She let out a laugh that bordered on a sob. Opened it finally. Inside was a reminder card for an appointment she had forgotten to cancel after rescheduling by phone 2 weeks earlier. Standard font. Standard paper. Entirely harmless. She sat down on the floor anyway. And there, maybe, was the subtle, unresolved thing. Not that someone was still after her. Not necessarily. Not in the practical, evidentiary sense. The men were in custody. The cameras worked. The doors locked. The new building knew her face. But she could no longer meet an ordinary envelope without first surviving the shape of another possibility. Later that night, when the panic had ebbed and embarrassment had cooled into something quieter, Lena got up, made tea, and stood by the kitchen window looking down at Clark Street. People moved below in little separate orbits. A couple arguing softly over a map app. Someone walking a dog in a raincoat. A bike courier with a bouquet tied to the back rack, petals shedding one by one into the street. Almost ordinary. That was the country she lived in now. Not safety exactly. Not terror every minute either. A familiar city with hairline fractures running through it. A life that worked when handled gently. Her phone buzzed on the counter. Erica, home. Lena looked out the window once more before answering. Then she texted back the thumbs up. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the dentist who collects teeth, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that felt wrong was the sound. Not pain, not even fear at first. Just a sound that didn't belong in a dental office at 7:40 on a rainy Thursday morning. Something light and brittle skittering across tile in the back hallway, like a handful of hard white beads dropped from a height, and then chased by somebody's shoe. I was already in the chair by then, paper bib clipped to my sweater, tasting mint and latex, and the bitter edge of coffee rising from my own throat. The hygienist had gone to grab one thing, and the room had settled into that strange in-between stillness every clinic has before it officially wakes up. Fluorescent lights humming overhead, an air vent breathing steadily muffled traffic from the street outside, the tiny electronic tick from a wall clock shaped like a smiling molar. Rain tapped at the narrow window near the ceiling. Somewhere farther up front, a printer began whining and then stopped. Then came that sound again. A scatter, a pause, a cabinet door closing too fast. I raised my head a little. The treatment room door was open 3 inches, just enough for a wedge of hallway light. Nothing moved past it. No voices. No footsteps coming toward me. The office still smelled clean in the aggressive way dental offices do: disinfectant, clove oil, polish, something faintly chemical beneath the sweetness. But another smell was tucked inside it now, so thin I almost thought I imagined it. Damp cardboard, maybe, or old paper, something that had been kept shut away for a long time and then brought into warm air. I let my head drop back onto the chair and told myself not to be dramatic. Dental offices were full of trays and tools and little ceramic cups and sealed packets and things that could fall and make strange sounds. It was probably nothing. It was definitely nothing. Still, I turned my face slightly toward the door and listened. That was when someone laughed quietly in the hallway. A man's voice, not amused exactly, more like embarrassed at being caught. Then the hygienist came back in with a bright, professional smile that was maybe half a second late. "Sorry about that," she said. "We're having one of those mornings." Her name tag read MARAKELLY-RDH, though she had already introduced herself when she took my x-rays. Early 30s, maybe, woman. Pale blonde hair twisted into a clip at the back of her head, scrub top patterned with little blue toothbrushes. She moved quickly, but not gracefully, the way people do when they've already been behind schedule before the day has even started. "No problem," I said. "My name is Nina Hartwell. I'm 29, and I have always hated dentists in a way that embarrasses me because it feels childish and expensive and impossible to explain without sounding weak. I don't scream. I don't faint. I show up. I pay. I open my mouth when told. But every dental appointment drags up the same private humiliation. The certainty that I've failed some basic test of adulthood by needing this much reassurance about somebody leaning over me with metal instruments. It started when I was 11, and a dentist in Akron kept telling me, "Calm down, honey, calm down," while his gloved fingers pinned my jaw open. He wasn't cruel, not exactly. Just impatient, efficient. It's strange how long the body remembers being handled like an inconvenience. So I avoid appointments until a small problem turns into a larger, more expensive one. And then I sit in the chair trying to act normal. That was how I ended up at Bell Street Dental in Portland, Oregon, on the wettest morning of March, with a cracked molar on the lower left side, and the kind of dread that makes your arms feel hollow. Mara adjusted the overhead light and glanced at the monitor. "So Dr. Vale reviewed your films," she said. "Looks like that tooth probably needs a crown, but he'll come take a look and confirm before we do anything today." "Today?" I asked, before I could stop myself. She smiled again, smaller this time. "Maybe not the full procedure. He just likes to assess in person." I nodded like that was fine. Bell Street Dental occupied the ground floor of a narrow brick building in Northwest, between a Pilates studio and a stationery shop that sold notebooks no one actually wrote in. I'd picked the clinic because it was walkable from my apartment, and because the reviews made Dr. Elias Vale sound gentle, meticulous, worth the money if you were the sort of person who cared about that. The photos online had shown a bright reception desk, potted snake plants, Scandinavian chairs, framed black and white prints of bridges and shorelines. Nothing alarming. Nothing that suggested I'd be lying in a room trying to identify an unfamiliar smell while something hard rolled across the floor in the hallway. Mara lowered my chair a little more. "You okay? Yeah, I said, just not my favorite place. Mine either, and I work here. That made me laugh, which seemed to please her. She began arranging tools on a tray with little controlled clicks: mirror, explorer, air, water, syringe, cotton pliers. Each metal note landed cleanly and separately. Her hands were competent. She was the kind of person who probably knew exactly where everything in her apartment lived. From the hallway, a man said, "Mara." She turned her head. "Yep, you've seen the blue charts. In sterilization, maybe." A pause. "No, the other blue charts." She closed her eyes for a second, then opened them. "In the front cabinet by reception, top shelf." "Got it." The voice moved away. Mara looked back at me. "That's Owen. We'd all be dead without him, but he hides panic well enough to pass for cheerful." Right on cue, a man in navy scrubs leaned briefly into the doorway, holding a stack of folders. I heard that. This was Owen Pike, maybe 26, male, slim in the loose, jointed way of someone who had grown faster than his coordination. Dark curls, warm brown skin, rectangular glasses that kept sliding down his nose. He had the restless energy of front desk people and stage managers and older brothers in chaotic households, already moving to fix the next thing before the current thing fully broke. He glanced at me and gave a quick apologetic smile. "Good morning. Sorry if we're being weird." "Are you being weird?" I asked. He considered that. "I think we're still inside normal weird." "Helpful," Mara said. Owen shrugged and vanished again. That should have settled me. Ordinary office disorder. A staff running late. Misplaced folders. The day finding its shape. But when Mara turned to the counter behind me, I saw her look past the open door toward the hall, and something changed in her face so quickly I almost missed it. Not fear, not exactly. Annoyance, maybe. Or the strained patience of someone covering for a person above them in the hierarchy. Then she shut the treatment room door all the way. Latch clicked softly. The room felt smaller. "Just so we're not listening to the circus," she said. She reclined me and put on gloves. The exam began, cold mirror against gum, the chalky squeak of the probe along enamel, little puffs of air that made my toes curl inside my boots. I stared at the ceiling panel above the light, where the texture looked like frozen static. She counted under her breath, called out numbers, paused at the cracked molar. "There it is," she murmured. It didn't hurt constantly. That had been the problem. If it had hurt all the time, I would have done something sooner. Instead, it only flashed when I drank cold water or bit the wrong way or woke on that side of my face after grinding my teeth in my sleep. I told myself I was busy. I freelance edit marketing copy from home, which means my schedule is both flexible and somehow always full. 2 months pass, and then 4. Rent goes up. You postpone what you can. Mara rinsed and sat me up. "Not as bad as it could be," she said. "You came in before it got ugly." "Story of my life," I said. That got another short laugh. She removed her gloves and tossed them in the bin. Dr. Vale should be in any minute. A gentle knock came at the door, which made no sense because it was closed and this was his office. But Mara said, "Come in," as if she'd been expecting that exact performance. Dr. Elias Vale entered carrying a tablet and a ceramic mug with no logo on it. Mid-40s, male, tall, trim, the kind of handsome that looked better in motion than in photographs. Dark hair going silver at the temples, wire-rimmed glasses, no wedding ring. His scrub jacket was a deeper blue than the others, nearly black, and he smelled faintly of hand soap and good coffee under the clinical sterility of the room. He smiled with practiced warmth, but not fake warmth. There's a difference, and most anxious patients can tell. Nina, I'm Dr. Vale. Thanks for coming in on a miserable day. His voice was low and even, the kind that made you want to answer calmly. He held out a dry hand, and I shook it. Wouldn't miss it, I said. Most people try. He reviewed the X-rays on the tablet, angling it slightly so I could see. You've got a fracture line here, not catastrophic. We can work with it if the root looks stable. He tapped the image. Have you been clenching? I gave him a look. He nodded. That's a yes. I grind at night. Stress. Is there another reason people do it? Caffeine, medications, temperament, the world. That almost made me smile. He examined the tooth himself, gentle but brisk, his gloved fingers steady against my jaw. Tender, a little, he leaned back. All right. We're not in emergency territory, which is good news. You likely need a crown. We can schedule that. Depending on how symptomatic it gets, sooner is better than later. While he spoke, there was another sound from somewhere beyond the closed door. Not the scattered clatter from earlier. This time, a dragging, papery scrape. Then a soft thump, like a box being set down. Dr. Vale stopped mid-sentence for the smallest fraction of a second. Mara noticed too. Her eyes flicked toward the door. Then Dr. Vale continued, perfectly smooth. Have you had major dental work before? 1 root canal. And how dramatic was the experience, on a scale from stoic to memoir-worthy? Humiliatingly memoir-worthy. Useful honesty, he smiled. We're good with nervous patients here. That was when the overhead lights dimmed for half a second and came back. No one said anything. The monitors blinked once. The vent kept breathing. Rain whispered against the upper window. Dr. Vale set the tablet down. Owen's probably overloading some outlet up front with the space heater again. He says the reception desk is Arctic, Mara said. He says many things. He stepped toward the door, opened it, and leaned slightly into the hallway. Owen, from farther back, Owen answered, Yeah, everything okay, a beat. Yep. Dr. Vale stood still long enough for it to feel deliberate. Then he closed the door again and turned back to me. Sorry, old building. Is it always this quiet? I asked, surprising myself. Mara and Dr. Vale exchanged a glance that could have meant anything. Usually there's music, Mara said. Our speaker system died yesterday. Tragic, Dr. Vale said, but it was true. The silence in the room was odd now that I'd noticed it. Not silence exactly. Too many little mechanical sounds for that. Yet without music or reception, chatter bleeding through. Every tiny noise separated itself from the rest. The distant gurgle of plumbing in the walls, a cartwheel squeaking somewhere, the tacky pull of gloved fingers when Mara snapped on a new pair to show me how the temporary filling material might feel if they needed to do a quick patch. It made the office seem less like a polished business and more like a set of connected chambers where private things happened behind closed doors. Dr. Vale asked about pain level, insurance timing, whether I'd had issues with numbing before. All reasonable questions. He listened to the answers. He never rushed me. Objectively, he was the sort of dentist people hope for. And still, I kept thinking about that first strange sound in the hallway. At some point, Owen knocked and opened the door halfway. Sorry, Mara, can I borrow you for 1 sec? His voice was pitched lightly, but his face had gone careful. Mara looked at Dr. Vale. He nodded once. She slipped out, pulling the door nearly shut behind her. Not all the way. A narrow gap remained. Through it, I I could hear pieces of the conversation in the hall, blurred by distance and lowered voices. Not in there, I already checked. Then whose? A sharper whisper from Mara. Not now. I looked at Dr. Vale. He was entering notes into the tablet. Everything okay? I asked. He looked up immediately, smile in place. Administrative nonsense. You'd be amazed how much dentistry is paperwork and people misplacing things. Blue charts. He actually laughed at that. Exactly. The laugh helped. So did the fact that he didn't over-explain. People who are lying often get chatty. He didn't. He just seemed tired. Maybe that was all it was. A small office, a rainy morning, employees dealing with something annoying and mundane that had nothing to do with me. Mara returned a minute later with an expression polished back to neutral. Owen stayed in the hall, visible only as a shifting shadow through the narrow glass strip beside the door. We can book Nina for Tuesday if that works, Mara said. Dr. Vale checked the tablet. Morning, 11:30. I opened my mouth to answer, then stopped, because a new sound threaded through the room from somewhere deeper in the office. A phone, maybe. Or not exactly a phone. A thin electronic chime repeating at regular intervals. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes again. Too soft to be an alarm meant for patients to hear. Everyone heard it. Owen appeared fully in the doorway this time. Dr. Vale set the tablet down very carefully. For the first time since he'd entered the room, the warmth left his face. Not panic, just a withdrawal, like a curtain being pulled across a window. Mara, he said, would you finish with Miss Hartwell for me? Sure. I'll be right back. He left with Owen without another word. Mara busied herself at the computer, clicked through scheduling screens a little too hard. I sat upright in the chair, bib still clipped on, feeling absurd and overaware. The chime stopped, then nothing. After maybe 20 seconds, voices started up from the back again, low, urgent, impossible to make out. Not arguing, not exactly, but close to that edge. Mara kept her eyes on the monitor. Tuesday at 11:30 is open. Great, I said, though I barely heard myself. She typed my appointment in. Do you need a printed estimate? Maybe. Okay. Neither of us moved. Finally, I said, can I ask a weird question? She glanced over. Those are the only kind we get here. That sound earlier, in the hallway. Did something break? Her face did that quick shutting down thing people do before they decide how much truth to offer. Storage box tipped over, she said. Old models and teaching stuff. Models, dental molds, sample casts. Things patients don't want back, but we're supposed to keep for a while. That explanation was sensible. Almost too sensible. It arrived whole without searching. Prepared, I nodded anyway. Mara unfastened my bib. The paper crackled loudly in the small room. Look, Dr. Vale is excellent. I know dental offices can feel strange. Strange is fine, I said. It's being surprised while someone has tools in my mouth that I don't love. That softened her expression. Fair. She handed me a small paper cup for a rinse. The water tasted metallic from the line. When I spit into the sink, I caught my own face in the mirror opposite, gray daylight flattening my skin, hair damp at the temples from the walk over, eyes more alert than I wanted them to be. I stood, shrugged back into my coat, picked up my bag. At the front desk, the office looked as normal as it had online. White countertop, plant in the corner, diffuser releasing something citrusy, a framed print of the St. John's Bridge in fog. Owen was at the computer now, typing too fast. He looked up and smiled on instinct, then had to remember the expression with effort. Sorry again about the chaos, he said. You're all set for Tuesday." Behind him, a hallway led towards sterilization, supply storage, and whatever else patients didn't see. A door at the far end stood slightly ajar. From where I was, I could make out only darkness and the edge of stacked boxes. Dr. Vale emerged from that corridor as if he'd heard his name in his own head. His scrub sleeve was damp near the cuff, as though he'd just washed his hands in a hurry. He saw me standing there and recovered instantly. "Nina," he said. "Before you go," he stopped, looked at Owen, looked back at me. There was nothing overtly alarming in his expression, just concentration, calculation. "We may have an opening later today," he said. "If your schedule is flexible, I could take a more detailed look and possibly place a temporary protective restoration now instead of waiting until next week. It would save you a trip if that tooth worsens over the weekend." Mara, behind the counter sorting forms, went still. Rain slid down the front window in wavering lines. Out on Bell Street, a bus exhaled at the curb. Somewhere in the back of the office, a door clicked shut. I should have said no immediately. I had work due. I had not planned to spend the day at the dentist. More than that, something in the office had shifted just enough to make my skin tighten under my coat. Not danger, exactly. Just the sense that I had walked into the edge of a conversation already in progress. But the cracked molar throbbed faintly when I swallowed, reminding me of why I'd come. Dr. Vale waited, patient as ever. "If I did stay," I said, "how long? 40 minutes? An hour, if we proceed slowly?" He said it gently, giving me room to refuse. And there it was, a completely ordinary choice, offered in a completely ordinary voice, on a completely ordinary rainy morning that no longer felt ordinary at all. Stay, and let the day bend around whatever was happening behind those closed doors. Or leave, keep Tuesday, and spend the weekend wondering what exactly I had almost stepped into. I told him I could stay. Even as the words left my mouth, a small, stubborn part of my brain tried to pull them back. But it was too late. Dr. Vale nodded once, like the decision had simply confirmed something he had already calculated. "Good," he said. "Let's get you comfortable again." Behind the reception desk, Mara's fingers paused over the keyboard for half a second before she resumed typing. Owen looked at the hallway again, then back at me, like he was checking whether I understood something I didn't yet know. "Just the temporary protection," Dr. Vale added lightly. "Nothing invasive today." "Great," I said, because the polite thing to do was agree with the person holding the drill. The treatment room felt different the second time. Nothing obvious had changed. Same chair, same humming lights, same faint citrus cleaner floating under the sharper smell of antiseptic. But the air carried a low electrical buzz of tension now, like when a group of people tries very hard to act normal around a problem they haven't named yet. Dr. Vale washed his hands at the small sink. Water ran hard for several seconds. Mara prepared the tray beside me, laying out instruments with a precision that bordered on mechanical. Mirror, explorer, a small syringe, composite material, cotton rolls. Normally, those sounds blended together. Today, each one landed distinctly in the quiet. Click, clink, plastic tearing open. "Have you had local anesthetic recently?" Dr. Vale asked, drying his hands. "No, any reactions before? Just the usual numb face, existential regret." That got a faint smile. Reasonable side effects. He leaned the chair back again. My pulse sped up automatically. It always did when the light swung down over my face. "You're doing fine," Mara said quietly, noticing. "I know," I said, which was technically true. But something about being horizontal while the rest of the office moved around above me made the earlier unease come back stronger. I could hear voices again through the wall now. Owen's voice low. Another voice answering him that might have been Mara earlier, or maybe Dr. Vale. No, Dr. Vale was here, which meant someone else had been in the hallway earlier. The thought slipped into my head and stayed there. "Open for me," Dr. Vale said. I did. He examined the cracked molar again, gently pressing along the enamel. "Still manageable," he murmured. Then he paused, just long enough for me to notice. "Problem?" I asked around the dental mirror. "No," he said quickly, "just confirming the fracture line." He removed the mirror and looked at Mara. "Cotton." She handed it to him immediately. They had the silent choreography of people who had worked together a long time. Yet there was something new beneath it, a quiet stiffness. Mara kept glancing toward the door. Dr. Vale injected the anesthetic. The pinch was brief, the pressure spreading slowly into my jaw. While we waited for the numbness to take hold, he pulled his stool closer. "You mentioned grinding," he said. "Yeah, stress, freelance deadlines," I said. "Rent, those will do it." The conversation was ordinary, almost aggressively ordinary, but the silence outside the room kept thickening. The usual office noises, printers, phones, footsteps, had vanished again. Then the 3-note chime returned. Soft, electronic, 3 tones. Pause, 3 tones again. Dr. Vale froze mid-sentence. Mara looked at him. Neither of them spoke. The chime repeated. Finally, Owen's voice called down the hallway. "Doctor," Dr. Vale exhaled through his nose. "Excuse me one moment." He stood and opened the door. Owen was standing just outside, holding something small in his hand. From my angle, I could only see a corner of it, a thin black device about the size of a pager. "What is it?" Dr. Vale asked quietly. "It started again," Owen said. "Did you move it?" "No." "Is it?" Owen noticed me watching. He lowered his voice immediately. "I think you should see." Dr. Vale nodded. "Mara," he said, "stay with Nina." Then he followed Owen down the hallway. The door remained half open. Mara didn't move for a few seconds. Then she walked over and closed it carefully. The latch clicked. She turned back toward me and forced a smile. "Sorry about the interruptions." "What was that beeping?" I asked. She hesitated. "Inventory scanner," she said. "For what?" "Dental supplies." That sounded like a smoke detector. She didn't answer. Instead, she checked the anesthetic. Feeling numb, I moved my jaw. Half my lower lip had already disappeared. "Yep, good." But she still hadn't returned to the tray. She was listening. We both were. The office had gone silent again. Too silent. Even the rain outside seemed to have faded. Then a crash, not the earlier scatter. This one was heavy. A box tipping, something ceramic breaking, and immediately afterward Owen shouting, "Don't," the rest of the sentence cut off. Mara swore under her breath. She grabbed the door handle and opened it. "Stay here," she said. Then she stepped into the hallway. For 3 seconds, I did exactly that. Then the rest of my brain caught up with the situation. I was numb, alone, in a dental chair, while something loud enough to make staff shout had just happened in the back of the office. The door was still open. I sat up slowly. My legs felt oddly light from the adrenaline. The hallway smelled stronger now, that same damp cardboard scent, but thicker, mixed with something metallic. Blood, maybe, or just disinfectant. I stepped out. The reception area was empty. Down the hallway, voices overlapped in urgent bursts. Owen again. It's broken, Mara. Why is that here, Dr. Vale? Don't touch anything yet. I moved closer. The hallway ended in a small supply room. The door stood open. Inside, 3 large plastic storage bins sat on the floor. One had tipped sideways. The lid had popped off. Its contents had spilled across the tile. From where I stood, the shapes looked like small white stones scattered everywhere. Then my brain adjusted. They weren't stones. They were teeth. Hundreds of them. Different shapes. Different sizes. Molars. Incisors. Canines. Some clean and white. Others yellowed. A few with dark fillings still embedded. They had rolled across the tile in uneven arcs. One had landed against Owen's shoe. No one spoke for several seconds. Mara noticed me first. Nina, she said sharply, you shouldn't be back here. My numb mouth made my voice sound strange. Those are teeth. Yes, Owen said. Dental models, Mara added quickly. But the lie landed badly this time. Dental models are usually mounted in plaster casts. These were loose teeth, and there were far too many. Dr. Vale stood very still beside the overturned bin. He didn't look embarrassed. He looked tired. Those, he said quietly, are extracted teeth retained for educational and lab purposes. Why are they in storage bins? I asked. Owen looked at Mara. Mara looked at Dr. Vale. The 3 of them had a silent conversation I wasn't part of. Then Owen said something that shifted everything. That's not the problem. He pointed at the far corner of the room. A second bin sat there, closed. Black plastic. A thin electronic device sat on top of the lid, the one that had been chiming. The lid itself had cracked open slightly from the earlier crash, just enough to show the edge of what was inside. Not loose teeth, plaster casts, rows of them, upper and lower jaw molds, dozens, maybe hundreds, each with real teeth embedded in the plaster, some labeled with dates, some not. Those aren't supposed to be here, Owen said. Mara whispered. Elia's. Dr. Vale rubbed the bridge of his nose. Someone moved them. Who? Owen asked. No one answered. The hallway lights flickered once. The building hummed quietly around us. And that was when the real problem revealed itself. The electronic device on the lid chimed again. 3 tones. Pause. 3 tones. Owen picked it up and turned the screen toward us. A small digital display blinked red. Temp warning, biostorage breach. I frowned. Biostorage, Owen swallowed. These molds, they're not just models. What do you mean? I asked. Dr. Vale finally looked directly at me. They contain biological material, he said. My numb lip twitched. Like what? Teeth, he said. I stared at the room again. Hundreds of teeth scattered across the floor. Rows of plaster molds embedded with more. Boxes labeled with faded patient codes. The metallic smell grew stronger. Those were scheduled for transfer, Owen said quietly. To where? I asked. No one answered immediately. Then the device chimed again. The red warning text blinked faster. And Owen said the thing that turned the situation from strange to urgent. The temperature sensor is tripped. Mara frowned. So the storage seal is broken, Owen said. And if the lab logs show contamination, he stopped. I waited. What happens? I asked. Dr. Vale spoke carefully. The health department investigates. That sounds normal. For a few teeth, Owen said. He gestured toward the room. Not for this many. The silence that followed felt heavy. The building creaked softly. Rain started up again outside. Finally, Mara said what everyone else was thinking. We have to move them. Dr. Vale shook his head immediately. No, they can't stay like this. If we move them now, he said quietly, and someone audits the chain of custody logs, he didn't finish. Owen stared at the red screen. It's already recording the breach. Then shut it off, Mara said. That log's tampering. The device chimed again. Red light blinking. The warning timer counting down. And suddenly, I understood the real conflict. This wasn't just a messy storage room. It was evidence, records, something that could bring inspectors, questions, investigations. Dr. Vale looked from the bins to the spilled teeth to the open hallway, then to me, the patient who had accidentally walked into the middle of it. And before anyone could decide what to do, the front door of the clinic opened. A bell chimed. Someone stepped inside. Owen's face drained of color. That's the courier, he whispered. Dr. Vale turned toward the reception desk. Already, they're early. The electronic device beeped again. Red warning flashing. The storage breach timer dropping. And now the problem had a clock. The courier rang the front bell again. A small, polite sound. The kind meant for normal businesses where normal deliveries happen every day. In the narrow hallway behind the reception desk, no one moved. The temperature monitor on the storage bin chimed again. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes. Its red warning light blinking against the dull plastic lid. Owen whispered, "He's going to walk back here if nobody answers." "Then answer," Mara said. "You answer." "I'm not front desk." Both of them looked at Dr. Vale. He stood in the supply room doorway, staring at the spilled teeth on the tile like someone trying to calculate the shape of a problem that had already escaped its boundaries. Another chime from the monitor. The display ticked down. Breach timer, 09:14. I was still standing halfway down the hall, my jaw numb, and my brain catching up with the reality that I had accidentally wandered into what looked very much like evidence of something that shouldn't exist in a small Portland dental clinic. "Doctor," Owen said quietly. Dr. Vale blinked. "Yes, right." He straightened, adjusting his scrub sleeve. "Owen, greet the courier." "Normal delivery protocol." "Normal," Owen repeated. "Yes." Owen nodded once and hurried down the hallway toward reception. The front bell jingled again as he opened the door. From where we stood, the reception desk was just visible past the corner white counter, potted plant, the glass front door fogged with rain. A man's voice drifted in. "Morning, lab pickup." "Yep," Owen said, sounding almost convincing. "You're a little early today." Traffic cleared. Mara crouched beside the tipped bin. "Elia's," she said under her breath. Dr. Vale stepped inside the storage room. I followed before anyone told me not to. The room was small, 8 feet by 10 at most. 2 metal shelving racks lined the left wall. Cardboard boxes labeled sterile packs and impressions were stacked unevenly. A mop bucket leaned in the corner. The 2 large plastic bins sat in the center of the floor, one open and spilled, one cracked. Hundreds of teeth scattered across gray tile like dropped dice. Up close, they looked worse. Some still carried traces of blood in the root grooves. A few had bits of gum tissue dried dark along the base. Not fresh, but not fully cleaned either. I forced myself not to think about where each one had come from. Mara began gathering them. "Help me," she said. "Neither of us used gloves. That detail would bother me later." Dr. Vale crouched beside the second bin and examined the cracked lid. "The seal's broken," he said quietly. "How bad?" Mara asked. "Bad enough the monitor noticed." The device chimed again. Breach timer 0831. What happens when it hits 0? I asked. Owen's voice floated down the hallway again. Need a signature for last week's invoice too. Dr. Vale didn't answer immediately. Then he said, it transmits. To who? The lab. Possibly regulators. Possibly regulators. The phrase hung in the air like a slow leak. Mara dropped another handful of teeth into the bin. How many are there? I asked. Don't count, she said quickly. But I was already doing it instinctively. There were far more than a single clinic would extract in a few months. Even a year. Doctor, I said carefully, why are there this many? Dr. Vale didn't look up. They're retained specimens. For what? Research partnerships. What kind of research? Before he could answer, Owen's voice called from the reception area. Doctor, he needs the manifests. Dr. Vale stood. 2 minutes. He left the room. Mara kept collecting teeth. Her hands moved quickly now, dropping them into the bin with quiet porcelain clicks. You shouldn't be involved in this, she said. I'm already involved. Not like this. Then explain it. She hesitated. The hallway voices grew louder. Owen again. Lab transfer schedule, courier. Just need the sealed containers, sealed containers. Mara exhaled slowly. Those molds, she said finally, nodding toward the cracked bin, are orthodontic study casts, with real teeth in them. Yes. That's not normal. It's not illegal either. Her tone suggested the difference mattered a lot. Then why hide them? She stopped moving. The silence stretched. Finally, she said, because there are too many. A sharp crash came from reception. I flinched. Mara shot to her feet. What was that? Footsteps hurried down the hall. Owen appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. He wants to inspect the containers. Now, Mara said. Yes. The breach monitor chimed again. Breach timer 0712. Dr. Vale appeared behind him. His comm had cracked. We need them sealed, he said. They're not sealed, Mara replied. Then reseal them. With what? Anything. She looked at the cracked lid. That won't hold. The courier's voice echoed from the lobby. Hello, closer now. He was stepping around the reception desk. Back here, Owen called quickly. Dr. Vale turned to Mara. Attempt 1, he said quietly. What? We close the lid, move the bin, and load it before the timer expires. And the spilled teeth, secondary issue. I stared at him. Secondary issue. The courier's footsteps approached the hallway. Mara snapped the cracked lid down. It fit badly. She wrapped packing tape around it from a supply drawer. The plastic creaked. Dr. Vale lifted one side of the bin. Help. Owen grabbed the other side. The container was heavier than it looked. They shuffled toward the hallway. Teeth still crunched under their shoes. I stayed in the storage room, watching the breach monitor. Breach timer 0628. The men reached the hallway. The courier rounded the corner. He was in his 30s, rain jacket, clipboard. He stopped, looked at the bin, looked at the spilled teeth behind them. His eyebrows lifted. Owen smiled too quickly, dropped a training model. The courier stepped closer. Those don't look like models. Dr. Vale spoke calmly. Dental specimens. Loose like that. They were being cataloged. Rear stared at the floor again. A long second passed. Then he shrugged. Whatever, I just need the containers. Attempt 1 succeeded, sort of. The men carried the cracked bin past reception toward the glass door. Rain streaked the sidewalk outside. The courier opened the back of his van. They slid the bin inside. I thought it might actually work. Then the breach monitor screamed. Not 3 notes. A solid alarm. The timer had hit 0. The red light flashed violently. The courier turned around. What's that? Owen froze. Dr. Vale closed the van door slowly. "Equipment alert," he said, but the device continued screaming from the hallway floor. The courier stepped inside the clinic again. He followed the sound, straight toward the storage room. "Attempt to stop him," Mara whispered. "How?" Owen said, but the courier was already walking. I saw it in his face when he reached the doorway. The look people get when curiosity outruns professionalism. He stepped into the room, saw the scattered teeth, saw the empty bin, saw the breech monitor flashing red. "What the hell is this?" No one answered. He crouched, picked up one of the teeth, turned it under the fluorescent light. "This is real." Dr. Vale stepped forward. "Yes, you guys storing bio waste. They're dental extractions." "Then why's there a contamination alarm?" "Good question." The courier straightened slowly. "I'm supposed to log this," he said. Mara's voice tightened. "That's not necessary." He held up his phone. "It's procedure." "Attempt 2. Dr. Vale changed tactics. "Wait," he said. The courier paused. "You're correct," Dr. Vale continued calmly. "The alarm triggered because the temperature monitor malfunctioned." The courier frowned. "Malfunction?" "Yes." Dr. Vale gestured toward the shelves. "Older equipment. We were about to discard it." The courier studied the room again. He didn't look convinced. Then something banged loudly above us. All 4 of us jumped. A heavy thud. Then another, scraping across the ceiling. The courier stepped back. "What was that?" My heart slammed into my ribs. The sound moved across the ceiling again, dragging, heavy, alive. For one terrible second, it sounded exactly like someone crawling above the storage room. No one spoke. Then a loud crash, directly above the hallway. The courier backed toward the door. "What the hell is up there?" Dr. Vale exhaled slowly. "Rats." "What?" "Old building," he said. "The attic space connects across units." Mara nodded quickly. "That's been happening all week." The courier looked unconvinced, but the scraping stopped. Silence returned. The terrifying moment passed. Just rats. Realistic, explainable. But it had done something else. It had distracted everyone long enough for Owen to quietly slide the breech monitor into a drawer. When the courier looked back, the red alarm was gone. "See," Owen said, "broken." The courier stared another few seconds, then shrugged again. "Not my problem." Attempt 2 succeeded. Sort of. The trap tightened anyway, because the courier looked down at the floor again. At the hundreds of teeth. Then at me. "Patient?" he asked. I nodded. He frowned. "You probably shouldn't be standing in here." "No kidding," Mara muttered. The courier checked his watch. "All right, I've got the container. I'm leaving." He walked out. The front door closed. The van engine started outside. Everyone exhaled. But relief lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then Owen opened the drawer. The breech monitor screen blinked again. Red this time. Blue. A new message appeared. "Data transmitted," Mara whispered. "No." Dr. Vale went very still. "To who?" I asked. Owen swallowed. "The lab server," "which means," I said. Dr. Vale answered quietly. "They know the seal was broken." The room shrank around us. The clinic suddenly felt like a map closing inward. Front door, reception, hallway, storage room. Nowhere left to move. Then the phone rang at the reception desk. Once. Twice. Owen didn't pick it up. It rang again. Dr. Vale looked at the others. "Answer it." Owen walked slowly to reception. Picked up. "Bell Street Dental." Pause, his face drained of color. "Hello, yes, this is Owen." Longer pause. "Yes." Another pause. Then he covered the receiver and looked back down the hallway. "They're sending an inspector." "When?" Mara asked. Owen uncovered the phone again. Listened. then whispered the words that turned the entire situation irreversible. 40 minutes. Point of no return. The clinic fell silent. 40 minutes. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Today. Mara looked at the spilled teeth, at the empty bin now gone in the courier van, at the cracked mold still sitting in the room. She whispered, "We can't explain this." Dr. Vale said nothing. I realized something slowly, something worse than the inspector. "You said the courier took the container." "Yes," Owen said, "and the alarm logged a breach." "Yes, and the lab now knows." "Yes." I looked at Dr. Vale. "You can't get it back." He shook his head. The bin was already driving away through Portland traffic, carrying evidence, with a contamination alert attached to it, and an inspector arriving in 40 minutes. Retreat was no longer possible. The phone call ended with Owen still holding the receiver to his ear, long after the line had gone quiet. 40 minutes. He set the phone down slowly, like the plastic might break if he moved too fast. In the back hallway, the breach monitor glowed blue from inside the drawer. Data transmitted. No alarm now. Just a quiet confirmation that whatever the clinic had tried to hide had already left the building, digitally and physically. Rain hammered harder against the front window. Dr. Vale stood at the end of the hallway, one hand resting against the wall, as if he needed something solid to lean on. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, Mara said, "We clean." Owen looked at her. "That won't fix the logs." "No," she said, "but it fixes the floor." She stepped into the storage room again and kicked the door wider open. The room still looked like a nightmare version of a dentist's supply closet. Teeth everywhere, some under the shelving racks, some in the grout lines of the tile. One had rolled all the way to the mop bucket. The second bin, the one with the plaster molds, sat cracked and crooked where they had left it. Mara grabbed a pair of nitrile gloves from a nearby box and snapped them on. "Gloves," she said. Owen obeyed automatically. I stood in the doorway for a moment, my jaw still numb, my mind catching up to the fact that I had now committed to helping conceal something I barely understood. "Are you staying?" Mara asked. I hesitated. Then I nodded. Yeah, because leaving now meant explaining to an inspector why I'd been standing in a room full of teeth, and because something about Dr. Vale's face made it clear he wasn't going to run. He looked like someone who had already decided how this would end. The cleanup, the geography of the clinic, suddenly mattered. Front door, reception desk, hallway, storage room. Everything had to happen within that narrow strip of space. Mara worked fast. She knelt on the tile and began scooping teeth into the open bin with both hands. Porcelain clicks filled the room. Owen grabbed a dustpan. "Use this," he said. They moved methodically now, but the pressure of the clock sat in every movement. Dr. Vale still hadn't moved. He was staring at the second bin, the one filled with plaster molds. Each mold contained teeth embedded in white plaster jaws, each labeled in black marker, dates, patient codes, years. I noticed something then. Some of the dates went back decades. "Doctor," I said. He didn't respond. "Dr. Vale." He looked up slowly. "Yes, these are old, yes." "How old?" "Some 30 years. "You've kept them that long?" He rubbed his eyes. "They're specimens." "For what?" Before he could answer, Owen said, 10 minutes gone." Everyone moved faster. The room filled with the sound of teeth sliding into plastic. Mara's breathing grew heavier. Owen kept glancing toward the hallway. Dr. Vale finally crouched beside the second bin. He lifted one of the plaster molds. It showed a full upper jaw, Perfect teeth, root tips visible where the extraction had occurred, a date on the side, 1998. He turned it in his hand. "Doctor," Mara said sharply. "Focus." He blinked again. He stood and carried the mold toward the sink in the sterilization alcove just outside the storage room. "What are you doing?" Owen asked. Dr. Vale turned on the faucet. Water blasted into the basin. "We can't keep them here." "You can't destroy evidence either," Owen said. "Evidence of what?" Dr. Vale asked. No one answered, because that was the real question. The truth. Finally, Mara straightened from the floor. Her gloves were smeared gray with dust and enamel powder. "Nina," she said. "Yes." "You wanted to know why there were so many?" "Yeah." She looked at Dr. Vale. He gave a small nod. Permission. Mara wiped sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. "Orthodontic research," she said, meaning human bite alignment. "That still doesn't explain hundreds of teeth. It explains thousands." The word hung in the air. Thousands. Owen stopped scooping. Dr. Vale spoke quietly. "For 20 years, he said, I collected extracted teeth from practices across Oregon and Washington. Collected, I repeated, with patient consent. Did they know how many? Not exactly," Mara added. "Dental schools pay for large data sets of real teeth, wear patterns, genetic enamel variation, bite reconstruction." I looked around the room again. "But why hide it?" "Because the volume became problematic," Dr. Vale said. "How many are there?" He didn't answer. Owen did. "Over 12,000. The number made the room tilt slightly. "And the lab?" I asked. "Private orthodontic research," Dr. Vale said. "They store them." "Yes. Then why were they here?" Owen rubbed his face. "Because the lab lost storage funding last month. The pieces clicked together. They sent them back." "Yes, all of them." "Yes." The breech monitor drawer blinked faintly. 40 minutes. Now maybe 25. "Doctor," Mara said, "we don't have time for confession." She pointed at the plaster molds. "Those are worse than the loose teeth." Dr. Vale looked down at them. Hundreds of casts, each one holding teeth embedded in plaster. Proof of decades of collecting. "We break them," Mara said. Owen stared at her. "You're serious? If the inspector sees those, we're finished," Owen said. Dr. Vale looked like he had aged 10 years in the last hour. He nodded. "Do it." Destruction. Mara lifted the first mold. She slammed it against the sink. The plaster cracked instantly. Teeth popped free. One bounced across the tile. Another fell into the basin. The sound was violent, sharp, wrong. They began working in a rhythm. Lift, smash, collect. The molds shattered quickly, but there were so many. Plaster dust coated the air. My throat burned from breathing it. Dr. Vale worked beside Mara now. Sweat soaked through his scrub collar. His hands shook. Owen kept watch at the hallway entrance. 20 minutes, he said. The clinic lights flickered. The old building groaned as the rain intensified. Somewhere above us, the rats scurried again across the attic boards. For a moment, the noise sounded like footsteps. My heart jumped. Then the scraping moved along the ceiling beam and vanished. Just rats. Still just rats. The moment passed. We kept smashing. Teeth rained into the bin. The floor grew slick with plaster slurry. My numb lip tingled as the anesthetic began wearing off. Pain crept slowly back into my molar. I barely noticed. Then the front bell rang. All four of us froze. Owen checked the clock. Too early. The bell rang again. A heavy knock followed. The inspector. 15 minutes early. Mara whispered, "We're not ready." Dr. Vale wiped plaster dust from his glasses. Owen stepped toward reception. Stall, Mara said. He nodded and walked away. The knock came again, louder. Owen opened the door. A woman's voice drifted down the hallway. Health department. Owen forced a laugh. Sorry, one moment. Mara grabbed another mold. Faster. We worked frantically now. Smash, crack, collect. Dr. Vale slipped on the wet tile. He slammed into the counter. The back of his hand hit the metal sink. Hard, he gasped. Blood ran instantly from a split across his knuckles. Doctor, I'm fine, he said through clenched teeth. But he wrapped the wound in gauze without stopping. The cost had arrived. Outside, the inspector's voice grew sharper. Sir, we need to enter. Just a minute, Owen called. 10 minutes left. We smashed the final mold. The last of the plaster fell apart in Dr. Vale's hands. The room fell quiet. Hundreds more teeth now filled the bin. Loose, anonymous, untraceable. Mara wiped her face. That's all of them. Dr. Vale stared at the bin, then at the blood soaking through the gauze around his hand. Seal it, he said. Owen returned from the lobby. She's not leaving. Good, Dr. Vale said. He snapped the lid onto the bin. This one's sealed cleanly. No breach. No monitor, just plastic. He lifted it. His injured hand trembled under the weight. Where are you taking it? Owen asked. Dr. Vale walked down the hallway, past reception, toward the back exit that led to the alley. Doctor, Mara said. He stopped. I started this collection, he said quietly. I'll finish it. He opened the back door. Rain roared in. The alley smelled like wet concrete and garbage. He stepped outside. The door shut behind him. For 30 seconds, no one moved. Then Owen whispered, Where's he going? I already knew. So did Mara. River, she said. The confrontation, the inspector entered the clinic exactly 1 minute later. She was in her 50s, hair pulled tight, raincoat dripping onto the tile. Health department, she repeated. Mara stepped forward. Good morning. The inspector's eyes moved immediately past her, down the hallway, toward the storage room. Biostorage alert came from this location, she said. Yes, Owen said quickly. Equipment malfunction. She didn't look convinced. Show me. We walked her down the hallway. My heart hammered so loudly I thought she might hear it. The storage room door opened. The room was empty. No molds, no scattered teeth, just shelves, a mop bucket, plaster dust on the sink. The inspector frowned. Where are the specimens? Mara answered smoothly. Already transferred. To where? Courier pickup. Time, Owen checked the computer. 40 minutes ago. The inspector wrote something down, and she noticed the plaster dust. Why is the sink damaged? Dr. Vale's blood still smeared faintly along the metal edge. Mara said calmly, dropped a training cast. The inspector studied the room again, then the hallway, then us. Her eyes stopped on me. You're a patient. Yes, procedure, temporary crown prep. She nodded slowly. The silence stretched. Then she closed her notebook. I'll need the transfer documentation. Owen nodded. Of course. The inspector stepped back toward reception. The immediate danger passed. But no one felt relief, because Dr. Vale still hadn't returned, and the river was only 4 blocks away. The inspector spent 42 minutes inside Bell Street Dental. I know the exact number because Owen kept glancing at the clock behind the reception desk every 30 seconds, like he could slow time down if he watched it closely enough. Outside, the rain eased into a steady drizzle. Portland traffic crept past the window. People walked dogs. Someone across the street opened the stationery shop and propped the door with a wooden wedge. Normal life resumed. Inside the clinic, Everything smelled faintly of wet plaster and disinfectant. The storage room door remained open. Empty, shelves, mop bucket, sink with a shallow dent along the rim where Dr. Vale had slammed his hand. Mara had wiped most of the blood away, but a faint rust-colored smear still lived in the crease of the metal. The inspector noticed it once. "Work accident?" she asked. "Dropped a dental model," Mara said. The inspector wrote something down. She didn't push further. Paperwork. The inspection stayed mostly in the reception area. Owen printed transfer manifests from the computer system, lab shipment codes, patient consent references, dates. The paperwork existed because the research had been real. That was the strange thing about it. Beneath all the secrecy, there had been legitimate work once. The problem wasn't the teeth. It was the number, and the fact that they had ended up back here. The inspector read everything slowly. Her pen tapped occasionally against the clipboard. No one spoke unless she asked something. Courier pickup time. 8:52 a.m. Destination. Pacific Orthodontic Research Lab. She nodded. Then she flipped through another page. The alert indicates a temporary storage breach. "Yes," Owen said. "The sensor malfunctioned." "Has it been replaced?" "Scheduled." Another note in the notebook. The inspector eventually walked down the hallway again. We followed. She stepped into the storage room, looked around, looked at the sink, looked at the shelves. Then she crouched near the tile floor. My heart climbed into my throat. There was still plaster dust in the grout lines, tiny white grains. She rubbed a bit between her fingers. "Dental stone," Mara nodded calmly. "Training casts." The inspector stood. She didn't ask another question. Instead, she closed the notebook. "I'll file the report," she said. "What happens next?" Owen asked. "If the lab confirms the shipment was intact, nothing. The word felt fragile. The inspector walked to the door. Then she paused, turned back once. "You might want to replace that storage monitor," she said. "Already ordered," Owen replied. She nodded. Then she stepped outside into the drizzle. The glass door closed. The bell chimed. And just like that, the storm had passed. The silence after no one moved. The clinic felt hollow now, like a stage after the actors have left. Finally, Mara sat down in one of the waiting chairs. Her shoulders slumped. Owen leaned against the reception counter and covered his face with both hands. The adrenaline was gone. What remained was exhaustion and something heavier. I realized I was still holding my jaw carefully because the anesthetic had fully worn off. The cracked molar throbbed now. A dull, steady ache. It felt almost ridiculous after everything else. No one mentioned Dr. Vale. Not for several minutes. Then Owen looked toward the hallway. He should have been back by now. Mara nodded slowly. "Yeah, 4 blocks to the river, 4 blocks back, 10 minutes maybe, 20 if you walked slowly." But it had been nearly an hour. "Should we call him?" Owen asked. Mara shook her head. "He'll come." She sounded like she wanted to believe it, but something in her eyes said she didn't. The return he came back 90 minutes later, not through the alley, through the front door. The bell chimed softly. Dr. Elias Vale looked like he had aged 5 years. His scrub jacket was soaked with rain. His hair clung flat against his temples. The gauze around his hand had turned dark red. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Everyone watched him. No one spoke. Finally, Owen said, "Did you?" Dr. Vale nodded once. "Yes." The bin was gone. The thousands of loose teeth that had filled it were gone too. "River?" Mara asked. "Yes." He walked to the sink, unwrapped the gauze. The cut across his knuckles was deeper than I expected, still bleeding slowly. "Sit," Mara said. He didn't argue. She cleaned the wound with saline and wrapped it properly this time. "Probably needs stitches," she said. "It'll close." Maybe. They worked quietly. The clinic felt smaller now, more ordinary, but also permanently changed, like a house after a fire has been put out. The structure stands, but the smoke smell never quite leaves. My tooth, eventually everyone remembered why I had been there in the first place. "You still need that crown," Mara said. The sentence sounded almost absurd. I laughed. It came out shaky. "Yeah," I said. Dr. Vale looked up from the sink. For a moment, he seemed embarrassed. "Miss Hartwell," he said. Nina, I owe you an apology." "For what?" "For involving you in something you never should have seen. You didn't exactly invite me." "That's not the point." He dried his hands carefully. "If you prefer to see another dentist, I might," I said honestly. He nodded. "That would be reasonable." But I didn't leave right away. I sat in the waiting chair while they finished closing the clinic early. No more patients that day. No more procedures. Just quiet cleaning. Mara mopped the storage room. Owen replaced the breech monitor with a blank cardboard box so the inspector's report wouldn't trigger another alert. Dr. Vale typed something long into the computer. Probably the incident log or a resignation. I didn't ask. When everything was done, he printed something and handed it to me. An appointment card for next week. "Your crown," he said. I studied it. Part of me wanted to walk away and never come back, but another part knew something strange. I trusted him, not because he had hidden the truth, because he hadn't run. He had stayed, and when the moment came, he had taken the weight of it out into the rain himself. "I'll think about it," I said. "That's fair." Evening, I walked home through the damp streets of northwest Portland. The rain had stopped completely. Clouds broke open in thin strips of pale afternoon light. People moved normally. Coffee shops filled with quiet conversations. The world hadn't noticed anything unusual had happened 4 blocks away. My jaw hurt. I bought ibuprofen at a pharmacy. When I got back to my apartment, I rinsed my mouth and stared at the cracked molar in the bathroom mirror. A thin, dark fracture line ran down the enamel. It looked harmless, like something that could wait another week, or maybe longer. I turned on the sink. Water rushed loudly into the basin. For a moment, the sound reminded me of teeth sliding across tile. I shut it off. Weeks later, the inspector never came back, at least not while I was there. Bell Street Dental stayed open. The online reviews continued. Patients came and went. I eventually returned for the crown. 3 weeks later, Dr. Vale worked carefully, quietly. His hand had healed with a faint scar across the knuckles. He didn't mention the river. Neither did I. The procedure went smoothly. No complications, no alarms, just the ordinary rhythm of dentistry. When it was finished, he removed his gloves. "You're all set," he said. "Thanks." I stood. The room looked exactly like it had the first morning. Same light, same faint citrus smell, same humming vent. Almost ordinary. But as I walked out through reception, something caught my eye. A small cardboard box sat on the counter beside Owen's computer. Unlabeled, half full. Inside it were teeth. Not hundreds, just a handful. 6 or 7 maybe. Clean, white, perfect, training specimens. Probably normal, probably. I looked at Owen. He noticed. Then he gently slid the box under the counter. "Shipping leftovers," he said. I nodded. Right. Outside, the rain started again. That's tonight's story. If if it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.